A guy of no rank? Lu Cheng? Isn't that me? My next opponent is Invincible Punch from the forum? Ideas and thoughts flooded into Lu Cheng's head. How magical fate is! After 2 knockout rounds, there were still over 200 fighters left. What a chance my friend from the forum is to be my opponent. He slid down to read replies. Unparalleled Dragon King, an overseas graduate, wrote, I've Googled. No big faction or sect has a disciple called this name. But don't lower your guard. A no-rank amateur needs more than luck to pass 2 rounds. Unparalleled Dragon King had an extensive martial arts database covering all fighters in the National University martial arts competitions, but he knew nothing about Lu Cheng. Reading his reply, Lu Cheng muttered to himself, considering my current experience, my information is only available in the police department's household register and Songcheng University's student center. Road to the arena sent a funny swelling face. Rest assured, I'm pretty well experienced. Of course, I know those of no rank are not to be underestimated. No matter how much he looks down upon the amateur ranking event, he won't give up professional ranking events. So he probably hasn't reached the level of professional 9th pin. Well, if he's a hermit with no intention to attend any professional ranking events, why would he sign up for this tournament? If he's not yet at the level of professional 9th pin, he's at best of the same level with Punch. Why should we worry? Many factors can affect the result of a fight between 2 of the same level. You are very confident in Punch. Beautiful world interrupted. Road to the arena sent a grin. Of course, Punch is mine. He reached amateur first pin over a year ago and had attended 2 professional ranking events. I'm pretty sure his rich experience is ahead of that Lu Cheng. Maybe he has also attended a couple of professional ranking events? Brahmin, a young girl who liked to shirk argument, replied. Pig Riding Knight, the moderator of the forum, sent a sticker of knocking head. That Lu Cheng is 18 years old. Having attended 2 or 3 professional ranking events would make him 15 or 16 when he achieved the level of amateur first pin. His body barely finished growing at that age. Wonton Seller just came to the forum. I bet 10 packs of spicy sticks on Little Punch's victory. I bet 5 cucumbers on Punch's lose. Okamoto's fan followed up with an amusing emoji just to achieve chaos. The live broadcast post soon became a gambling post, with bets varying from 5 bags of instant noodle to 6 sausages, almost having Road to the Arena buried in their enthusiasm. Road to the Arena posted, I bet a half-naked photo of Punch. If he dares lose, I dare post. After a rough calculation, Lu Cheng found over 80% of members of this forum supporting Invincible Punch. He had the intention to bet 5 duck necks on his loss, shitting on himself in exchange of some good luck. But soon he remembered the doomsayer Su Wanyan from Shanbei University Martial Arts Club. He decided not to curse himself and pretended he didn't see this post at all. A reply from Yen Zhika with an emoji of untidy hair flying in the wind. I chatted with my grandma only for 7 or 8 minutes, and you've got yourself such a great opponent. Heh. I don't have much luck. You better bless me and strengthen me from now on. Lu Cheng responded in a joking tone. You better be there by my side, lightening me up with your good luck. Yen Zhika sent a pondering emoji with its hands crossed under its chin. Well, we can't change the draw, but we can prepare for the fight. Have you got his information? Still waiting in line. More spectators today. Lu Cheng sent a smirk. I can't make it to the top 16 or win the prize anyway. I've passed 2 rounds, and I hope my upcoming opponents are one stronger than another, so I can gain even better combat experience. Yen Zhika sent a smiley behind hands. Cheng, you have potential to become a martial arts madman. Lu Cheng came to the front of the counter while chatting. The girl at the service desk gazed at him and handed him the information of Jin Tao the Invincible Punch without asking him any question. You know me? Lu Cheng was amazed. The girl behind the counter smiled. You are the only one of no rank among all the remaining fighters. I see. Lu Cheng came to the realization. Your opponent is of amateur first pin. Buck up. The service desk girl tried to encourage him. Lu Cheng was surprised for a second and then smiled. Thank you. There are many good-hearted people in this world. He quickly glanced through the information and picked the important content to share with Yenjika. Jin Tao, 19 years old, a student of Juku branch of Haiyuan Martial Arts College, of amateur first pin. Coach, what do you think? Yenjika replied, a sparkling sunglasses as if she was part of this. Haiyuan Martial Arts College. I'll take a look at their martial arts courses. Hold on. The internet is the best. Lu Cheng gave a silent praise. Taking a seat by Ring 2, he opened that gambling post or the live broadcast post again. After lines of nonsense, Above the Sky brought it back on track. How is Little Punch now? Nervous? Asked Above the Sky. Road of the Arena answered as if he was the spokesman. He's been extremely careful but not nervous. He's not on his mobile, so he can calm his mind and prepare his body for a good fight. What's that Lu Cheng's specialty? Of which level were his previous opponents? Asked Unparalleled Dragon King. Road to the Arena used the ridiculous emoji again. He knocked out the number 1 student of Baiyuan Martial Arts School in Yenling and Hu Zheng of amateur 6th pin. From his performance in the first round, his style probably has some restraints on arm boxing. However, I've told Little Punch not to assume as we didn't watch the match. He might be much stronger than the opponent. Better focus on himself and exert the best of his skills. He won't regret no matter what the result will be. Focus on himself. So I can't do the same trick from my last fight yesterday. Lu Cheng thoughtfully nodded. Yenjika sent a proud emoji. Quickly, praise me. I found the martial arts sets taught in Haiyuan Martial Arts College. Brilliant. Coach, I depend on you today. Lu Cheng generously praised her, in a slightly exaggerated but also funny way. Yenjika sent a smiley with its hands over its mouth. Haiyuan Martial Arts College mainly teaches Tiger Style, Bear Style, Blast Punch and Shooting Phillip. Outstanding students have the opportunity to learn 9 illness hits derived from the lost knowledge of the Plague Sect. Your opponent's not yet reached professional 9th pin, so we don't need to think about the last one. I've gathered detailed introductions of Tiger Style, Bear Style, Blast Punch and Shooting Phillip along with their corresponding combat videos. Don't save your data. Take a good look at them. Haiyuan Martial Arts College's Blast Punch was quite different from Lu Cheng's. It was more like lightning and fire stance completed with special force exerting techniques without inner concentration or imagination. In ancient times, some martial artists followed imitative styles, pursuing exceptional combat strength by imitating ferocious beasts including tiger, leopard, bear, wolf, snake, and divine elephant. Coming to modern times, the technology developed fast and firearms could easily kill any beast. Martial artists of such styles then reformed and turned to imitate guns and cannons, resulting in Blast Punch and Shooting Phillip of great explosive force as if powered by gunpowder. Lu Cheng watched these videos one by one and discussed with Yenjika to quickly grasp the essence of the 4 martial art styles to avoid suffering from lack of knowledge. Time flew by and the 8th match was to take place in Ring 2. Lu Cheng sent Yenjika a smiley. I'm gonna calm my mind and adjust the state and have all the threads of thoughts organized. Talk later. You can do this. Yenjika replied an encouraging sticker. Lu Cheng sent a wicked grin. I was looking forward to a voice message. No, that was for yesterday only. Yenjika added a smiley with its hands over its mouth. Feeling slightly disappointed, Lu Cheng waited a bit longer before logging out his QQ and putting away his mobile. He concentrated his spirit and chi and put a curb on his emotion, adjusting his body for the match. 10 minutes later, the referee in Ring 2 announced the winner of Match 8. Match 9 was about to take place. 7 or 8 rows higher than Lu Cheng on the stand. Road to the Arena put his phone down and patted Jin Tao the Invincible Punch's shoulder. Little Punch, come on. Some members are still betting on your defeat. Jin Tao, the Invincible Punch, took a deep breath and nodded. Master Road, don't worry. I'm feeling great right now. I won't dishonor our forum. He stood up and climbed the stairs into Ring 2. I'm the next. Not far from them, the middle-aged man in a leather jacket suddenly perked up and spoke to his 2 friends. About to start. The young couple also straightened their back and pointed at Ring 2 while talking to their schoolmates. The master we've been talking about is about to fight. Right next to the ring sat Lu Yinglong with a pair of bright, piercing eyes. He said to his junior brothers and sisters, "It's time to see his true strength." With only 5 rings left today, spectators on other stands also turned their eyes over. Lu Cheng let out a deep breath and opened his eyes, walking down the stairs towards Ring 2. He didn't want to be disqualified by the referee for being late for his match. His cell phone suddenly rang and a familiar ringtone came to his ear. Lu Cheng took out his mobile and saw Yan Zhika's name. He immediately answered and heard her soft, clear voice. "Good luck, Cheng." "Good luck, Cheng." Lu Cheng was filled with joy. Everything suddenly brightened up, and the passage to Ring 2 was coated with a layer of glory. Before he could open his mouth, Yan Zhika already hung up. Holding the phone, Lu Cheng swaggered towards the second ring, feeling fearless. Rainbow comes after wind and rain. Behind a success are flops and failures. Lu Cheng finished the 10-step distance in no time and stood by the ring, watching Jin Tao the invincible punch across the 2 fighters. Tall and robust, Jin Tao of the strong frame had a brush cut and eyebrows like scimitars, handsome and masculine. The loose-fit martial arts college uniform seemed tight on his body. To be honest, in the past several months messing around on the forum, Lu Cheng dearly envied Invincible Punch. Good-looking, almost at the professional level, brisk and active, and popular among other forum users, he seemed to have everything Lu Cheng ever wanted. His presence made Lu Cheng feel inferior. The only thing he could overtake Jin Tao was his intelligence. Now the mountain of his longings and desires stood right in front of him. The once so far away amateur first pin was right there. Would Lu Cheng cross the mountain or stop by it? No other evidence was needed. Lu Cheng's eyes were enough to convince Jin Tao he was the opponent. With no connection to the host of this tournament, Jin Tao was unable to get videos of Lu Cheng's first 2 rounds, but he took this student-looking young man the most seriously. In ancient times, the elderly, the minor, and the monks required the most attention in the wild martial arts world. And when it came to the modern days, of no rank deserved the most care from any pros. A friend of the middle-aged man in a leather jacket pointed at the ring and asked, "Old Zheng, which one is the sleeper you've been talking about? Left or right?" Old Zheng pointed at Lu Cheng. "Him. The one to the left. He looks just ordinary." The middle-aged man wearing a leather cap shook his head. Old Zheng laughed. "Ordinary or not, we shall see." The young couple was in the same situation. Their friends were wondering which one the fabled Lu Cheng was. They looked around but couldn't find the middle-aged man in a leather jacket. Looking at each other blankly, they had no idea how Lu Cheng looked. After a moment of thinking, the shy girl pretended to be mysterious. "You'll see once it starts. Lu Cheng should have the upper hand, right?" The 9th match took 7 minutes to finish. The referee took several deep breaths before calling for the next pair. Match 10, Jin Tao versus Lu Cheng. Old Zhang and the young couple adjusted their sitting position, and Lu Yinglong and other members of Baiyuan Martial Arts School withdrew their attention from other matches and fixed their eyes at Ring 2. Lu Cheng handed over his jacket, number plate, and other personal belongings to the supervisor before crossing the white line into the ring and taking a stand to the left of the referee, 2 meters away from Jin Tao the Invincible Punch. On the stand, Road to the Arena kept the live broadcast post updated. The match is about to start. Punch is more overwhelming than his opponent. He uploaded a photo, arousing a heated discussion. Some commented on Punch's handsomeness, some cheered for their forum member, and the other criticized Lu Cheng's looks, thinking he was nothing special. For eyes met in the ring. Jin Tao burst into laughter. "Honestly, I was thrilled this morning knowing you are my opponent. My previous 2 matches with weak fighters were more like a warm-up. That's not what I'm here for. Don't disappoint me." He sounded so confident as if he attempted to defeat Lu Cheng with his mental strength. Having Yan Zhika's gentle voice echoing in his ears, Lu Cheng was full of energy and fearless. He smiled gently. "I hope the same." He remained silent from then on, no matter how hard Jin Tao tried to provoke. In his mind, the match scenes of tiger form, bear form, blast punch and shooting Philip appeared and then quickly vanished until a final decision was formed. Since Invincible Punch will focus on himself, giving me no chance to make plans in advance, I better do the same and play offensive instead of defensive. Playing offensive was not a decision prompted by an impulse but a result after considering all the factors. He was short of actual combat experience and quite far away from the amateur first pin level. In a defensive position, he would be easily upset or bewildered. His best chance would be suppressing the opponent with 24 blizzard strikes and giving him no room to counterattack, dragging the match into a stalemate. The longer he could make the match last, the more advantages he could enjoy. After 10 minutes, he will be exhausted at least. Set on this idea, Liu Cheng held his spirit and qi. Thoughts in his head were settling like water forming ice. Half of him fell into a meditation state and the other half stayed sharp for all the movements around him and all the changes in his opponent's body. This was the practical use of condensation stance with his meditation. Liu Cheng felt his soul separating from his body and floating up high to watch everything from above. Without the last two fights, without the observation of dozens of matches in the past 2 days, without the breakthrough in 24 blizzard strikes yesterday, I won't be able to do this. The referee raised his right hand and suddenly swung it down after checking his watch. Fight! Right after the referee's shout, Jintao the Invincible Punch approached quickly to Liu Cheng in an aggressive manner like a ferocious tiger coming down a mountain, giving Liu Cheng no chance to dodge. As the distance between them was shortened, Jintao's body froze for a second and then expanded visually. He raised his right hand and launched a downward cut fist in the form between a grab and a slap, generating a loud whistle. Roar! When tigers howl with the rise of winds, animals flee in all directions with fear. Liu Cheng dared not take Jintao's fierce advance lightly. In his head was a cold scene of a brutal blizzard. He lowered his weight and held his qi in his dantian. His palms reached out like snowflakes, engaging Jintao's right wrist by his face and warding off this attack. His arms shook a little, indicating the opponent's superiority in physical strength. Bam! Jintao's slashing fist suddenly turned into a claw with his 4 fingers shooting at Liu Cheng's face like bullets accompanied by an ear-piercing sound. This strike would certainly leave 4 deep holes in Liu Cheng's face if it hit solidly, and there was not much the referee could do to stop. Shooting Philip. Fingers flicked like a gunshot. Fortunately, Liu Cheng had watched combat videos of Tiger Style and Shooting Philip and remembered clearly those wounds left in faces and hands. As soon as he blocked the slashing punch, he slid sideways to dodge the claw. Bam! Shooting Philip missed and Liu Cheng floated to the side of Jintao the Invincible Punch. He lowered his weight and threw out his right palm while thinking about a world of ice and snow. A stream of strength was half-veiled. Besides the avalanche, another deadly element of the blizzard strikes was the formless coldness. The second group of 24 blizzard strikes. Biting chill. Upon this strike, the sea in Liu Cheng's heart was frozen. Half of him remained in meditation and the other half stayed vigilant about the surroundings. He noticed a tiny muscle flick on Jintao's left thigh which dragged his trousers. This? Liu Cheng didn't have time to think it through. Following his instinct, he quickly adjusted his muscles and pulled his weight back, gathering the veiled energy. A lightning bolt struck in his head, starting a prairie fire. At the same time, Jintao's left leg made a sidekick out of nowhere, giving out a crispy sound, fast, accurate and merciless, aiming at Liu Cheng's chest like a fierce tiger with an iron whiptail. A solid kick like this would cause some severe injuries and end Liu Cheng's combat capacity. Fierce tiger whipping tail of Tiger Style. Switch to lightning and fire stance. Liu Cheng felt a hot flow running through his body into his right palm. He cut down using his right hand with great strength to perfectly block Jintao's chest kick. Liu Cheng's body swayed as his hand engaged Jintao's leg. The explosive force from lightning and fire stance was merely enough to balance out this powerful kick. He secretly praised in silence. The trump of Tiger Style lives up to its reputation. The frozen lake in his heart reflected the difference in Jintao's strength through the muscles and pores touched. Lu Chang adjusted his muscles and shifted his weight accordingly, as if a spring bouncing out with the energy absorbed from the kick. He clenched his left hand into a fist and shook his body to exert the abrupt explosive force, piercing into Jin Tao. Jin Tao withdrew his leg, dropped his weight and raised his elbow to block the punch. To his surprise, Lu Cheng's strength seemed slightly stronger than before. Sensing the strength from the opponent's elbow, Lu Cheng's muscles adjusted and weight shifted, absorbing some energy from this block to throw a sudden upward kick with his right leg. Pang! Jin Tao responded with a right kick, meeting strength with strength in the air. Taking back his right leg, Lu Cheng shot a hook, an elbow block and a low kick in a roll with no break in between. Jin Tao blocked his opponent's series of attacks but felt his blood running cold as Lu Cheng's strength seemed to be growing with each move. At the beginning of the fight, he was obviously on the downside, but coming to this point of the match, he probably got the upper hand. Different from Flood and Flame, harm from the avalanche wasn't immediate, but damages from ice and snow grew increasingly dangerous and deadly over time. That was the essence of the first set of 24 blizzard strikes. It required the wielder to listen to his opponent's strength and adjust his own weight accordingly to strengthen his following moves with energy absorbed from the opponent. It was why Geezer Shur told Lu Cheng that 24 blizzard strikes was known for being ferocious and frenzied. But his mind should remain calm like a condensation of water instead of going wild with the moves. A disturbed mind wouldn't be able to reflect the surroundings, sense the opponent's muscles and pores, or hear the difference in the enemy's strength. How peaceful his heart could remain, how ferocious his strikes would become. One bout of constant subtle muscle adjusting and energy absorbing would exhaust the wielder. Even Lin K of professional ninth pin could hardly maintain the suppression for 2 to 3 minutes. Lu Cheng's kicks got faster and punches became heavier. Feeling like a lone traveler in a brutal blizzard, Jin Tao smelt danger and misfortune. It can't carry on like this. He took a deep breath and threw his palm to confront Lu Cheng's blast punch before dashing into his opponent by a sudden stride and a side dive. His body seemed expanded, full of strength like an oppressive man-bear. Giant bear hitting tree move of bear style. In the forest, a giant bear could easily break a tree with one impact. The stage seemed to shake from the extremely fierce impact. Lu Cheng got into a defensive position, putting all the energy he had absorbed into defense. Pang! A dull sound. Lu Cheng had no advantage in this collision at all. He lost his center and was forced to take 2 steps backward until his muscles adjusted and his balance resumed. He managed to keep his footwork. Jin Tao was also exhausted by the impact. He didn't push forward his advance but stood still to catch his breath and recover from the oppressive brutal blizzard. For the very first time, the two were separated during this match, facing out each other. After a moment of astonishment, Old Zhang stood up, cheering and applauding for Jin Tao's tiger style, shooting Philip and whip kick and Lu Cheng's 3-minute wild defense. It was certainly the most exciting engagement since the tournament started. Anyone with some general martial arts knowledge and had watched some matches below the Danchi stage could taste the danger and forces. Old Zhang was completed infatuated with the fight in a cold sweat. The smallest mistake in this bout could have led to a bitter defeat. The young couple and some other spectators also clapped as this match was worth the wait. Their enthusiasm attracted more attention and more eyes to the second ring. I deserve my defeat. Lu Yinglong sighed blankly. Zhou Yuaning the road to the arena unconsciously changed his posture. Holding his mobile tight, he was no longer in the mood for surfing the forum. He pursed his lips and murmured to himself after a few seconds of pondering. 24 blizzard strikes from the ice sect. It seems he has mastered it. Seizing the short moment when the two were not engaging each other, he quickly wrote one line in the live broadcast post. Little Punch's opponent has inherited some great skills. They are deadlocked. When he finished typing, Lu Cheng was ready for another charge. Holy crap! Doesn't he need to catch his breath? Road to the arena blurted out. Dashed back by the bear bump, Lu Cheng took his time to stabilize his weight. In his dantian the nebula expanded and then shrank, spinning slowly to separate fire from ice and sweep away the weariness from the last series of strikes. He yelled within himself, Jean Dan is such a treasure. I would have been defeated if this fight took place before my fight with Lu Yinglong or before my victory over Hu Zheng. That fierce tiger whipping tail move would have been enough to end this match. My following brutal blizzard was all thanks to my full grasp of the set yesterday. After 2 days of fighting, observation, self-reflection and potential accumulating and extracting, for the very first time Lu Cheng felt shedding his mortal body and exchanging his bones. He was transforming from a martial arts student to an actual martial artist. Taking no break to adjust or recover, he devised a scene of a fierce wind shrieking and howling, blowing up a blizzard in his mind. His back moved with the wind as his spine straightened segment by segment. He advanced swiftly and violently, and the distance between him and Jin Tao was quickly shortened. His arm swung backward as if pulling a bow and then shot at invincible punch with full strength. Jin Tao had just recovered somewhat when his opponent once again charged with a punch to his ear. Doesn't he need to adjust his breath? He should be more exhausted after the last bout of mad offense. Having no time to spare, Jin Tao lowered his weight into a steady stance and waved his right hand to hinder this strike. His shooting fillip was ready and his tiger bayonet was about to spring out to prevent Lu Cheng from absorbing his strength. Lu Cheng drew back as soon as their hands touched with no intention to absorb Jin Tao's strength. He followed up with another step forward and then turned sideways to launch an elbow hit. His explosive force pushed Jin Tao to withdraw while keeping his left hand out to block. As their skin touched, a stream of strength reached Lu Cheng's heart. He quickly adjusted his weight to throw a whip kick with Jin Tao's strength. Bam! Immediately after Jin Tao warded off the kick, Lu Cheng attacked again, leaving him no room to perform his shooting fillip. Like an everlasting brutal blizzard, Lu Cheng's strikes hit Jin Tao again and again, colder and colder, and stronger. The gap between their physical strength soon disappeared. Left with no other options, Jin Tao did another bear bump to force Lu Cheng to back off. However, it took Lu Cheng no time to once again charge at him, as if he needed no rest at all. Old Zhang and a few others cheered in the auditorium, heating up the atmosphere. Bang! Pang! As the match continued, Jin Tao felt more and more terrified. The opponent got stronger by absorbing his strength. Meanwhile, he got weaker by large consumption of the energy. How long can his mad attack last? Jin Tao didn't have a clue, but he knew he would soon become unable to counterattack if he stayed defensive any longer. He made another bear bump to push Lu Cheng back, followed up with several big strides and then a powerful stamp with his right foot after a deep breath. Bam! The stamp was loud like an explosion and veins stood out in his temples. Jin Tao straightened his back and launched his right fist like cannon with all his strength. Towards Lu Cheng was an ear-piercing roar. Blast punch. Punch like a cannon. This punch reminded Lu Cheng of Yi Yaoting from the day before. He knew it would be wise for him to avoid any frontal engagement, but it seemed impossible. He took a deep breath, dropped his weight deeper and quickly adjusted his muscles, compressing all his strength to the extreme. Snow started to accumulate on the massive mountains in his mind with tremendous force. A giant lightning bolt struck a withered tree, shaking those snow-capped mountains. Boom! Snow-covered mountains collapsed and fell with great might, blocking all the light and turning the entire world into a huge grave. 24 blizzard strikes. Mega avalanche. The compressed force erupted and Lu Cheng struck with his fist. The collapsed snow mountains inside seemed to have made him stronger and taller, towering over Jin Tao. Bam! 2 fists hit each other, sounding dull but heart-shivering. As their arms separated, they both wobbled from the tie of the bout. It was a tie. He didn't have 3 full minutes to accumulate his strength and the opponent's blast punch carried great might. But it was a tie. It's a result of Lu Cheng's double explosion from Mega Avalanche and Lightning and Fire stance and Jin Tao's wearing out. Bam! The dull sound sent a chill down old Zhang and other spectators' spine. They knew it was about time for the match to end as the terrifying blast punch and the avalanche-like strike was already their boldest and fiercest attempt. Jin Tao's body was almost hollowed out by the blast punch. Why didn't he use bear bump and blast punch at the very beginning? The former was not flexible enough and the latter was extremely strength-consuming. Facing an unknown enemy, one miss would leave him in a passive state. He had to play safe, breathing deep gulps to restore his strength. He felt certain Lu Chang must be in the same shoe since that frightful punch must have worn him out. When his power just began to recover, Jin Tao's eyes froze as Lu Chang had started another attack. He didn't look tired, and his breath was steady and easy. Steady and easy? Stunned, Jin Tao stood stiffly when Lu Chang reached him and launched an elbow hit at his chest. Out of strength, Jin Tao raised his hand in a rush but Lu Chang's elbow smashed in. Feeling a sudden tightness in his chest, Jin Tao moved backward but Lu Chang's right hand stretched out like lightning and pulled him by his left wrist for a knee kick. A knee kick. Bam! Jin Tao fell holding his stomach. The referee took a careful look at him before raising his hand. Round 10. Lu Chang won. In the stand road to the arena stood up unconsciously and muttered, "What kind of monster is this?" Old Zheng gave a round of thunderous cheers and applause and said to his two friends, "Didn't I tell you? He's the real sleeper. Excellent. How wonderful. Some parts one didn't get without a commentator." His friend also applauded. The couple stood up clapping and talked to their schoolmates. "See, that's the mysterious Master Lu Chang we've been talking about. Such a great match," praised his schoolmates. All spectators were cheering for Lu Chang's victory, as well as the defeated Jin Tao's great effort and outstanding skills. For a good, thrilling match, Lu Yinglong, Qin Jilin and other members of Baiyuan Martial Arts School remained silent. How many bouts of brutal blizzard can I stand? Not even one. Not to mention Lu Chang. Even the defeated Jin Tao was more than enough to kick their ass. Finally he's shown his true strength. Lu Yinglong heaved another sigh. The glorious victory echoed in Lu Cheng's heart. He couldn't wait to share the joy with Yanjika but also felt obligated to do something for this forum friend in case they would meet up properly in the future. He reached out his hand to pull Jin Tao up and gave him a gentle smile. "Thanks for your instructions." He didn't use lightning and fire stance or mega avalanche in the last knee kick. So Jin Tao wasn't injured but lost combat strength due to the physical ache, for which the referee didn't interfere. In case he had underestimated Jin Tao's strength, at least he kept his guard high so eventually, the victory would still be his. After this solid fighting, his understanding of his strength deepened. His physical strength and agility had lots of room to improve given more time on training and practice and he had probably reached the level of amateur second or third pin after mastering 24 blizzard strikes. Thanks to the immense physical power provided by Jindan, he had a chance to defeat an amateur first pin fighter by exhausting him. Of course, he wasn't this good when he first arrived at Yanling. He had improved considerably after each fight and become much stronger during the challenge tournament. Rubbing his stomach with tears of pain circling in his eyes, Jin Tao took Lu Cheng's hand and got up panting. "You are so full of contradictions. For 1 second I thought your punches and kicks were weak and footwork was stiff. Then the next thing I noticed was how unpredictable and mighty you were that you could foresee my tiger tail kicks and press on waves of bold attacks." Lu Chang smiled without a word. He didn't know what to say, neither did he want to reveal his identity. He'd rather wait and see comments on the forum. "Haha, why am I so full of expectations? Why am I feeling so good? Lu Chang." The referee's announcement wrote down the name Lu Chang in the audience's mind. Zhou Yuaning, the road to the arena, had no time to update the post. He stepped down to hold Jin Tao and tried to comfort him. "This Lu Chang is very skillful. He has mastered 24 blizzard strikes from the ice sect." He was implying the defeat was unavoidable. Jin Tao the invincible punch side. "He is very skillful, but I have a better word for him." "Which word?" Zhou Yuaning, the road to the arena, asked curiously. Every moment of the last fight flashed back into his head. Those blizzard-like attacks bout after bout without any weariness and his steady and easy breath after the massive explosion. He took a deep breath and answered in awe, "Monster." In his down jacket, Lu Chang grabbed his mobile and logged on his QQ to contact Yanjika. "Victory or defeat?" Yanjika replied with a leer, "Must be a victory. I can sense your complacency through the screen. You defeated an amateur first pin master. She added a stunned dog sticker in the end. Heh. It was impossible until someone asked me to do my best. So I exerted 200% of my full strength. Lu Chang used the word someone on purpose. Yenjika sent a smiling behind hands emoji. If I cheer for you 100 times, will you defeat Dragon King? I think Dragon King is more than 100 times stronger than me. Lu Chang responded with a don't scare me sticker. Yenjika gave him an I'll scare you to death sticker. Come on. Tell me how you did it. I can hardly believe you are still the Lu Chang I know. Be honest. Did you steal his cell phone? Watchword check? Asked Lu Chang with a grin. What watchword? Yenjika sent an emoji with question marks flashing above its head. Lu Chang replied a looking into the sky emoji. But I know you, Miss Yenjika, one of the most popular girls in our grade, actually in the entire school. A girl smart, friendly and beautiful as you are expected to go to the capital or Huaihai for university. Who's to guess you are here in Songqing? It was part of their very first conversation. Lu Chang repeated according to his memory and felt a touch of warmth. Yenjika sent a blushing face. You were a martial arts beginner back then. Who could have guessed you would defeat an amateur first pin master in such a short time? Hold on. You didn't say beautiful last time. I knew you are a fake. Really? I thought I was frank and open, telling you all the truth. I guess I was too shy. Lu Chang sent a shy emoji as a bright smile climbed on his face despite passers-by's stare. The two joked on a bit longer before cutting back to the match. Lu Chang typed quickly. I didn't expect to defeat an amateur first pin master, though I've mastered 24 blizzard strikes. I plan to do my best and forget about the rest. But he was playing extra carefully as he didn't know anything about my background. So instead of breaking out at the very beginning, he chose the well-balanced huxing, which gave me the opportunity to adapt to a fight of such intensity at my own pace without being pushed into a bewildered, passive state. He detailed the entire match to Yenjika. She used a fish-dropping sticker to show her palpitations for Lu Chang, noticing the abnormal movement at Jin Tao's thigh and blocking the fast, deadly tiger tail kick. She seemed very impressed by Lu Chang's brutal blizzard, which had improved so much that he could absorb energy from his opponent to supplement his strength. Approval, support and admire from the girl he loved brought great joy and satisfaction to Lu Chang, greater than overwhelming cheers and applause from the entire stadium. Towards the end, Lu Chang sent a cunning smile. Then I, again and again, used 24 blizzard strikes to suppress him and exhaust him. After his final blast punch was easily warded off by my mega avalanche and lightning and fire stance, I strode forward with an elbow hit and ended the fight by pulling him in for a knee kick. That sounds a little familiar. Yenjika sent a lost emoji. Got it. Brother Wudong was worn out by you before his rout. Yeah, they are just bad at endurance. Lu Chang laughed out loud. Yenjika sent an ellipsis. I don't know what to say. If my cousin has your endurance, he would have nailed that 3 rounds against Guanan School. Lu Chang replied a silly smile with the text, not that good. It's all changed since I started the martial arts training. My endurance was not bad but pretty far away from being formidable. Once again, he foreshadowed for the truth that Jindan had been supplying him with physical strength. Otherwise, Yenjika from the same high school would quickly find out his long-distance running performance was just above average. Yenjika didn't hold on to it but sent a miserable emoji. Chang, I believe you are already stronger than me. I better get up. Get up to practice? Asked Lu Chang with a smile. No, to eat. Yenjika replied a hungry face. Amused by her cuteness, Lu Chang responded, speaking of eating, I'm pretty hungry now. Almost forgot to eat. He grabbed his mobile tighter and zipped up his down jacket while walking out of the stadium, passing by the service desk. All morning matches had finished for a while, and very few people were at the exit. Girls at the service desk spotted Lu Chang from behind with ease. Look, Lu Chang. He defeated an amateur first pin master this morning. The girl who tried to cheer Lu Chang up pointed at him very proudly. The girl next to her mused. Indeed a sleeper. Not by luck at all. Fighters like this will certainly be popular among the audience. Shall we recommend his match tomorrow? The cheering girl suggested. Another girl laughed out. Why so enthusiastic? Someone is fascinated by him. Pooh, don't be ridiculous. I'm just active and positive at work. It's for the audience's sake. Three girls teased each other for a while and decided to send the cheering girl to request from the supervisor. She gathered some information and went to the supervisor's room, passing the storage room. 3 gentle knocks. Come in. A male voice came from the office. She turned the handle and pushed the wooden door to let herself in, a little nervous. What's up, Ning Ling? The supervisor was a middle-aged man, bald in the middle of his head. Making use of her youth and beauty, Ning Ling said with a smile, Supervisor, we have discovered a very powerful fighter. Very powerful? How powerful? The supervisor put down his pen and leaned to the backrest of his chair. Ning Ling handed over the information. He came to our notice when several spectators asked for his information. He studies in Songcheng University, 18 years old, of no rank. However, he has defeated Lu Yinglong from Baiyuan Martial Arts School, and today an amateur first pin master. The supervisor took over the stack of information, browsing while listening to her. All of a sudden his hands froze. After adjusting his very thin hair, he replied slowly while thinking, Sounds powerful, and could become a hot topic. You are very attentive and active at work. Good job. Well, tomorrow put his fight in Ring 1. Ring 1 is the central ring. Coming into the 4th round, the difference in power between fighters was minor and mismatch was no longer a concern. Yanjika went to have lunch with her family while Lu Chang was sitting in a poor-quality chair with a simple plate of fast food and reading the live broadcast post on the forum. In the post, Road to the Arena uploaded a half-naked picture of Invincible Punch on the way to shower after training with a sorrowful face. The smooth lines of his muscles were very attractive. Road to the Arena wrote, Little Punch lost. Here's his picture as we have promised. Wonton Seller first responded to the picture with a nose-bleeding sticker. I suddenly felt grateful to that Lu Chang. Exactly. I would have bet on Punch's defeat if I saw this benefit coming. C Blue sent a throwing punch with tears emoji. Beautiful World replied, You are so mean. I must stay strong. Little Punch, I'm here for you. Son. A beautiful girl who often shared her photos on this forum, followed, My goodness, I'm falling for this young body. Wine-loving cat sent a pair of eyes with hearts. What a rare surprise for girls. Reading all the female members' comments, No Hooligan said, Look at you. I'm seriously thinking about uploading my naked photos. Okamoto's fan replied, Hurry, take off your pants. Holy crap. I thought you were my bro. How could you keep your eyes on my bum? No Hooligans sent a ferocious emoji. Their straying from the point as always amused Lu Chang. Finally, Unparalleled Dragon King cut back to the topic and asked solemnly, Any details about that Lu Chang? I'm quite curious about his background. How is it possible that I know nothing about him? Invincible Punch replied, A student from Songcheng University. From Songcheng University? Because of Lin K. I've been watching matches of Songcheng University Martial Arts Club. There was no one named Lu Chang. Unparalleled Dragon King sent a puzzled emoji. The young girl using the ID Brahmin came out. Wow, this kind of mysterious masters is my favorite. Pig Riding Knight followed. Any video of Lu Cheng's matches? Let me see. There seems a replay on the screen. I'll make a video. Answered Road to the Arena. Not long after, he uploaded a video of 2 martial artists fighting fiercely. It was from Lu Chang and Invincible Punch's match. Not bad, replied Lu Chang after putting down his chopsticks. He copied the link and shared it with Yenjika. He also planned to download the video once he got back to the hotel room as a souvenir. 24 Blizzard Strikes. He was indeed a student from Songcheng University. Unparalleled Dragon King commented, His 24 Blizzard Strikes are already pretty good. probably as powerful as Lin K's. How come nobody knows about him? What a great match. Punch, you've done great. It's just bad luck to have met such a strong opponent, said Wonton Seller. Invincible Punch replied, I know. To be honest, I blamed my bad luck for the worst draws when I failed the last 2 ranking events. But after today's match, I know I'm not that good and there are heavens beyond heavens. I'm still far from the profession 9th pin level. Reading genuine admiration from the one he used to envy at, Lu Chang felt great about himself, filled with a sense of achievement and satisfaction. He tried to remain cool and reserved. Invincible, you are very good already. Pig Riding Knight agreed. Your opponent was apparently a pro. Punch, you've already done an amazing job in the match. Ha! A pro? Come on. Praise me more. Lu Chang refreshed the site with a shameless smile for more comments. He saw no hooligans, a plumber eating mushroom, wine-loving cat, Beautiful World and Sun talk about how mysterious this Lu Chang was for being this powerful but not representing Songcheng University Martial Arts Club in the competition. They all found his 24 Blizzard strikes aesthetic and fascinating, bold and fierce, making the audience tremble with fear. Lu Chang felt tipsy from all these compliments. He couldn't stop smiling and wanted so badly to impress Yan Jika with these. An 18-years-old pro. He will probably join the Longhu Club in the future. I love all the hidden, mysterious masters. Brahman replied again. Wonton Seller tagged Lu Chang the Schrodinger's tiger in her next comment. Little tiger, I remember you have joined the martial arts club in your university. There is a hidden master in Songcheng University. Any mysterious master in your martial arts club? Of course, answered Lu Chang with a grin. Who is that? Wonton Seller sent a curious emoji. Lu Chang sent an emoji laughing with its hands at its sides. Me. I'm the hidden, mysterious master. Very funny. Little tiger, you are getting better with your jokes, said Wonton Seller. Beautiful World commented, Tiger, you have grown pompous. Lu Chang left the conversation after a laugh and put down his mobile, concentrating on enjoying his meal. Honestly, if Lu Chang had to tag himself, the word foodie would for sure be somewhere there. When he first arrived in Yenling, he longed for the local cuisine but had no money to spare. To make sure he wouldn't be starving on the way home, every penny in his pocket must be spent carefully, so he frequented those street vendors for simple, cheap meals. Putting down his chopsticks, he found himself gazing fascinatedly at the roasted ducks just across the street. He murmured, when heaven is about to place great responsibility on a capable man, it always first frustrates his spirit and will, exhausts his muscles and bones, exposes him to starvation and poverty, starvation, a mockery of himself. He took out his mobile and resumed his chat with Yan Jika, who was resting after lunch until her training time. Lu Chang slowly paced back to the stadium. The entire afternoon Lu Chang went about from one ring to another, watching one match after another, observing and absorbing the essence of their moves and styles like a sponge soaking up water and devising responses and counterattacks as if he was inside the ring. Back to high school years, knowing studying was his only way out, he was never this active, responsive, or devoted, restraining himself from browsing forums, checking Twitter and watching fighting videos. When that afternoon's matches were all finished, he dropped his jacket back to the hotel room before heading to the nearby park to digest today's observations and temper his moves. The palest ink is better than the best memory. Punches were thrown like cannon fire. Lu Chang's every move tore the air, howling and whizzing rhythmically, ferocious and crazy like a brutal blizzard approaching. As his practice went on, his strikes became more terrifying, roaring and thundering like a violent rush of water rolling down to devour all. Daylight was ebbing away when a light snow started to fall like a shower of cotton. Flakes of snow danced in the air responding to Lu Chang's moves. All the whiz and roars suddenly came to a dead silence, which was soon followed by a deafening slap from his right hand with half of his full strength. As soon as his right hand settled, his left palm reached out. His two palms took turns in attacking with no break in between, forming a soft yet dense web of strikes with random low kicks. If Mega Avalanche were the most masculine and the most ferocious violence and craziness of 24 Blizzard strikes, this palm set would be the most feminine and most deadly. Beginning with a sudden silent invasion, the chill advanced too fast for anyone to escape or resolve until the target was hit. The second group of 24 Blizzard strikes. Biting chill. Liu Chang stopped after a few rounds of practice and let out a turbid breath in the shape of an arrow formed by white smoke. This set lives up to its reputation as a derivation from the ice sect's lost knowledge. Every practice grants me new gains. Liu Chang took his mobile out immediately to share his joy with Yanzhika, unable to wait until back to the hotel. I had the same feeling this afternoon during my training. This is probably the charm of martial arts. Yanzhika added a shy smile. Woo, my cousin asked me to go shopping together. I'm so tired. Liu Chang sounded concerned. Don't go if you are too tired. Just say no to her. He joked along. If you dare not say no to her, I'm happy to help. No. She promised she would treat me to a nice meal. I'm very tempted. Yanzhika sent a smile behind sleeves. When it comes to shopping, my cousins are all monsters like you. They don't feel tired at all after 3 or even 4 hours. Liu Chang thought about it and then sent a sticker of a man down on the ground. I think I will lose. My body is not tired, but my mind is. The two chatted and laughed over dinner. Liu Chang returned to the hotel and took off his clothes in the shower. Hot water ran down his body and cleared dust away from every inch of his skin and wiped fatigue off his mind. He grinned and squinted comfortably, in a dream of a steaming mist. The past 3 days were like a dream, but his growth was so real that he felt undergoing a transmutation and maybe brewing a pot of maturity. As soon as he dried his body after shower, he quickly washed his clothes. He didn't bring enough clothes, and the laundry service in such a shabby hotel didn't seem trustworthy. He had been in the same martial arts suit for 3 days. It was the perfect timing to change into the other one, as he would be heading home in his regular clothes in 3 or 4 days, even if the suit couldn't dry in time. After all this, Liu Chang turned on his laptop to download the video before putting himself in bed, soft and comfy, feeling the beauty of life. He logged on his QQ on his mobile, intending to chat with Yanzhika, who must be busy with shopping. A familiar avatar sent him a message. D. Fatty Jiang, Liu Chang muttered. It was Jiang Fei, a good friend of his from high school, currently studying in Guangnan. Fatty Jiang said, Chang, when will you come back? We classmates are planning a get-together. In 4 or 5 days. Liu Chang answered vaguely. Who will be there? Jiang Fei replied, not sure yet, but quite some. Your school holiday starts so late. I got delayed. Liu Chang didn't mention the Warrior Sage Challenge tournament, as Fatty Jiang would be stunned by his new identity as a martial arts master. He continued, any teachers? Jiang Fei replied, don't know. We'll see. It depends on what we will be doing. If we are going karaoke, it's better to have no teachers around. But if we are going for some farm stay, we can invite them to play cards and go fishing. Count me in. Haven't seen you for an entire term. Liu Chang sounded happy. Liu Chang sent an evil smile. By the way, Chang, I've got some gossip for you. What gossip? Liu Chang became interested. Jiang Fei replied, on my way home, I saw Du Liu on the train, holding hands with Song Li from Class 3. Class 3? Yanzhika's class. Liu Chang became wide awake. They went to the same university? Almost. 2 universities in the same city. Somehow they've hooked up. Yeah. Just as the say goes, I treat you as a fellow townsman, but you are up to no good. Jiang Fei was a fast typist. A shot right in his knee. Liu Chang wiped his forehead as if there was cold sweat. Fatty Jiang. Then what happened? Then, I saw them and they saw me. They instantly let go each other's hands and begged me not to share what I saw with others. Considering our relationship, of course, I can tell you. Liu Chang sent a smiley. Liu Chang laughed in front of the phone and typed, you were such a huge third wheel. Hey, so many gorgeous girls in Guangnan. No love story to tell yet. Pooh. Yeah, many beauties, but not in our faculty. We've got only 5 of them. 5 golden flowers. Jiang Fei sent a distraught face. By the way, don't spread the gossip or they will scold me. While chatting with Jiang Fei, Lu Cheng had already shared the news with Yan Zhika. Some gossip for you. Du Liu from our class is in a relationship with Song Li from your class. Jiang Fei's remind came in after, making Lu Cheng's lips twitch. For me, Yan Zhika is not one of the others. A few minutes later, Yan Zhika sent a stunned dog sticker. What? Song Li is in love? She didn't tell me anything before. I have to go and talk with her. Don't mention my name, enjoined Lu Cheng. Secrets are spread by people like Jiang Fei and I need to confess. On the other side, Jiang Fei added, Cheng, old Cheng is asking me out for some drinks and barbecue. Talk next time. Cheng Qili was another good friend of Lu Cheng's from high school. Their friendship deepened on their way home from school every day. Go ahead. Give him a punch for me. He never speaks unless he's spoken to. Never message me first. Lu Cheng made a joke. The dull and bitter high school life seemed joyful and beautiful when looking back after a few months of university. Those were the most precious and purest years of youth. Yan Zhika questioned Song Li during her shopping, and it took her some good effort until she sent Lu Cheng a proud face. You were right about them. They've been together for over 2 months. If you meet Du Liu, tease him for me. He took the sweet girl sitting behind me without a word. My class will have a get-together before the new year. Lu Cheng sent a rest-assured sticker. We also have, but I can't make it. Yan Zhika replied an emoji with untidy hair in the wind. Their conversation continued casually, warm and pleasant. Lu Cheng also browsed his friends' updates on Shuoshuo. He suddenly noticed Zhao Cheng, the head of his dorm room, changed his QQ name to Erudite and updated his status to Jiang-style thoughts. Lu Cheng was lost but pretended he didn't see anything. He checked the time on his mobile and then got back to his chat with Yan Zhika. While waiting for her reply, he opened the official website of Phoenix Cup Warrior Sage Candidate Challenge Tournament to read the latest match reports and the follow-up schedule. He saw himself in the match highlights and struggled out of bed to download it. There were 103 fighters left for round 4, so 51 matches would take place simultaneously in 5 rings next morning, while one luckiest man would automatically advance to the next stage. In the afternoon, 40 fighters would fight in knockout round 5, while 12 lucky ones would get a direct pass to the next stage. 2 matches in one day, even if I don't have the luck to get one direct pass. My advantage in physical strength will be amplified to the max. Getting in the group competition shouldn't be a problem unless I'm facing a professional 9th pin fighter. The only challenge left is the 4th round. Lu Cheng pondered his chances. This is not a game. The consumption of physical strength will reduce one's power, lower his speed, and affect his general performance. The next day, Lu Cheng got up at 5:30 as usual and started his daily practice in the nearby park. He returned to the hotel at 7:20. He took a shower and got himself ready before greeting Yan Zhika on his mobile. Morning. Almost at the same time, Lu Cheng received a message from her. Morning. Tacit understanding made Lu Cheng smile. His day had a perfect start. Old Zheng and other spectators started to enter the stadium. He walked to the big screen to check today's match table. Subconsciously, he was looking for Lu Cheng's number and name. With only 51 matches scheduled, it didn't take him long to locate the information. Him? This opponent is no easy target. The service desk recommended his match on the very first day. Lu drew a long, deep breath. The very first clear day in January for Yenling. Gloom and heaviness faded away as the sun rose up, pouring down warmth and light upon the earth and into the hearts. Wearing his down jacket on top of the black-edged white suit of Songcheng University Martial Arts Club, Lu Cheng hummed while striding into the stadium looking for his name and number on the big screen. The 4th round of the knockout stage is the key and the biggest challenge to my advance into the group competition. Making this far through difficulties and hardships, Lu Cheng had grown stronger and his expectation for the group competition had changed. When he first got here, the group tournament was a dream floating high in the air. The tiny little chance he had in mind made he book the accommodation till the end of the stage. What if he got weak opponents and buys? Nothing is impossible for the lucky one. Then the group competition came so close, right behind the door, one arm's reach away. His hopes ran high, and his mind went wild alongside heated longings and great thrill. He began to worry about loss and gain. Please, not a professional ninth pin master for my round 4 match. Lu Cheng prayed in his heart before fixing his eyes on the number 656. Ring 1, match 6. Number 656 Lu Cheng, 18 years old of no rank versus number 18 Wu Shirtong, 17 years old of amateur second pin. Not bad. Lu Cheng was carried away by joy but soon came back to reality. Ring 1, the central ring. My match will be watched by a large number of spectators. Although the number of viewers wouldn't reach 2,000 before the group tournament, gazes from hundreds of pairs of eyes were enough to cause fear and shivering. Standing at the focal point of attention was always appealing but hard to handle. Taking a deep breath, Lu Cheng felt nervous and excited. He unlocked the screen of his mobile to report the draws to Yenjeka, but only to find a message with clasped hands from her sent 3 minutes ago. Not a professional ninth pin. Not a professional ninth pin. Not a professional ninth pin. Lu Cheng was amused, with warmth and joy dancing in his heart. He typed his reply with a gentle smile. I was wondering where this luck came from. It was you. I owe you a nice meal next term. Like a snack climbing up a wooden stick, Lu Cheng seized the opportunity to ask her out as soon as the new school term began. Yenjika sent a drooling emoji. Thanks in advance. So is he of amateur second or third pin? Lu Cheng waved his fists with excitement upon seeing her reply and muttered a silent yeah. After 2 failed plans, finally he asked Yenjika out. Sure enough, some mutual experience helps push the friendship naturally towards dating, like sharing a meal or watching a movie together. Amateur second pin. Much better than my expectation. Lu Cheng sent a big smile. Yenjika replied a proud emoji pushing up sunglasses. Not bad. My pray for you worked. Don't lower your guard. No weak fighters can make it to the 4th round. He's of amateur second pin after all. Shipwreck in a ditch is a common scene. Thank you for your instructions, Coach Yen. Lu Cheng grinned. Soon it was Lu Cheng's turn at the service desk. Before his mouth opened, Ning Ling behind the counter spoke first with a bright smile. Be careful with today's opponent. I'm sure you can defeat him. Her words ended in a rising tone, revealing her bubbly personality. Be careful? The opponent is not an easy target. Lu Cheng smiled at her. What's so special about him? He is a home-practicing disciple of Daxing Temple. Ning Ling printed out Wu Shirtong's detailed information and handed to Lu Cheng. A home-practicing disciple of Daxing Temple? Lu Cheng went blank and the information seemed to wait in his heart. He reached out to the piece of paper. Daxing Temple was one of the top 12 forces of the highest martial arts level. Alongside Shangqing Sex, Shushan Study, Yanzhou League, Wuyue Club, Longhu Club and Xinghai Club, ranking number 3 but with the strength to challenge the number 2, it had a long history of Buddhist essences and ancient methods. It was not hard to imagine how strong its home-practicing disciples could be. Wu Shirtong, 17 years old, is a resident of Yanling and a home-practicing disciple of Daxing Temple. Lu Cheng read Wu Shirtong's information but couldn't find his specialties. He had fought steadily in the past 3 rounds against fighters of amateur 7th pin, amateur 3rd pin and amateur 2nd pin. He's not an average amateur 2nd pin opponent. He must have some unique skills. He took a deep breath and moved to the side to keep Yenjika updated. Yenjika sent the stunned dog emoji. A home-practicing disciple of Daxing Temple. How come he's only of amateur 2nd pin? Tickled by her last comment, the heaviness on Lu Cheng's mind seemed lightened. Probably due to his young age or just bad luck at ranking events. That was not a joke. Luck played an important part in ranking events, because every year the number of martial artists upgraded to each level under professional 4th pin was fixed. Only 10 to 15% of all applicants could be successfully qualified. Applicants would be divided into groups and the best two of each group could advance to the finals. If a capable but unlucky man got in a strong group with two martial artists just slightly better than him, he would be knocked out, watching those weak but lucky ones advance and qualify merrily. Therefore, Lu Chang started to treat Wu Shirtong as an amateur first pin fighter. It was also possible that Wu Shirtong had only attended one amateur ranking event, so his current rank didn't reflect his real strength at all. Yan Zhika sent a comforting emoji of touching the head. No matter what, he's not a pro yet. You defeated Jin Tao yesterday, and you will knock him out today. Even if he is already a pro, the experience matters more than the result, Lu Chang said to himself before replying a chest-tapping emoji. Coach Yen, don't worry. I'm very confident after yesterday's fight. I have no fear. Yan Zhika sent an angry face. Daxing Temple is known for so many martial arts sets. We don't know his style, so we can't prepare accordingly. That was general knowledge of martial arts. Without consulting Google, Lu Chang already knew Daxing Temple had Buddha said Tripitaka and two sets of 9 martial art styles, Womb Realm and Vajrapani. Their bodywork Vajrabadi defending divine skill and golden bell cover derived from invariant Buddha of Womb Realm, Buddhist work Arhat style from Chin Mudra of Vajra Realm, powerful set Sakya elephant casting from Yamantaka Esoterica, and combat styles Grand Steel Breaking Hand and Grand Steel Casting Hand from Vajrapani were all available for home practicing disciples to practice. To predict Wu Sherdong's styles and skills without watching him fighting would be impossible. My fights are being replayed on the big screen as part of the tournament highlights. Lu Chang sent a shivering sticker. His opponent knew him very well, but he knew nothing about him. Yan Zhika responded seriously with no emoji. Look for his previous fight on the big screen, and I'll check on the official website. It was almost 9 when he received another message from Yan Zhika. Nothing on the official website. Did he win too easily or too plainly? Lu Chang felt sweet watching her busy searching for information for his match. This trip to Yenling was not only an opportunity for his martial arts skills and mental state to mature and improve, but also a gratifying push on his relationship with Yan Zhika. Once she got involved in his business, she threw her effort, care, and concern into it and went beyond random casual chats. As Kai Zongming the Casanova said before, the feeling that someone is in love with me is one of the 3 illusions in life. Don't be too optimistic. The Daxing Temple disciple is not in any replay on those big screens, replied Lu Chang. He added a smiley. Never mind. Just another kind of match experience. So I'm facing an opponent I know little but he knows me very well. Another training for my judgment and improvisation. Thanks to the transformation that had taken place these days, he quickly accepted the fact and tried to comfort Yan Zhika. Yan Zhika sent a nodding emoji. That's right. Although we don't know his style and skills, we can still classify Daxing Temple's martial art styles for home practicing disciples into groups and prepare for each group respectively. The more we prepare, the better you will feel in the ring. How smart Coach Yen is. Lu Chang gave a genuine compliment. The pair started to gather information and discuss. During the preparation, Lu Chang sought help from the girls at the service desk, but none of them knew anything about Wu Sherdong's special skills. Once again, Lu Yinglong came to watch Lu Cheng's match as if Lu Chang was carrying forward his ambition and fighting for both of them. He took a seat by the central ring. After all, it would sound a lot nicer if the one who had defeated him made it to the top 32. Other members of Baiyuan Martial Arts School were sitting next to him. None of them made it out of the 3rd round. Wu Shirtong. Not an easy opponent. Qin Jilin sighed. A Yenling local, he envied Wu Shirtong dearly for his amateur 2nd pin rank and his home practicing disciple identity of Daxing Temple at the age of 17. Lu Yinglong nodded. Gonna be a fierce fight. Not far from them stood a sturdy young man in a red and yellow Daxing Temple home practicing suit. He stared at the big screen and murmured, 24 blizzard strikes. When it came to the 4th match in the central ring, Lu Chang had a simple idea of Daxing Temple's body refining and dance stage styles and prepared a rough plan for each of them. I need to focus now. Lu Chang sent a sticker of a waving hand. Yan Zhika sent an encouraging fist. I've lent you all my wisdom and good luck. Then she sent a voice message. Lu Chang couldn't cover his smile. He pressed to listen to her familiar voice. Come on, young man. Advance towards victory. His face had its full illumination of joy, and the fear, discomfort, and unease disappeared from his heart. He added the voice message to favorites. The third cheering from Yenjika was no longer a surprise like before, but the warmth and mutual understanding gave him a feeling of home, simple yet lasting. He put away his mobile and headed towards the central ring, towards the eyes of hundreds of spectators. His will to fight was boiling. A home-practicing disciple of Daxing Temple. So what? Lu Chang set his heart at rest and kept his mind calm, concentrating his spirit and qi on one item and using Jindan to achieve an inward vision. His muscles moved little by little, adjusting and adapting. Everything but the match was forgotten and his full attention was given. The central ring referee's announcement came as if from the clouds. Match 5. Yi Yaoding won. Match 4 and 5 are over. Lu Chang opened up his eyes, revealing a deep pool inside his eyes. He strode towards the central ring leisurely and climbed that familiar yet strange flight of stone stairs. How much I once envied those leading fighters of the martial arts club for taking this journey to glory. Finally, it's my turn. 1, 2, 3. He counted his steps walking up the stairs and then stood to the right side of the referee. He could feel hundreds of eyes gazing at him and hear thinly scattered cheers and claps. It was nothing like the sea of supporters and their thundering passion for Lin Ke and Chen Zhonghua in Songcheng University Martial Arts Stadium, but it was completely for him. At his eye level stood Wu Shitong, the home-practicing disciple of Daxing Temple, in a red and yellow martial arts suit with lotus embroidered at the cuffs, robust and average-sized. His thin teenager beard above his lips gave away his infantility. A 17-year-old young boy. This thought instantly melted Lu Cheng's last bit of fear for Wu Shitong. His eyes moved up and saw a bold line of words on the big screen where their fight would be displayed. Daxing Temple Disciple versus Mysterious Master. Buddhist Zen Kung Fu versus Lost Knowledge of the Ice Sect. Old Zhang and several other spectators who had watched Lu Cheng's matches in the past few days adjusted their position in the auditorium. The words shown on the big screen kindled their expectation and enthusiasm. Martial arts, the ultimate of the physical body, ignited the desire and worship for the strong left from the primitive society. Has any of you watched the Daxing Temple disciples fight? What's his specialty? Old Zhang asked unconsciously. On the first day, he watched the recommended match of Wu Shitong's, but nothing was exciting enough for him to remember except his rigid palm style that left no chance for his opponent. Old Zheng's friends shared a few glances while shaking their head blankly. We were at work last few days. We wouldn't have taken our holiday now if not for your strong recommendation. Old Zhang didn't respond. For some reason, his heart missed a beat and concerns for Lu Chang started to develop. Staring at the big screen, Lu Yinglong asked quietly as if speaking to himself, Any of you watched Wu Shitong's match before? I watched one. He performed grand steel breaking hand and grand steel casting hand. Pretty impressive, recalled Qin Jilin. He seems to follow the tough demon suppressing path. Lu Yinglong nodded slightly, turning his eyes back to the ring with no more words and waiting for this fight between a dragon and a tiger to begin. On a nearby stand, a young man with very short hair seemed surprised by what he saw on the big screen. Master, that's the student staying in the same hotel with us. He is here for the tournament. He wore a dark cyan martial arts suit with mountain patterns at his cuffs and collar. A senior man with very big earlobes laughed. I'm old and dull now. Judge no one by appearances. He must be good fighting all the way to round 4. The short-haired young man held his own hands tightly, and his face appeared pale with an iron-gray shade. He knows the lost knowledge of the ice sect. No wonder. The senior man came to the realization. Junior Yi, watch carefully. You might meet him one day in the ring. You are of professional 9th pin already, but don't underestimate an outstanding martial artist of the amateur level. Yes. The short-haired young man nodded solemnly and said in an oppressive tone, Master, I will make it to the top 4. For my father's illness, you have helped me too much. The senior man smiled. A teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. It's not just for the disciple, also for the master. Speak no more. Do your best. Your 2 junior sisters are waiting for a big celebration meal with you. Yes. The short-haired young man clenched his fists tighter unconsciously and turned to the ring. Those bold characters drew most spectators' attention to the central ring. For a second, Lu Cheng felt he was exposed under the spotlight. It brings pressure as well as pleasure. At this time, Wu Shitong began to talk with a gentle smile. I've watched your previous match highlights. Your 24 blizzard strikes was just SOSO. Lu Cheng encountered his very first talk-time provocation. Anger swelled his bosom. Just SOSO? Enough to kick your ass. With his spirit and chi focused on condensation stance in a half-meditation state, he quickly returned to calm and reminded himself not to get affected by words, not to let emotion take control, and not to make unnecessary mistakes in the match. In a martial arts fight, emotion and spirit were just as important. Confrontation on the spiritual level was an inevitable thing to enter the higher league. Calm and serene, Lu Cheng appeared undisturbed and replied with a slight smile. I've watched many matches these days and have a vague image of yours. As a home-practicing disciple of Daxing Temple, better be humble and merciful for the sake of your Zen-style kung fu. He told a white lie to pretend he had some understanding of Wu Shitong's martial arts skills. Wu Shitong stood in shock with a trace of panic on his face, but soon he resumed calmness, and the unease vanished completely. Buddha also has the fire. Besides mercy, there is Vajrapani suppressing demons. Lu Cheng said no more. He kept a mysterious grin as if saying he had seen him through. This was the most basic confrontation of hearts, happening in our daily life. Wu Shitong also quitted talking and started to adjust his breathing. Heaviness and pressure built up in the rest of the 3 minutes. The referee raised his hand up in the air. He took a glance at each of them and suddenly waved his hand down. Fight! Lu Cheng advanced in snake steps, shifting his weight as he quickly approaching Wu Shitong. The audience gave a round of applause for the first attack of the match. Wu Shitong's face slightly turned grave as he felt unsure about Lu Cheng's true target. He lowered his weight and got in a defensive position. Lu Cheng suddenly shifted his weight and turned to the right side of Wu Shitong to slap rapidly with his left hand, generating a chill but no sound in the air. In his mind was a cold scene before a massive snowfall. The second group of 24 blizzard strikes. Biting chill. In the face of this extraordinarily fast palm, Wu Shitong remained calm. He raised his elbow to receive this slap. Bam! Lu Cheng's slap was withdrawn right after their skin touched and his veiled flow of strength was cut. He absorbed some energy from Wu Shitong to pull himself back to the front of his opponent. Wu Shitong threw a crispy whip kick to his right but missed Lu Cheng by a split second. Lu Cheng seized this opportunity to launch another fast slap with concealed strength at Wu Shitong's neck. Keeping a reasonable amount of energy inside his body in case of the opponent's sudden strikes, his attack was more like a test. Lu Cheng's right hand arrived when Wu Shitong just took his leg back from the whip kick. He took a deep breath and pushed out his hands with no time to accumulate energy. The push carried enough strength to break a steel. Lu Cheng could feel the great might and the tiny changes in Wu Shitong's muscles reflected in the lake of his heart as soon as their hands touched. Lu Cheng adjusted his body and moved his weight to quickly absorb some energy from the opponent and spring to the side. He then started to attack with both of his palms, forming a soft yet dense web of strikes with some low kicks. His moves got faster and faster, intenser and intenser, putting Wu Shitong out of breath. Lu Cheng was still holding some energy inside his body to cope with unexpected changes. Gradually, he gained a preliminary judgment on Wu Shitong's martial arts style. He's very likely specialized in tough palm work, with advantages from both grand steel breaking hand and grand steel casting hand. His one hit on my upper body or my head would be enough to end this match. Obviously, Wu Shitong's footwork was also of the tough and rigid style, bad at flexibility and guerrilla hit. Lu Cheng's biting chill offenses perfectly restrained him. The fight would become a lot nastier if it was against Lu Yinglong and his arm boxing. The thought was quickly replaced by the scene of a brutal blizzard in Lu Cheng's mind, infusing fierceness and craziness into the biting chill. The mirror-like cold lake in his heart kept on listening to every little change of the opponent's body and absorbing his energy to launch heavier punches and faster kicks. His disadvantage in strength was soon wiped out, leaving Wu Shirtong no energy to counterattack, like a lone man crumbling and falling in the Arctic. Another burst of cheers and applause on the stands for Lu Cheng's storm of strikes. Again and again Wu Shirtong attempted to pull himself out of this predicament by some explosive moves from Grand Steel Breaking Hand or Grand Steel Casting Hand, but Lu Cheng, learned from the fierce fight with Invincible Punch yesterday, played offensive firmly, using lightning and fire stance to push the Mega Avalanche and meeting strength with strength without slowing down his brutal, wild attacks. Lu Yinglong frowned and spoke to Qin Jilin quietly. Wu Shirtong is not as strong as I thought he would be. Is he only at the level of amateur second pin? I think it's the restraint between their styles. Those two palm sets are not for fun. Qin Jilin reflected on this. Suddenly Lu Cheng shook his right hand, throwing a punch like a spear at Wu Shirtong's left arm with a crispy sound. Bam! Wu Shirtong's left arm was pushed away by the mighty punch, leaving a big opening on his chest. Lu Cheng pushed his advantage and absorbed more energy to throw out his left fist like a water dragon at Wu Shirtong's chest. Phew! Wu Shirtong's chest took a hit, but Lu Cheng didn't feel any blood or flesh. His body was like a hard log, giving out an odd sound. Lu Cheng's face changed and attempted to jump away, but his wrist was grabbed by a hand with a faint layer of golden glow. Golden Bell Cover. Wu Shirtong's fundamental skill is Golden Bell Cover. He provoked during the talk time, played offensive during the fight, and used Grand Steel Breaking Hand and Grand Steel Casting Hand during extreme crises to tell a damn near true story. A story about a home-practicing disciple of Daxing Temple who is good at palm work. It has gradually worn out my patience and caution, luring me into an all-out mad offense to suppress the opponent. But everything turned upside down at the end of the story. Lu Cheng saw Wu Shirtong smile with corners of his mouth upward and his infantility gone completely. He was questioning silently, "You have watched my fights. So what? None of them reached my Golden Bell Cover." His right hand firmly held on to Lu Cheng's left wrist. Lu Cheng's wrist was locked tightly as if chained by a metal clamp. His bones were suffering an awful pain. Staring at Wu Shirtong's confident, calm smile, Lu Cheng lost his head. In a flash, he concluded that Wu Shirtong was truly bad at flexibility and agility, uncomfortable dealing with skirmish fight. His style was completely restrained by Lu Cheng's biting chill and styles like arm boxing, or he would have achieved a much higher level than amateur second pin. So he schemed to lure Lu Cheng into his trap by making up such a good story. Once Lu Cheng fell for his story and had his wrist grabbed, Wu Shirtong's disadvantages instantly vanished. He no longer needed to worry about some matter being neglected over another, his vital point being hit, or his body defense being broken. From this point, the story turned into his field of fierceness and toughness with an extra advantage of locking Lu Cheng's wrist. The result of meeting strength within such a small area could easily be imagined. This is the most difficult situation I've ever encountered. Will this be my last scene in this tournament? When Lu Cheng's solid hit resulted in nothing but his wrist being grabbed by Wu Shirtong, Old Zhang and many spectators felt a chill down their spine. He rose up instinctively for a better view while giving out a cry unconsciously. The sudden change of tide stunned Lu Yinglong, Qin Jilin and other members of Baiyuan Martial Arts School. They could hardly believe he had lost the upper hand and fallen into extreme danger. His left hand was caught, limiting his combat range to a very small room in front of Wu Shirtong, who was specialized in Golden Bell Cover, Grand Steel Breaking Hand and Grand Steel Casting Hand. The outcome of the match could be foreseen. The short-haired young man with a layer of metal glow on his hands stared coldly and blurted out, "Golden Bell Cover." Screams and shouts echoed in the stadium. Road to the arena, who just won his match, was about to watch a random fight with Jin Tao the Invincible Punch when this unusual disturbance caught their attention. They turned to the stands and then followed the viewers' eyes to a big screen where their eyes froze. Lu Cheng, Both Invincible Punch and Road to the Arena were very impressed with this martial artist. Seeing him in such great adversity, their attention was fully drawn. Thoughts and ideas flew across his mind, with panic, fear, and instinctive struggle. He shook his left hand in an attempt to break free, but Wu Sherdong's 5 fingers grabbed tightly like a metal claw. The pull and push worsened the pain at Lu Cheng's carpal, but only earned him less than an arm's distance as Wu Sherdong's right hand reached out. Jin Dan in his lower stomach spun like nebula but didn't bring any change to the situation. Lu Chang would have completely lost control over his head and fought unconsciously if not in the condensation stance state. At this time, the slightly rippled lake in his heart reflected a rough picture of Wu Sherdong's body muscles through his skin and pores around Lu Cheng's wrist. Wu Sherdong's right arm muscles twitched with strength coming through his waist from his right leg. Lu Chang sensed the motion and became alarmed. In his head, a silver lightning bolt struck down from heaven and started a prairie fire. Pang! A hot stream rushed through his body. Lu Chang kicked out his right foot with great explosive force. His move was closely followed by Wu Sherdong's fierce right kick like a solid whip with a crispy sound. His leg met Lu Cheng's kick to the side, giving out a dull sound of collision as if planned. His right arm slightly pulled back, building up strength for his left hand. Again Lu Chang heard a movement and responded quickly by instinct. He lowered his weight and threw out his right palm fast but quietly. Bam! His right palm met the opponent's grand steel-breaking hand halfway. Seemingly Wu Sherdong was playing along Lu Cheng's plan, feeding his left wrist to Lu Cheng's right palm and losing all his strength. What? The audience was lost and shocked by how lucky Lu Chang had been for his 2 desperate moves to have blocked Wu Sherdong's fatal strikes by chance. Sitting next to the short-haired young man with an iron-colored touch on his hands, the senior man with big earlobes praised. Yes. He turned to the short-haired youth. Junior Yi, his listening skill is much better than yours. Listening skill? The short-haired young man came to some understanding. After the 2 successful blocks, Lu Chang had completely calmed down. The lake in his heart became a mirror of ice, reflecting every little move of Wu Sherdong through their contacted skin. What looked like a bad ending might turn out to be good. His wrist being grabbed might not be such a bad deal after all. My left hand can't move. Neither can your right hand. And I can predict your attacks through this contact. It's still too early to tell who will emerge victoriously. Exactly. Without great meditation ability and full grasp of condensation stance and 24 blizzard strikes, he wouldn't be able to hear this well. Wu Sherdong has overplayed his hand. The senior man explained to the short-haired youth with a grin. At this point, Wu Sherdong also noticed how things were not going as he had planned. The opponent seemed to be favored by God, seeing through all his moves. He didn't want to let go the advantage from grabbing Lu Cheng's wrist. A wicked idea formed and he twisted his right hand in an attempt to break Lu Cheng's carpus. Be it successful or not, the pain will make him lose his head and calmness. Lu Chang sensed the movement in Wu Sherdong's right hand and followed along with the twist, resolving most of the power and absorbing some energy. Lying in the air, his right leg kicked like a soft whip towards Wu Sherdong's left temple. That was the weak point of all physical body training in body refining and danchi stages. According to the information Yan Zhika had gathered, golden bell cover was one of them. Wu Sherdong dared not neglect. He lowered his weight and raised his left elbow to his ear height to block Lu Cheng's kick. Right before he could launch his counterattack, Lu Cheng's left arm pulled back, adjusting his weight with the strength from Wu Sherdong's instinctive twitch and restoring balance. He dived forward to shorten the distance between the two and absorbed more energy for a knee kick at Wu Sherdong's crotch. I doubt your body training has reached this part. Wu Sherdong's face turned pale. With no time for a flying kick, he moved his right leg slightly forth and received the deadly kick at his thigh. Bouncing back from the collision, Lu Chang adjusted his weight and absorbed more energy. The snow-capped mountain collapsed in his mind. White streams rolled down to devour everything. He threw another punch at Wu Sherdong's temple. 24 blizzard strikes. Mega avalanche. Wu Sherdong's left arm tensed for a powerful strike, had to rise to protect his temple. Pang! A heavy punch on his left arm. With much of his strength sucked by Lu Cheng, Wu Shitong no longer had any advantage in physical might. He changed his move at the very last second. On the stand, Lu Yinglong, Qin Jilin and other martial arts students could hardly believe their eyes. Old Zheng, the young couple and other spectators were muted with shock. They didn't understand how Lu Cheng in great adversity managed to turn the table. The change of tide in the ring was beyond their knowledge of martial arts. Beautiful! Rode to the arena and Invincible Punch clapped unconsciously for this intense battle. 24 Blizzard Strikes was a violent, brutal martial arts set that based on the wielder's listening skills. To achieve such great listening skill, God knows how far Lu Cheng's solemn silence has gone beyond my expectation. Otherwise, that home-practicing disciple of Daxing Temple wouldn't have given his such an opportunity. After the block, Lu Cheng absorbed more energy and withdrew his left arm abruptly. Tightly held by Wu Shitong, he swallowed the pain on his carpus and exerted full strength to pull the opponent out of balance. Wu Shitong was staggering when Lu Cheng strode forward to push him with his left hand. His right fist, bearing the force of a mighty avalanche, reached out towards Wu Shitong's temple. Out of balance and unable to exert his strength, Wu Shitong got in a defensive position in great dismay. He raised his arm in a rush to protect his vital part. The might of the avalanche reached its peak in Lu Cheng's mind. Hundreds of thousands of tons of snow pounded down, blocking the daylight. Bam! His punch hit Wu Shitong's arm, which went on to hit Wu Shitong's temple. Bam! Instantly, a drumming sound started to echo in Wu Shitong's head. His vision blurred and the fingers of his right hand loosened up. Lu Cheng grabbed his arm with his left hand, turned and leaned to throw a buttock. Pong! Wu Shitong's sturdy body was thrown to the ground. Lu Cheng advanced to push his advantage and lifted his toe at Wu Shitong's temple. About to kick. Match 6. Lu Cheng won. The referee called after a careful look. Yes. Beautiful. Most of the audience were lost until now. They realized Lu Cheng had turned the tide magically. They cheered and applauded for this fascinating match and for the powerful Lu Cheng. The passion and heat in the applause touched the softest part of Lu Cheng. That glory belonged to him and no one else. When his left hand got caught, he thought that was it. He had no idea his listening skill could save him from losing. Within a small space, the ability manifested. Staying calm is very important in battle. Lu Cheng realized his biggest gain of the day. He put down his right foot and stretched out a hand to pull Wu Shitong up. With a gentle smile, he said, "Thanks for your instructions." Lu Cheng would like to play cool and compliment his opponent for being able to drive him into great adversity briefly, but decided to be humble. In constant cheers and applause, Wu Shitong gazed at Lu Cheng. "I thought I could win." He walked down the flight of stairs, leaving Lu Cheng looking at this lone, isolated figure from behind. Lu Cheng made it out from the 4th round of knockout. With the departure of Wu Shitong, the central arena seemed to be a kingdom only belonging to Lu Cheng, allowing him to receive cheers and applause alone. Pieces of blue stones underfoot were illuminated by the sunshine coming through the transparent dome, infected with a layer of golden light. Lu Cheng was a little cramped up. He saluted in all 4 directions, just like physically invulnerable mighty ones did in the top 5 title matches. In return, he won more enthusiastic applause and cheers. He took a deep breath and turned to the edge. From the referee, he got back his jacket, cell phone, and other personal belongings. He then went away along the stone steps. At this time, his vision suddenly came into focus. Near the arena stood Yi Yaoding in a pink and white martial arts suit, by Song, who made huge impacts in former competitions, and other professional 9th pin mighty ones that he remembered by watching competitions back in the day. In the further stands, he also found Wang Yi, who was famous for Iron Palm and lived in the same hotel. They all are in different positions, but every one of them had their eyes fixed on him. All of a sudden, Lu Cheng felt an electric current running through him, as if he'd gone numb. He was filled with a subtle sense of accomplishment and a lingering joy flowed through him. Were the mighty ones of professional 9th pin following his matches? Clap, clap, clap. Yi Yaoding calmly gazed back at Lu Cheng as she applauded, indicating that he'd fought well. Beside her, Bai Song and other mighty ones of professional ninth pin also nodded their heads slightly. This was definitely an endorsement from the mighty ones. They recognized that Lu Cheng was getting close to their class. His sense of accomplishment increased. Nodding respectively towards others, Lu Cheng headed towards the more remote stands to share his victory and recognition with Yan Zhika. He was walking along the steps and looking around for a seat, when he heard a sudden call. Lu Cheng. Who was it? Someone he knew? Looking blankly at the person passing by, Lu Cheng was a bit startled. All he saw was an unfamiliar face. This unfamiliar face belonged to a young man. He gave a thumbs up and shouted to Lu Cheng, "Well done." Other spectators backed him up. "Good job, young man." "Nice, yeah. The most exciting competition in the past few days." Looking at these unfamiliar faces smiling at him, shouting his name as if they knew him personally, praising his performance. 2 lines from a poem suddenly came in Lu Cheng's mind. "Do not fret that you don't know yourself, for is there anyone under the sun that does not know you?" In a strange city, thousands of miles away from home, he felt the warmth and joy that he felt going back to his hometown. This sensation slowly flowed through him, echoing in his heart. His sense of accomplishment was even greater than it had been a moment ago. No wonder Dragon King once said that when you tasted the joy of victory, you would never want to experience failure again. Lu Cheng nodded as this idea flashed through his mind. With the shyness like that of a newly married empress, he quickly went to hide in the corner of the stands. He unlocked his phone screen and logged on to QQ. He had wanted to send a dejected face to tease Yan Zhika, but the joy in his heart made him send a laughing emoji that had its arms on its waist. "I didn't fail to live up to the expectations of the organization." Yan Zhika soon replied with a giggling monkey emoji. "Not bad, but there is one question. Who is the organization?" "The organization's last name is Yan, and first name is Zhika. Fortunately, you've lent me some of your wisdom and character." "I did nearly lose," Lu Cheng answered with a grinning emoji. Yan Zhika sent a fist-pumping emoji. "It's good that you know that. Was the match very thrilling?" She was very interested in Lu Cheng's martial arts competition. This reminded Lu Cheng of what Casanova Zoming had said. To chat with a girl, it is essential to talk about her interests. Thank God. He and Yan Zhika's common interest was martial arts. Although Wu Shirtong is 1 year younger than us, he's a very shrewd person. He seized the opportunity that I didn't know much about his martial arts. He deliberately adopted pulsating quake and Dekai Beisho stances, and he lasted for a long time even though he'd been trapped by my movements. He slowly made me drop my guard, and when I seized a chance to hit him in the stomach, I found his fundamental martial arts skill was golden bell cover. With the help of this methodical trap, he was able to grab my wrist. Lu Cheng described the scene that was still fresh in his memory once again. Yan Zhika replied with a shocked monkey emoji. "You scared me. If I hadn't already known that you won, I couldn't imagine how you'd make a comeback." Such awe from a girl helped pump up Lu Cheng's sense of achievement. "Fortunately, my meditation stance is good, and I've achieved condensation stance." After he grabbed my wrist, through that contact, I was able to hear more clearly, so I could discern what his actions would be, and could prevent him from attacking my weak points. Gradually, I was able to build up superior power. "When has your listening skill been that good?" Yan Zhika sent a shocked onion emoji. Before Lu Cheng could reply, she added, "I just looked through the official website. Your match video is on the top of the page. I'm watching it now. Talk later." A brilliant match like this in the middle of the arena will receive the attention of the organizers without a doubt. Haha. Remember to save it after watching. Send it to me when I'm back at the hotel. Lu Cheng replied with a slight smile. Then he fixed his eyes back to the central arena and watched the next competition. He observed the movements of both competitors and simulated his responses. After a while, there was the sound of a QQ notification. Yan Zhika sent a cute emoji that was stuffing its face with snacks. "Even though you told me before, I was so worried that I was watching with only one eye open the entire time. Fortunately, your listening skill is awesome. Otherwise, you definitely would have lost. Chung, you've grown strong so fast. During the final stage of the listening skill hand-to-hand combat, I had a feeling that you were no worse than my cousin. Listening skill mainly depends on your meditation level and condensation stance. I have this gift, and Coach sure said you have it too. Lu Chang took the opportunity to compliment her. Yenjika sent a nodding emoji. I've heard that once the ultimate level condensation stance and meditation is reached, it belongs to the ice sex freeze enemy heart. It can effectively act against negative emotions, and can discern every move in the surrounding area, providing an analysis of the enemy's flaws. Your words sound like they're from a book. Did you just look that up? Lu Chang sent a tittering emoji. Yenjika sent a shocked emoji. Don't expose me. They joked for a while, and Yenjika sent an emoji covering its smile with its hands. I've gotten to go out. Go out for dinner? Lu Chang intended to watch the last competition at the central arena first, and then he would leave the martial arts venue to fill his stomach. Then he would wait for the fifth final knockout round in the afternoon. No, heading back to my grandparents' house to help my grandmother make rice cake. She always felt that homemade ones are better than the ones you can buy in a store. I'm gonna eat something on the way. Yenjika replied with a cute emoji of a monkey shaking its tail. Making rice cake. Lu Chang replied with a dizzy emoji. He had only seen rice cake in the supermarket and occasionally in restaurants. This is a New Year custom in lots of places here. Shoshan doesn't have it, so I know you don't know. Yenjika replied with a laughing monkey emoji. Lu Chang sent an emoji of a red face. Shoshan's New Year custom is to make sticky rice cakes and pork sausage, right? Haven't you been using some new emojis today? Haha. Every time I see lovely and funny emojis, I'll download or collect them. I feel like I'm more adorable when I'm using them. Yenjika replied with a clapping and laughing monkey emoji. While making conversation, Lu Chang finished watching the competition. Afterward, he went out to eat a cheap meal nearby, then went back to the martial arts venue. He waited for the timetable for the fifth knockout round at 13:30. I have martial arts exercises in the afternoon, so I won't know the results of your match at the first instant. Yenjika sent a pitiful emoji. Don't worry. There are 2 matches today. With my endurance, as long as I don't come across professional 9th pin player, I'm sure to win. Lu Chang talked big. Yenjika sent a tittering emoji. But my intuition tells me that this round you'll get the bye for this round. By the time the group competition comes around, today's timetable will be arranged. Right? I can arrange it beforehand so that my martial arts exercises are either in the morning or afternoon. Then I'll stop talking so that my poor character won't influence your prediction. Lu Chang gave Yenjika a good excuse to not get in touch with him first. Time flew. At 1:30, a number of large screens updated the timetable. It would begin at 2:30 and end at 5. This time there were 3 arenas. Looking carefully, Lu Chang searched for his name and number. At last, he found them in the last line. Number 656 Lu Chang is bye of this round. Bye of this round. Lu Chang stood up in surprise, and immediately sent a photo to Yenjika. Fairy Yen, you're a bona fide Nostradamus. You say it and it happens. Beautiful. Does this mean I'm in the group competition? Yenjika replied with a firecracker emoji. Speak. How will you repay me? By devoting my life to you? Lu Chang replied silently with a red-faced smiling emoji. I still owe you a meal from before, so asking you out to eat again doesn't seem sincere enough. Indeed. Yenjika agreed with the emoji of a small monster nodding. Thank God for this chance. Lu Chang immediately pressed the screen's keyboard. How about checking out Song City and finding some local specialties? You'll be the guest. Will we have time? We have special training next semester. Yenjika sent an emoji of a head with question marks on it. Lu Chang felt her hesitation. He deliberately changed the subject. Let's settle it now, and when the time comes we'll have another look. Or I'll display even more kind-hearted and bring you some fine Shoshan food. You won't come back during the winter holiday, so you'll probably miss it. Yes. Yes, of course. I want to eat all over the city on summer vacation. Yenjika sent an emoji with sparkling eyes, and followed up with a sighing emoji. But I want to eat the quail eggs next to Xinhua bookstore, roasted eggplant from Lou's barbecue, steamed beef pancakes from the back door of the school, sticky rice cakes from Wang's rice noodles. There's no way to go to all of these. Lu Cheng smiled and changed the topic again. At the same time, he recorded all of the food that Yenjika had mentioned in his phone's notes. When it was nearly 2 o'clock, Yenjika went to her grandparents' house to do martial arts exercises. Since Lu Cheng had won the bye for this round, he relaxed and crossed his hands as he wandered into the venue. He leisurely watched the competition and from time to time recorded some highlights, intending to share them with Yenjika in the evening. During breaks, he occasionally recalled the things that happened over the past few days. It felt like a dream, much better than anything he had predicted before he came. I have entered the group competition. Lu Cheng meant to call Geezer Sure to share his victory and progress in martial arts. But on second thought he'd rather wait until all his fights were over as he wanted to ask for advice from Geezer Sure after collecting enough information. During the competition, Lu Cheng, like a sponge, eagerly learned from other fighters' secret moves and styles, and if fighters started to talk and rest, he just leisurely checked the information on the forum. In the live broadcast post on Longhu Club Forum, Invincible Punch had already sent a link to the video of Lu Cheng's morning competition along with a signing emoji. It's getting harder for me to understand him. The listening skill he shows today is too impressive for me to catch up. In secret delight, Lu Cheng kept reading other replies. Without forum users being baits for attention, few were interested in a low-level competition like the Phoenix Cup Warrior Sage Candidate Challenge Tournament. In about 3 hours, only a handful of people clicked his video and left comments. Most forum users just sent meaningless posts, changed the subject, or joked about Invincible Punch being half-naked in a published photo. A plumber eating mushroom was one of the few who watched Lu Cheng's video seriously. He replied, "How powerful his listening skill is. I have seen many professional 9th pin masters, among which 1 or 2 who are direct disciples of some great masters from big sects can compete with him. If he could overcome his weakness, I'm pretty sure he'll soon pass the ranking event and achieve the professional 9th pin in half a year or 1 year. Thanks for your compliment." Lu Cheng tried to hide his joy. "I kinda look forward to the fights from Songcheng University Martial Arts Club. It's just Songcheng is assigned to a division where Sanjiang Club and Shanbei Club are too powerful to compete with. Their chance of making it to the final will be slight unless Shanbei and Sanjiang run into each other beforehand." Unparalleled Dragon King agreed as well. Pig Riding Knight, the moderator of the forum, added, "Hey, we are probably witnessing the first combat of a future master with physical invulnerability." The funny face typed in words. Brahmin, the little girl on holiday after finals, sent an emoji shooting out golden stars and said, "Well done. I am hesitant to ask Uncle Road to the arena to get an autograph for me. Perhaps Uncle Pig Riding Knight is right about him. Then his first autograph will be of special meaning. Hell no, I can never do it." Meanwhile, he is far from achieving physical vulnerability. Peng Liyun and Ren Li entered the Danshi realm, ranking professional 8th pin at the age of 18. Not to mention that monk from Daxing Temple who is said to be a living Buddha. Road to the arena firmly rejected her. Peng Liyun, Ren Li, Lu Cheng heard their names many times since he had entered the martial arts club. He could not see how good Peng Liyun was in person since Songcheng University was defeated by Su Wanyan this year. What a pity. Lu Cheng continued to watch matches after reading all the replies. When round 5 began, competitions were mainly among experts. 4 professional 9th pin masters were assigned to the same round before the group competition. Unbelievable as it may sound, their fights were so magnificent that you definitely would not want to miss it. Benefiting from their matches, Lu Cheng, with his mind full of fighting scenes, eagerly wished to find somewhere quiet to practice what he had just learned. Unfortunately, players getting the direct pass couldn't leave as there would be drawing lots and other relevant events coming after. Lu Cheng had to stick around and continued to grasp some excellent moves. Lu Cheng also watched the match of Road to the Arena, during which he and an amateur first pin master were inextricably involved. He got the victory only with the help of explosive force that came with Wuthering 8 movements. But Road to the Arena was getting familiar with his moves and strength, recovering 70 to 80% of his level from his peak. His biggest problem lied in his strength, which got worse after fighting 2 competitions in a day. That also explained why he wanted to finish this match as soon as possible. Around 4:50 p.m., Round 5 ended and the result of top 32 from the Warrior Sage Challenge tournament released. Among 800 or 900 participants, the most outstanding were these 32 combatants, and Lu Chang was one of them. Without the direct pass or endurance provided by Jindan, Lu Chang may not be one of fewer than 5% lucky ones. What mattered was his getting better in martial arts, both physically and mentally. Staff busily prepared the central ring, setting the table with boxes filled with draws. Host, singers, and dancers came out to get the audience involved. After their warm-up performances, the host invited 3 guests to draw lots. They were the mayor of Yanling, the chairman of Yanling Martial Arts Association who was once a professional 4th pin master, and Lu Zuanyu, the chairman of Yenyu Group as well as the sponsor of this event. He was also a home-practicing disciple of the Supreme Kongtong School, an enthusiast for martial arts, whose companies were closely connected to Kongtong School, ranging from medicine, security to the real estate. In this Warrior Sage Challenge tournament, 8 seeded players were planted into the bracket according to their pin and previous performances. By doing so, the best did not meet in group competitions, and the following competitions would be fiercer. Huang Zhenzhong and Jiang Lan were professional 8th pin experts in Danqi realm, and fighters like Yi Yaoding, Bai Song, and Wang Yi were professional 9th pin masters. No doubt these outstanding combatants would be picked as seeded players, and audience agreed with applause. Later the mayor started to draw lots, first announcing their names and then which group each was assigned. Huang Zhenzhong, the 2nd group, Jiang Lan, the 5th group, Yi Yaoding, the 3rd group, Bai Song, the 8th group, Wang Yi, the 4th group, Li Xiaoyuan, the 6th group. As names released one by one, video highlights of the above 8 fighters were played on big screens for more information and attention. Lu Chang was so fascinated that he even recorded some marvelous moves by his cell phone. When another round of singing and dancing finished, the chairman of Yanling Martial Arts Association reached a box with draws of the left professional 9th pin masters and started to draw lots in the same order. Only 6 professional 9th pin masters were left, that's to say, 2 groups would be weak, leaving amateurs a chance to go for top 16. Unconcerned and calm, Lu Chang quietly listened to the chairman speaking. Gu Jiajie, the 3rd group, Qi Fei, the 6th group, Zhou Yuaning, the 4th group. With the left 6 professional 9th pin masters being assigned, the 1st and 7th groups were the weakest dream places for every amateur. Lu Chang felt slightly nervous. He never thought about being the top 16 and winning the prize. Now, the situation had changed and he was likely to get a good draw. It might work. A jinx and a lucky dog are different. 5,000 yuan was too tempting for a poor like him. As if a hungry beggar's eyes gleamed with excitement when smelling the savory flavor of the meat. He had been saving private money for a rainy day. Still, he needed that 5,000 yuan for dating. The chairman of Yanling Martial Arts Association picked out the last 2 draws. One of amateur 1st pin went to the 1st group, meanwhile the other of amateur 2nd pin went to the 7th group. Lu Chang was a little disappointed at the result upon hearing someone whisper with cheers. Next, singers and dancers came out so that video highlights of the second 8 fighters could be played. Lu Cheng's eyes were fixed on screens as everyone was likely to be his future opponent. The last round of drawing began. Lu Zuanyu, chairman of Yenyu Group, first addressed the event and then began to draw lots. Lu Chang got nervous when waiting for his draw, more nervous than him fighting in a ring. Number 656 Lu Chang. Lu Zuanyu read out his first draw, deliberately adding the number as the left players were fewer than those professional 9th pin masters. The audience was easy to remember them. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Cheng's heart beat faster as he was not ready to get the first draw. Which group would he be assigned? Followed by a hearty round of applause, Lu Chang was warmly welcomed by the audience like a professional ninth pin. Lu Zuanyu smiled, satisfied with audience's response, reaching another box to find out Lu Cheng's group. The fourth group. The fourth group. Wang Iron Palm Yi raised his brows with both hands on his knees, and rode to the arena. Zhou Yuaning wore a preoccupied look. The fourth group. Lu Chang was startled by this arrangement. Guess opponents always meet, tied together by fate. Once again I will meet my forum friend in the ring, and I checked into the same hotel with another opponent. Amazing! Lu Chang was astonished as well as slightly delighted at his draw. It was not as good as being in the first or seventh groups, yet he was relatively lucky since Road to the Arena was the weakest among all professional ninth pin masters. The invincible punch looked at Road to the Arena. Worried. Master Road, Lu Chang is tough. Yep, I will take him seriously. Road to the Arena. Zhou Yuaning relaxed his clenched fists, seeing invincible punch, still worried. Master Road comforted him with a smile. Don't worry, Lu Chang won't be a problem if I play safe. Smiling secretly, Lu Chang resisted his urge to send messages to Yan Zheka and waited for the draw result of the last player in case grief trod upon the heels of pleasure. One by one, members of each group were finally settled. Number 245 Tang Yu. The fourth group. Number 245. Tang Yu? Lu Chang memorized the name while carefully watching video highlights and introductions of each fighter on the screens. Ah, he is of amateur first pin, Lu Chang murmured without any delight. There were no such guaranteed victories here. Others might benefit from the locked battle between Road to the Arena and him. Of course, it was much better than the other 5 groups. Finish recording the video of Tang Yu, Zhou Yuaning, and Wang Ye's competitions. Lu Chang sent a message to Yan Zheka along with a sneer emoji. Your good luck helps me a lot. My group is rather weak, 1 professional ninth pin, 1 amateur first pin, and 1 professional ninth pin who hasn't fought for several years. When he finished typing, he went to the service desk for more information about 3 fighters and the follow-up schedule. He had a fight with Wang Yi tomorrow afternoon, following a morning fight with Tang Yu on the next day, and an afternoon fight with Road to the Arena Zhou Yuaning 2 days after tomorrow. Come on, Lu Chang. We all think you can make it to the top 16. Some girls at the service desk cheered for him with hand gestures. Lu Chang answered with a gentle smile. I'll try my best not to let you guys down. I have come this far. A real martial artist by no means gives in without a fight. After collecting all the details, Lu Chang was guided by staff into a small conference room where top 32 such as Huang Zhenzhong, Yi Yaoding, Wang Yi and Zhou Yuaning were already seated. According to the rules of the Phoenix Cup Warrior Sage Candidate Challenge Tournament, they had to sign a contract with the sponsor Yenling Group, pledging integrity during the competition. As a newcomer, Lu Chang looked around and sneaked into a corner as usual, waiting for the sponsor to show up. Hey, you were excellent yesterday with Wu Shitong. I dreamed of having your listening skill one day. A fighter greeted him with a smile as Lu Chang sat beside him. Touring around, that fighter, who had a delicate beauty like a girl but was not feminine, caught his eyes. The fighter was a young student about Lu Cheng's age, handsome and graceful, with shoulder-length hair like an artist. At first sight, Lu Chang took him as a pretty classical boy, and then he thought about a banished immortal. With his looking, he can just enter the entertainment circle and be an idol. If Little Ming ever sees him, it must be a big blow to Little Ming's ego. Lu Chang secretly joked about the talker and politely answered, Thank you, thank you. Guess I am just a lucky dog who has nothing to brag about. No lucky dog would have such powerful listening skill. The banished immortal shook his head with a smile. Oh, I haven't introduced myself. Hi, Lu Chang. I am Li Xiaoyuan. Then came Lu Cheng's aha moment. You are Li Xiaoyuan. I have just watched your video highlights on the screens. Your play is so graceful and marvelous. Matches were recorded in a long shot, so spectators were informed of which player in the ring by narration rather than their appearance, which explained Lu Cheng's earlier confusion. He was a seated player, the strong one among all professional ninth pin masters. Video highlights are tricky, As long as you take some time to edit, my cat and dog can be martial experts. Li Xiaoyuan smiled and said. Lu Cheng relaxed a bit when he found that Li Xiaoyuan was not trying to show off and easy to get along with. I don't know why your name seems so familiar to me. Have I seen your name somewhere else other than this competition? That's your problem. How am I supposed to know the answer? Li Xiaoyuan mischievously smiled and added. But we might see each other in the next few years. Might? Lu Cheng looked as puzzled as the confused Nick Young. Arousing Lu Cheng's curiosity, Li Xiaoyuan said with a smile. Now Songchang University Martial Arts Club has you and Lin Quebec. Sooner or later, you guys would make it to the national final. Then we will meet again. Upon hearing this, Lu Cheng finally recalled where he had heard about Li Xiaoyuan. Unparalleled Dragon King, the human databank, used to comment Lin K in this way. Among all freshmen this year, Li Xiaoyuan in Guangnan University, Fang Zhirong and Feng, one in Shanbei University, all are better than Lin K. Since Dragon King mentioned once, Lu Cheng had already forgotten about it. Even Road to the Arena and Invincible Punch failed to mention Li Xiaoyuan in the live broadcast post. You are Li Xiaoyuan from Guangnan University? Lu Cheng asked. Li Xiaoyuan nodded. When I get your profile, I am rather shocked to find out you are a student from Songchang University. I roughly predict Lin K's strength through videos, and he is indeed powerful. Songchang has Lin K and now you, a rather good amateur fighter, so it makes no sense that Songchang wasn't top 8 in the district contest. Awkward. Lu Cheng felt ashamed and subconsciously scratched his head. I only start to make progress in martial arts recently. After a few explanations, he changed the subject and asked, What brings you here? Li Xiaoyuan took out his ID from the wallet and handed it to Lu Cheng. See for yourself. Lu Cheng blankly looked at it and then gave a careful look, on which Yenling stood out. You are local. As he was about to compliment Li Xiaoyuan's ID photo, Lu Zuanyu, chairman of the Yenyu group, came inside with other principals, followed by a bunch of impressive bodyguards. Lu Zuanyu said to the leader of bodyguards, Old Shang, hand out the contracts. Old Shang, wearing sunglasses, was silent and secretive, average height and firmly built. When he sent out the contracts, Lu Zuanyu rolled his hands like a martial arts fighter and greeted them as a home-practicing disciple of Kong Tong School. Thank you all for attending the Phoenix Cup Warrior Sage Candidate Challenge Tournament. From my perspective, there is no need to sign any contracts. As a country has its state laws and a family needs family rules, rules are to set in this competition. I have faith in you guys, who will not lose competitions deliberately and trade your integrity for some gambling money. These contracts are to keep up the appearance. Lu Zuanyu was a sweet talker, not wanting to put people on the defensive. After his speech, other principals continued with detailed introductions. Now the contract was passed to Lu Cheng. As a freshman not majoring in law, he just thumbed through pages and grasped the main idea. Any fighter who was involved in gambling on her own match would be punished according to the rules of martial arts circle rather than the law. Martial arts competition is designed to compete in strength, including both talent and preparations. Any behaviors are permitted as long as they are not against the law. Those who gamble on their own matches are despised by their mates and spectators who pay to watch a real fight. As for masters with physical invulnerability, they are rich and powerful, impossible to be bribed or threatened. However, for a small competition like ours, reputation must be prioritized for the following competitions to be held. In earlier rounds, there was fewer spectators and chance for fighters involved in gambling was slight. From now on, the following competitions will be broadcast live on Yenling television station, and we have to take preventive measures. The principal explained. I believe that everyone is familiar with rules of the martial arts circle. Abandon one's martial accomplishments by stabbing a knife into her each calf 3 times. The last few words were spoken out ghastly. Lu Cheng's mouth grew wide as he had never participated in any similar events. But on second thought, this proposal was reasonable. Lu Cheng kept his bottom line, so gambling wouldn't be an issue for him. He picked up the pen and was ready to sign the contract. Don't you worry, it might be an indenture selling yourself? Came a low voice. Ah. Lu Chang stopped his writing hand and turned to Li Xiaoyuan with fear in his eyes. Li Xiaoyuan still had no expressions and calmly said, "Just joking." He signed his name upon finishing the line. "Come on, mate. Act accordingly, please. Banished immortal do not joke around." Lu Chang complained a bit secretly and signed the contract after scouring the pages. When the whole process finished, top 32 all left. Lu Chang was too busy to check the live broadcast post on the forum and see how Road to the Arena and Invincible Punch talk about themselves running into the old enemy. Dinner in a hurry. Lu Chang got back to the hotel and started to search videos about Iron Palm and Wuthering 8 movements on his computer. Even I am doomed to failure. I will lose with dignity. Suddenly, his phone beeped a message from Yenjika. She sent a fist-cheering monkey emoji and said, "Not bad. Thanks to my good luck. As a jinx, I admire you so much." Lu Chang suddenly relaxed. "How am I supposed to repay you?" "Ha, no rush. I haven't thought about it. Give me some time," Yenjika replied. With a little disappointment, Lu Chang brought up himself meeting Li Xiaoyuan from Guangnan University this afternoon. Guangnan University is indeed a famous martial arts school with a long tradition. I agree. They made it to the national final by ranking the first in the district contest. Yenjika sent back a signing emoji. Not knowing what to reply, Lu Chang changed the subject. "I was watching the video of Wang Yi, my opponent tomorrow, as well as a professional ninth pin living in the same hotel with me." Yenjika asked, "What is his specialty?" "Iron Palm. I googled his previous matches and saw people's bones crack when they used arms as the defense." Lu Chang used a fearful emoji. Yenjika sent a shocked emoji. "How will you defend?" "His attack is horrifying. Judging from the human structure, how people pull their strength and how they practice their martial arts, people would normally use their hands, arms, legs, and feet in defensive stance. Suppose their weapons are destroyed by their opponents, how can they defend themselves? Anyway, I have never thought about winning him. Now I just hesitate between making side moves to avoid frontal conflict and playing defensive by continuing with the guerrilla hit, looking for breakthroughs then." Lu Chang told her his plan. The former required good judgment on moves and martial experiences, while your listening skill can only be mastered through physical contact. Right? Yenjika gave her opinion. Lu Chang replied with a nodding emoji. "I prefer the latter as well. Once they were physically touched, there was a chance to make a break. You said you want to be top 16, so your biggest rivals will be the other two, rather than the Iron Palm. By the way, how did you know that professional ninth pin master was neglecting his practice in martial arts?" Yenjika asked. "Because I knew him. He is my friend on Longhu Forum." Lu Chang honestly answered. Yenjika sent a smiley with its hands over its mouth. "What a coincidence. You guys could be sworn brothers in ancient times. What kind of martial arts is he good at?" "Wuthering 8 movements," said Lu Chang. Yenjika said, "Wuthering 8 movements? I happen to know something. Drifting wind is the footwork and uninhibited wind is the dodge skill, while invisible wind and impenetrable wind are similar with the biting chill applied in 24 blizzard strikes. Wuthering wind and wild wind are like brutal blizzard, which few listening skills were required, and Longwan Jifeng, whirlwind, and horrifying hurricane are moves to kill and pull explosive strengths." She talked about her understanding of Wuthering 8 movements. Lu Chang then gained deeper insight through what she had talked and the videos he had been watching. Another opponent was specialized in divine elephant simulate kung fu, powerful in footwork and strength. Lu spoke out his mind while talking about Tang Yu. "You don't seem to be in a good mood. You used less emoji today." Yenjika sent a miserable emoji. "Yep. I am suffering from a stomachache." "Stomachache? Is anyone around you? Let them take you to the hospital. Do not take medicine without prescriptions or just cope with the pain." Lu Chang was so anxious as though he was the one who got sick. The silence lasted for seconds. Yenjika sent out 2 words. "Silly boy." "Huh?" Lu Chang confused. "Why am I a silly boy? I just care about you." Yenjika sent an emoji with 1 drawing circles in a corner. No need for a hospital. It's my period. Lu Cheng finally got it, with face blushing immediately. I am such an idiot. Lu Cheng was concerned and felt sorry for the pains of a lady. But he was miles away, helpless and unable to do anything to make her feel better. He wanted to comfort her, but did not know how to express his views better since this was a sensitive topic. So he became frustrated, like a captured beast, unable to escape despite crashing all the walls that locked him up. Suddenly, he thought of something, quickly logged out of QQ on his phone and logged into the QQ application on his computer. He sent an expression of a brick smashing its head and typed, It didn't occur to me. I've never met or gone through anything like this before, only in some health magazines or some lifestyle discussion threads. After sending the message, Lu Cheng checked his call records and called Kai Zongming. At this time, he badly needed guidance from the talker. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Yan Zhika responded, Kai Zongming also picked up the phone. Hello, Cheng? Talker. I need some advice from you. Lu Cheng did not bother greeting and went straight to the question. At the same time, his eyes stayed glued to the computer screen to read Yan Zhika's response. She responded with sniggering emoji and wrote, It'd be strange if you were familiar with such stuff. With one hand holding the phone and the other typing away on the keyboard, he asked, Do girls hurt bad during their periods? On the other side of the phone, Kai Zoming scoffed and said, What are you talking about? It must be about your goddess. Only she would make you so flustered. Good thing you didn't call in the middle of the night, or I'd have strangled you. Ha ha. Lu Cheng laughed drily and continued talking. So, tell me, how should I show concern for a girl when she's hurting but not dying of pain? Yan Zhika's period is classified as private. It definitely cannot be shared with other men. At this time, Yan Zhika responded to his text. It's different from girl to girl. Some can hurt like they're on the verge of death and that feeling can last for a few days. Some others feel nothing at all and continue drinking ice-cold drinks all the time. For me, it hurts very badly on the first day, but gets better on the second day. Lu Cheng's fingertips continued to dance across the keyboard. He was about to tell Yan Zhika to drink some warm water if she was hurting very badly. Hee. Everyone has their style of expressing care. You can say what you like, but asking a girl to drink warm water is what you mustn't say. Kai Zongming said with some interest in his tone. Lu Cheng stopped typing and hit the delete button. He rewrote his reply. I'm too naive. I thought I was almost there. While he typed, he asked Kai Zongming why he could not say so. Why can't I say to drink warm water? Isn't it quite effective? Plus, she is spending the New Year's at Jiangnan, whereas hundreds of miles away. I can't do anything more. For this question, the internet has many answers for you, but I think those are not enough to explain to you why not. Since you're my buddy, let Master Kai give you some free advice. With a superior tone, like he was a master, Kai Zongming said, For this thing about drinking warm water, it's about how sincere you are. Meaning, what the girls care about is not what you've said, replied or done, but what lies underneath. What they want to see or hear is the heart, the degree of concern and sincerity. That's the crux of the issue. The more Lu Cheng listened, the more confused he got. Could you say that again? This time maybe a little clearer? I don't quite understand. Yan Zhika replied to his text again. You never had a female classmate who didn't feel well in high school? Everyone has their days, don't they? Lu Cheng added an emoji with an innocent expression and hit the send button. He did not and could not type any further. On the phone, Kai Zongming explained, Think about it. To say, drink warm water. These 3 words. How long did it take you? How much effort did you put in? It's a blink of an eye thing. Just thought about it and was going to say it. Seemed clearer to Lu Cheng now. Kai Zongming laughed heartily and said, Good thing you called me, right? Look, to tell her to drink warm water doesn't even kill any brain cells and needed not much time. Isn't it too insincere and superficial? Isn't too little effort, too little heart on the matter? I get it, Lu Cheng exclaimed with sudden realization. Kai Zongming clicked his tongue arrogantly and said, We have a fast learner here. So, even if you have to kill some brain cells, think of a joke to make her laugh to distract her. Whether she laughs or not doesn't matter that much. At least she'd know that you're trying hard to make her feel better and not just brush off the issue. That would be way better than just to ask her to drink warm water. Since you understand the crux of the issue now, isn't it easier to show concern now? What you say or do isn't important, but the heart that you express when doing so is what matters most. What sincerity are we talking about here? For example, book a ticket immediately, fly there at night and appear at her door the next morning. If she's not better, insist on bringing her to the doctor, take good care of her and run errands. Once she seems better, get her favorite breakfast, and make her something good on your own. Of course, if you're not that close yet, you need not go to such extent. If she has family members around, consider the situation. If you have no money, consider even more thoroughly before dishing out such stunts. Damn, Casanova, your words beat 10 years' worth of studying. Lu Chang listened in awe and studied the contents of the computer screen at the same time. Yenjika wrote, "You boys, are you all so dense? Last time in middle school, a girl in our class had her period. She looked so pale. Yet the guy sharing her desk didn't realize, and asked her to help get breakfast. Who cares about breakfast? I'm usually the one who brings breakfast for people." Lu Cheng typed carefully. After hearing Lu Cheng's praises, Kai Zhongming said, "The essence of the heart by Master Kai has been passed down to you. How you want to make use of it depends on how enlightened you are. I can only help this much." From the bottom of his heart, Lu Cheng complimented Kai Zhongming. "Talker, you're my idol. Get lost. Don't think that you can escape giving me a treat with your words. I am expecting a feast when school reopens." Kai Zhongming put forward his demands for a reward in a bossy manner and hung up. After putting down the phone, Lu Cheng reread the messages that he sent to Yenjika. He realized that because he was texting and talking on the phone at the same time, his words seemed somewhat superficial. Since she had not responded, he quickly added another line. "After listening to what you've said, I seem to understand something that had been bothering me for a long time." This was inspired by what Yenjika had written earlier, but it had too many words for someone who was typing with one hand. "What had been bothering you?" Yenjika sent an emoji with a confused expression. Lu Cheng replied with an emoji with a shocked expression. "There was this one time, my classmate seemed very ill. Once we ended class, she took sick leave to return home. Some girls sitting behind me had to support her and tied some clothing around her waist. At that time, I couldn't understand why they said that she was cold and yet they put extra clothing around her waist and not her shoulders. Something hanging from the waist to the thighs wouldn't be much use, right? When the other classmate came back, I asked her and all I got was a look from her. She just rolled her eyes at me. I couldn't understand then, but now it's all clear to me. It was because of that thing and the clothes were to hide traces of it. Probably like what the S always play, it seeped through. Haha. You're lucky that she didn't scold you," Yenjika replied. Finding that his words had raised her spirits, he gained some confidence. Following Little Ming's theory, he asked, "Does your tummy still hurt a lot?" "It hurts." Yenjika gave a short reply. Lu Cheng sent an emoji with a gentle smile and wrote, "I know a way that could help to relieve the pain a little." "What way?" Yenjika sent a shocked emoji. Lu Cheng said, "The divert attention spell. As long as you try not to think about the pain, it would not be that bad. Although it doesn't sound like it would do any good, no harm trying. Who knows? What are you going to do to divert my attention?" Yenjika sent a pitiful-looking emoji. Lu Cheng paused and said thoughtfully, "I will sacrifice myself and tell you some of my most embarrassing moments." "Haha. How embarrassing are they?" Yenjika sent an expression of a silly-looking cat waiting to be fed. "During the military training in early September, we were split into teams and were told that the best performing teams would have the chance to take part in the final reporting performance, right? Little Ming deliberately marched badly, and after punishing him a few times and not seeing any improvement, he was kicked out of the performing company. He started to carry out heavy responsibilities of cleaning, cooking and washing dishes. He escaped daily marches and had time to rest under the trees. After that, I picked up his bad marching skills. So when the officers were choosing people to march for the company, I intentionally marched badly so that I could be dropped off the list and join the support team instead. Lu Chang sent his messages in short sentences so that he did not spend too much time typing. Else, Yenjika would spend too long waiting for his text, and she will go back thinking about her cramps. And then, this is only something for people to envy about and not something embarrassing. Yenjika typed. Lu Chang sent an emoji with a devastated crying face and wrote, "We didn't have many good days before the officer gathered us and brought us to another toilet at the side of our camp. The officer said that there were too many classes living at the camping grounds, and since we were not participating in the final march, we should help out by cleaning more. The moment little Ming and I stepped in, we almost puked." Yenjika sent a laughing emoji. "Serve you both right for being lazy. This is what we call retribution." With a crying emoji, Lu Chang replied, "When we came out to catch a few breaths of fresh air, the officer said that Songchang University students are civilized. We were not anything like the school in front. Their students said that the toilet was too dirty and settled their business at the lake and bushes at the back. He made them pick up and clean up." Before he finished his sentence, little Ming and I already gagged. Good thing nothing came out. So gross. We girls took turns to do cleaning duties. Plus, we're more particular about such sanitary matters, so it wasn't too bad. Yenjika sent an emoji with blinking eyes and wrote, "Seems like the distraction tactic is working. Any more stories?" Lu Chang squeezed his brains for all the stories. From young till now, as long as they did not affect his image that much, he shared them with Yenjika. The stories lifted Yenjika's spirits and made her so excited that she seemed to forget about the pain in her abdomen really. "Chang, any more?" Yenjika was just like how Lu Chang was when he was a child, listening to his mother's stories, always asking if there were any more. Lu Chang's mind went blank for a moment. He seemed to have said whatever he could have. "I don't think I have any more to share. How about we think of another way to divert attention?" Yenjika sent an emoji with a gentle smile and replied, "My tummy doesn't seem to hurt that much anymore. I can try sleeping now. Once tomorrow comes, I will be all fine again. Chang, can you sing? Sing me a song. I'll be able to sleep with a song." This was a rare request from Yenjika, so without hesitation, Lu Chang agreed. "Yes, I can sing. Though it may not be too good, at least I can keep the pitch. What song would you like to hear?" After he sent that message, he logged out of his QQ on the computer and logged on his phone. "You choose." Yenjika sent an emoji that was secretly laughing. Lu Chang thought for a while. He held onto the voice message button and started to sing, "Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder where you are. Haha, you're so funny. Continue please." Yenjika responded with a voice message, and sounded like she was in a good mood. "Up above the stars so high." At this point, Lu Chang suddenly changed his melody and said, "The North Star fights." Eft. Yenjika sent a laugh till I drop expression. The singing continued, lightly filling up the room. After some time Yenjika said, "Chang, I'm delighted today. Good night." "Good night, see you tomorrow." Lu Chang replied with a gentle smile, through a voice message. Yenjika sent another voice message, with a humorous and tone mimicking and she said, "Big baby, see you every day." Even though it did not say or mean anything much, filled with joy, Lu Chang was all smiles. "Hee, see you every day. Oh wait, what's today's date? Need to note this crucial information down in the teeny-weeny book." After Yenjika had gone to sleep, he smiled to himself for some time before he snapped back to reality. "Holy crap, I still have a competition tomorrow and tons of martial arts video clips that I haven't watched." After searching for a bunch of videos, with the notes he had gathered earlier, Lu Chang started to watch the clips. He watched without batting an eyelid, continuously taking apart and analyzing the moves in his mind. After a good half an hour, he shook his head and tapped the tabletop. He said to himself, "Too many videos? It's impossible to finish watching them. but I still don't know where are the most important and most representative. The listening skill required the meditation state. There must be an absolute focus, and this would take a toll on the mental state of mind. It was not something the Jindan could replenish. Also, after a round with Wu Shitong, and all that thinking for that conversation with Yan Zheka, Lu Cheng was a little sleepy already. In his dilemma, he suddenly thought of an idea. He clicked on his favorites folder and entered the Longhu Club forum. This was something that Road to the Arena Zhou Yuaning would definitely do too. While searching for videos of his rivals' past battles, and before he drowned in the abundant pool of information, he would be highly likely to seek help from the human databank, Unparalleled Dragon King. This could help him secretly understand and verify the work he had done. Under the live broadcast thread of the Phoenix Cup Warrior Sage Candidate Challenge Tournament, when Invincible Punch announced that Lu Cheng was in the group competition with Road to the Arena, the forum members who had little interest in Lu Cheng started to stir and participate in discussions. Master Road, it is time to do justice to our forum. No hooligans, sent a ferocious-looking emoji with a red band tied around its head. Beautiful World responded. That Lu Cheng bullied our little fist last time. Now it's his turn. Outspoken added. I was just so annoyed when I saw that Lu Cheng beat Invincible. Master Road, you must teach him a good lesson this time. Uncle Ring Master, could I have a photo with my idol before the match? The faces in the videos of the past matches were not clear at all. Brahmin, a young lady asked enthusiastically. Forum moderator, Pig Riding Knight, sent an emoji knocking its head and wrote, You little fellow, siding with the outsiders. Pig riding uncle, have I? You've wronged me. Look at my pitiful eyes. I only want Uncle Ringmaster to help me take a photo. I still support our people. I know very well that there's a difference between my new idol and a professional ninth pin. Brahmin sent a crying emoji. Aren't I a member of the forum too? Can they not be so biased? Lu Cheng wiped off an imaginary tear of hardship and continued to browse similar comments that showed support for Road to the Arena and bashed him. Near the end of the thread, Unparalleled Dragon King shared his findings. Master Road, I have gone through the whole list of opponents on the website of the Warrior Sage Challenge Tournament. I found that the Wang Yi in your group is very strong, someone who is not to be looked down upon among the professional ninth pins. His iron palm is known to be a great crushing force. I have a couple of reference videos here. Watch them. Maybe you will pick up something. Road to the Arena sent a handshake emoji. Old Dragon, I was about to look for you to ask about this. Damn these higher-ups trying to mess with us. We can't rely on them for good strategies. Hehe. I am waiting for them too. Lu Cheng started to open these reference videos. He clicked pause to allow them some time to buffer, while he continued to read the comments behind. Unparalleled Dragon King responded with a funny-looking expression. I only talk on paper. How can I compare with the actual battles that you have fought, Master Road? It is just that these materials should be useful for you. Old Dragon, what are the winning odds between Wang Yi and I? Road to the Arena had not been participating in matches for some years. Therefore, he was slightly restless and worried about meeting a formidable opponent from the professional ninth pin level. Based on Lu Cheng's judgment, the ratio of 2-8 was probably the best that he could get. Road to the Arena, 2 and Wang Yi 8. Since he was just peeping into the forum, he could only keep mum and pretend to be someone in the crowd. Unparalleled Dragon King responded. Probably 3:7. This is my personal view that cannot be a reference point. I also think 3:7. A plumber eating mushroom wrote. Pig Riding Knight, moderator of the forum, added, You haven't been in practice for a couple of years. To be at a winning ratio of 3-7 with Wang Yi is already quite a feat. I know. Sigh, if only I met him during the peak of my career. Road to the Arena sighed and continued his question. So, how do you guys think I should fight him? Pig Riding Knight wrote. Of course you should use your strength, the Wuthering 8 movements, using floating nimble footwork as your main attack. Don't go up directly against him. Even if he gets a chance, you can use the outburst of the horrifying hurricane to block a few moves, right? As long as you drag on, Constant defense will eventually have loopholes and you'll have your chance. Lu Cheng nodded lightly. This was a customized way of fighting. However, considering the power of Wang Ye's iron palm, even if he used Mega Avalanche and the lightning and fire stance, he would be unable to hold many blows. He would definitely be hit. Success seemed impossible. This is the sheer helplessness of being too weak. Road to the Arena also gave a helpless expression. If this was during my heyday, I wouldn't have any problem with such a strategy. But now, my physical stamina is in rapid decline. Plus, I fought for 4 days straight with 2 battles a day. I'd lose before any loopholes appear in Wang Ye's defense. Master Road, I hope you don't take this to heart. To be honest, maybe it's best for you to give up the match with Wang Yi. Preserve your energy for the last match. The key to entering top 16 doesn't lie with Wang Yi. It's with Lu Cheng and Tang Yu. Unparalleled Dragon King commented. Huh? After reading the comment, Lu Cheng realized that he had been silly all this time. He never thought about giving up the match with Wang Yi. He had not considered that once he had been hurt by the iron palm, it would be the same as giving up the rest of the matches. Like today, though he was not hurt, the wrist that was squeezed by Wu Shitong still hurt. He could not imagine how bad it would be if he was hit by the iron palm. This strategic abandonment seems to be quite good an idea. From this thought onwards, Lu Cheng seemed to be lured by the devil, almost deciding that tomorrow's match will just be a formality, an act. Then, at this very moment, he recalled why he did not consider the possibility of giving this matchup. I am here for the combat experience. The reward money may be very good and tempting, but that is not my ultimate objective. To give up fighting a professional 9th pin defeats the purpose why I am here, right? I should be racking my brains on what I can do best. Even if I have to lose, I must lose in the best manner. Only through this way can I realize where and what I have to work on, gain experience, and refine my martial arts. To not bully the weak and not bow to the strong is the spirit of a fighter. Without this spirit, how I can fight and overcome hurdles and challenges. After a great internal struggle, Lu Cheng let out a sigh and his face had a peaceful smile. He will take things as they come. Tomorrow he will just concentrate on battling Wang Yi, and he will not think about the matches after. I am just this silly. After making his decision, with a calm mind, he continued to read replies by Road to the Arena. Old Dragon, I know you are right. As long as I can beat Tang Yu and Lu Cheng, even if I can't beat Wang Yi, it doesn't affect my position much and I can still enter top 16. Though this strategy can help me save some strength and increase my odds of winning the last few matches, I am someone with pride. Proud and arrogant. I still believe that I am a fighter in my heart. As a fighter, to be able to fight a strong opponent is something that makes my heart pump with excitement and keeps my spirits up. I will fight Wang Yi with my best. As Lu Cheng read the words, he was full of pride. He did not imagine that the boastful Road to the Arena had this side to him. The term, fighter, was truly magical. Roadmaster, I understand. This is the reason why I am only an amateur hobbyist and you are a professional fighter. Unparalleled Dragon King wrote in response. Road to the Arena used the funny-looking emoji and commented. The main thing is because top 16 only has 5,000 yuan as a reward. If it were tens of thousands or more, I'd probably take the strategic defeat route out. Amused by what he had said, Lu Cheng almost laughed out loud. If top 16 had that much an amount of prize money, probably even professional 8th pin would have no status, because there will be much stronger fighters joining the competition. Only in certain positions would one face certain temptations. An amateur like himself did not need to consider so much. A plumber eating mushroom wrote, Master Road, I didn't like to call you this last time, but now I respect you. Fight with Wang Yi. Regardless whether you win or lose, if we have a chance to meet in person in the future, I will toast a drink. Let's discuss Tang Yu and Lu Cheng now. Think we have the brains and experience to battle such level of opponents. I combine my wits and experience with Yan Zheka, not with you guys, so I will not stoop to your level, Lu Cheng quietly argued. Tang Yu's specialty is the divine elephant simulate kung fu. He's tall and heavy with great leg power. He is quite strong and powerful for head-on battles. You can treat him as a slightly weaker Wang Yu. Pig Riding Knight joined in the discussion. As for Lu Chang, I have watched the video clips of his 2 matches. I find that the fundamental strength of this person lies in 2 areas. First area is the exceptional gift for meditation. Like Ring Master have said, his mediation skill is very mature. The second area is his crazy stamina. This is probably something to do with supernatural ability or just a natural gift that he has. Pig Riding Uncle's analysis is very accurate. The martial arts that Lu Chang has shown so far are very much inclined towards these 2 directions. For example, the condensation stance and yin-yang stance that are from the state of meditation. Originating from the listening skill and readjustment of core strength and supported by his crazy stamina. They'll give him the ferocious power of the 24 blizzard strikes. Unparalleled Dragon King wrote in support of the forum moderator's analysis. Wrote to the arena, sent an emoji with a thoughtful expression and continued with the thread. So to win Lu Chang, I have to tackle these 2 areas? This type of physical stamina monster will become stronger and crazier as the competition goes on. It's either him getting stronger or us getting weaker. Right, it's an abrupt, explosive force. It's about not giving him the chance to use the listening skill and to draw extra force to retaliate. You can use the Wuthering 8 movements to narrow his movement area. This will compel him to fight head-on with you and not use the delay tactic. A plumber eating mushroom shared his views. Pig Riding Knight, moderator of the forum, also added more suggestions. If he uses the 24 blizzard strikes to attack as a form of defense, then you can use the long one Jifeng, whirlwind, and horrifying hurricane to fight him. Make sure he doesn't have a chance to rise at all. This is the lesson that Little Fist taught us. Then, again, suppress his freedom to move. Try to finish off within the shortest time frame possible. Reading how they were discussing enthusiastically how to defeat him gave Lu Chang a funny and ridiculous feeling. Since he had to concentrate on the match with Wang Yi tomorrow, he did not think much of the discussion. He only recorded them in his computer's teeny-weeny book, and would think about them when it is time to do so. Mental fatigue hits him badly. He forced himself to finish watching the video clips, before showering and sleeping. The next day, he woke up on time and went to the park nearby to start practicing the moves to use against Wang Yi. They would be more extreme and powerful than yesterday's moves. With a guarded mental state, tranquility with meditation, Lu Chang put his Dantian Nebula in his mind and felt its slow circular movements. He adjusted every muscle of his body to move along with it. Normally, when the power was released, the core was still and steady. But for today's battle, Lu Chang would maintain movement in the core. He would compromise a little on its power to gain some unpredictability in his footwork and body form. Only if he exploited one area completely, then could Lu Chang have some hope in winning Wang Yi. After familiarizing himself with mercurial balance, the swaying and rolling, Lu Chang's muscles were perpetually in adjustment mode. No matter a flying fist or leg, he would still be able to maintain the sway in his core, absorb the movement and adapt fully to any change of direction that his body moved in. This method drained Lu Chang's physical stamina very quickly. Within 1-2 minutes, he had to trigger the Jindan to replenish his stamina. He was also drained mentally but was not as bad as his physical stamina. At about 7:30 a.m., he felt his brain go numb and quickly stopped his practice. He returned to the hotel and sent a good morning message to Yenjuka. He told her that because he was about to fight Wang Yi, he woke up earlier to train, and now he was going back to sleep to replenish his energy to prepare for the battle in the afternoon. If he was going to do it, he would give his best. Even if he lost, he would not regret. It was 1:30 p.m. Cloudy skies and howling winds pressured the city. The Yanling City Martial Arts Hall was full of people. It was much more crowded than before. Wearing the Songchang University Martial Arts Club's white martial arts suit with black trims, Lu Chang stepped into the main gate in good spirits. This will be his first challenge and match with a professional ninth pin of the Mighty Ones. Entering into the arena, Lu Chang heard the decibels of hubbub zooming up. Noises converged above the gymnasium from all directions and dispersed to everywhere indoor along with warm air. He lifted his eyes to the stand, which used to be virtually empty, surprisingly noticing crowds of spectators and flowing ones in the aisles. The stadium was much more boisterous than the former 5 rounds of knockouts. Lu Chang estimated the spectators at least 8,000, according to the proportion of vacant seats to the total number in martial arts stadium of Yanling. The amount of 8,000 left a boundless impression on the present people as the total of 10,000 did. Lu Chang wagged his tongue, feeling like a drop in the ocean. Many cameras had been set up in suitable places, some pointing at the ring, some at the stand and others moving with journalists, naturally creating a formal and solemn atmosphere. Group competitions were not televised live on Yanling TV station. What TV viewers saw were the edited videos containing some clips of the interview with randomly chosen fighters, spectators, and staff of sponsors. However, the crucial matches of the top 16 fighters were broadcast live to Yanling people. Lu Chang slipped across to the corner to avoid any disturbance from the crowd. He took a detour to the locker room and got in touch with the field staff waiting here. Mr. Lu, round 3 for your fight. You can watch others' fights either in the seats for guests at the grandstand or by the screen in the locker room. Seeing much of the schoolboy in the contestant, the officer doubted if Mr. was the appropriate appellation in this case. Lu Chang paused to think before he said, I'm resting in the locker room. The tactic he decided on for the coming fight was quite strength-consuming and spirit-pressing, which demanded high concentration. Lu Chang must conserve energy and build up strength before his fight. I'll remind you in due time, the officer answered with a smile and walked out of the locker room. The empty and quiet locker room, which was well set off by noise and bustle outside, provided a good place for Lu Chang to rest. With a tranquil and enjoyable feeling, Lu Chang sat in the middle of the metal bench, took out the phone and replied to Yen Zhika's messages. I'm sitting in the locker room of the gymnasium now. Are you feeling better about your stomachache? Yen Zhika sent a hush emoji. Much better now. I survived. Chang, your coming fight is quite energy-consuming. Stop chatting and reserve yourself for the match. You don't have to cheer for me today. Lu Chang sent a funny face. Yen Zhika sent a smiling behind hands emoji. Are you worried that cheering can't make a difference? No. It is lucky for me to encounter an expert of professional ninth pin. I have to bring my real strength into play for the better self-positioning and gap-filling. Your cheering for me will no doubt inflate me with fake strength. Lu Chang sent a sneer emoji. Yen Zhika replied with a face in tears of joy. You're honest. Of course. A characteristic smile unknowingly crawled on Lu Chang's face. Yen Zhika sent an emoji of a numb face looking up into the sky. Well, may you demonstrate your spirits and characteristics in the coming fight. It sounds familiar, replied Lu Chang with a quizzical face. Yen Zhika sent a laughing emoji. I happened to hear it in the speech given by the principal last time. Puff? Lu Chang chuckled and sent a fighting emoji, knowing that Yen Zhika was trying to liven things up and calm his nerves. Fortunately, the Warrior Sage Challenge tournament did not invite the principal to present a speech. Rest assured that I mean to test my strength today. Victory is worth celebrating while failure a matter of no regret. Yen Zhika sent a touching head sticker. Give you a word of advice then. My grandpa often said it to my cousin. Enjoy the fight and enjoy the martial arts. Enjoy the fight and enjoy the martial arts. Lu Chang chanted the 8 words silently. He sent a waving emoji, signed out QQ and closed his eyes for rest. How long afterward it was that the door of the locker room was knocked on. Lu Chang opened his eyes seeing the officer walking in. It's your turn, Mr. Lu. The officer gestured for him to go to the ring. Lu Chang patted his black-edged white suit into place, stood up, took a deep breath and walked out of the locker room. Before him was the soaring dome, a dark mass of countless spectators and the shining ring. Once again in the stand sat Lu Yinglong, Qin Jilin and other disciples of Baiyuan Martial Arts School. Why do we have to see Lu Cheng's fight again, big brother? We have seen what we should see and learned what we should learn. a clear understanding of his characteristics. Qin Jilin thought they could have made better use of the time instead of being Lu Cheng's audience. Lu Yinglong smiled. I just want to see what surprise he can create. Surprise? Any chance for him to win Wang Yi of professional ninth pin? Qin Jilin scoffed. In the seats for guests were Yi Yaoding and Zhang Lan of Danqi Realm sitting side by side. How long can he stay in the ring? Yi Yaoding said abruptly, watching Lu Cheng stepping toward the ring along the shining aisle. Zhang Lan looked quiet and refined, a young girl in her 20s. She smiled gently. I just hope he will not give up on the fight and consume some of his opponent's energy. Wang Yi is a strong contender for the champion. Lan, you give too much weight to Wang Yi. Yi Yaoding turned around, her eyes shining with the desire to win. Zhang Lan smiled gently. Wang Yi is known as a ferocious fighter. His iron palm is quite brutal and vicious. He just consumes very little strength unless he encounters well-matched opponents. Quite the reverse for me. The consumption of energy and strength is being accumulated from every match. I don't have the confidence in defeating him before my physical strength drains. I'm also a ferocious fighter, Yi Yaoding whispered. After handing in his phone and other belongings to the match supervisor, Lu Cheng stepped up the flight of stone stairs into the ring. Before he came to a stop, a burst of cheering swept the whole stadium. The cheering was from his audience, which grew from 0 to the current scale in previous matches. Lu Cheng felt a glow of pride at the thought of his audience whose cheering stirred his blood. He had entered the optimal state for the fight. In front of him stood firm Wang Yi in dark cyan martial arts suit. Group 4, Round 1. Wang Yi of professional ninth pin whose iron palm holds the ring in awe versus Lu Cheng, a mysterious dark horse whose name is spreading like wildfire in martial arts world. Will Wang Yi succeed in defending the honor of professional ninth pin with his iron palm, or Lu Cheng create another dark horse miracle? In the broadcast of the martial arts stadium, the announcer shouted the names of the two combatants in a rather provocative tone. The enthusiasm of the audience was kindled again in a flash. Mr. Zhang, the couple, and all other spectators were cheering even more wildly. The referee took a glance at the electronic clock and the two fighters. 3-minute talk time. The voice was still in the air when Lu Cheng saw a glimmer of smile come to the lips of Wang Yi. The young man of short hair said to Lu Cheng, "You're really an interesting opponent. I've watched your fight videos in which your growth is visible. You are getting ahead in actual combats at an alarming rate in just a few days. How daunting you are. I should have thrilled at an opponent like you and brought your forte into play for mutual learning. Yet, I'm sorry that I have to score a quick victory this time to save my strength for the following strong opponents, as the prize money of the tournament means an awful lot to me." Lu Cheng felt appreciation and regret in his sincere words. He smiled. "I'm sorry that you can't make a quick victory this time." They smiled at each other as some mutual understanding developed. Lu Cheng and Wang Yi did not care about the psychological tactics. They patiently waited for the referee's announcement in silence. "Fight!" Suddenly, the referee waved his right hand down. Lu Cheng spurted out from his assured poise in a flash. He adjusted his muscles to shift his weight nimbly, like a terrifying snake tearing into its prey. Dropping his weight deeper and lifting iron gray hands in the air, Wang Yi stayed put and made no preparatory judgment. Lu Cheng took a step abruptly right to the left of Wang Yi. He struck a blow with bitter chill soundlessly and swiftly. Pang! Wang Yi abruptly pushed his right hand through the space under the left underarm. His iron palm was gleaming with metallic luster and renting the air even without any preparation. He meant to confront Lu Cheng's tough attack with toughness. Lu Cheng remembered that the same palm badly injured the metacarpal bones of a fighter of amateur third pin in the second round of knockout. He adjusted his weight. His dashing right palm made a curve with its force fading away, while the whole body of him made a seemingly deliberate dodge to the back of Wang Yi like a ghost. Before Lu Cheng stood firm to launch his attack, the muscles on Wang Ye's left leg had been adjusted readily to give a hoarse kick. Wang Ye's left leg strangely kicked out of nowhere with abrupt explosive force streaming through his entire body. comparable to Gene Invincible Punch Tao's tiger tail kicking tactic, fast, accurate, and merciless. Before balancing his weight, Lu Chang took another smooth step to Wang Ye's right side, perfectly dodging the kick. All audience was stunned by his swift moves, which seemed like going against human dynamics. Lu Chang carried on with his weird posture, his right arm whipping to Wang Yi with abrupt explosive force, who had just withdrawn his left leg. Wang Yi had watched Lu Chang's match videos, fully aware of his extraordinary control over muscles to adjust his weight. The high Di Lao Yu and horse kick were expressly prepared for the fight with Lu Chang. Yet it was still a surprise for Wang Yi that Lu Chang could make a continuous change of weight even dealing with attacks at the same time. Wang Ye's face turned serious. His right hand abruptly waved backward from the left side and stroked straight away to Lu Chang, making a short and rapid sound of friction. The unique skill of iron palm back thrust. The mighty back thrust caught everyone present unawares. Lu Yinglong and other spectators were filled with apprehension, thinking Lu Chang had no choice but to confront it with toughness. Once it happened, the ring would be Wang Ye's stage. Yet what exactly happened next stunned the audience again. Lu Chang swiftly made another step backward, successfully dodging the back thrust and moving to the back of Wang Yi all over again. Yet the explosive force of his right arm faded away. Mercurial balance. Yi Yuding muttered to herself in the stand. Zhang Lan said in a whisper, "Interesting. I almost believe him to be a fighter of Danchi stage if his force had not faded away. Far from body acting like one and coordinating at will." Gladder than surprised, Wang Yi felt at the center of the ring, with the wild enthusiasm for martial arts climbing to his face. What an interesting opponent. Mercurial balance. Zhou rode to the arena, Yuaning blurted out with astonishment. No one showed a deeper interest in the match than he did. What shocked him was not only Lu Chang's extraordinary control over muscles to adjust weight, but also Wang Ye's laudable patience and persistence in the fighting with the opponent. Gene Invincible Punch. Tao took a deep breath and let out it slowly. Perfect meditation is a miraculous skill in martial arts. Master Road. To keep mercurial balance would exhaust the wielder, the same for Lu Chang although he boasted freak strength. Apparently, he is determined to go all out in this bout, not sparing his energy for the following two matches. Facing the mighty opponents and proving real strength, a real fighter Lu Chang is. Road to the arena said with appreciation and admiration. I assumed that he should strategically give up on this bout. Ignoring the spectators around him who had no understanding of mercurial balance, Zhou Yuaning began to cheer and applaud as if there was no one else watching the fight at the stand, the sound of which echoed through the temporarily quiet martial arts stadium. Followed by Zhou Yuaning's applause, Zhang Lan, Huang Zhenzhong, Yi Yaoding, Li Xiaoyuan and other master hands also started to clap for the two combatants in the ring. Although no physical contact had been made since the fight started, the heart-shaking subtle shifts in close combat adequately demonstrated how proficient the two fighters were in martial arts. Mercurial balance. Wang Yi felt thrilled with intense eagerness. With his back against Lu Chang, he made a slight adjustment and whipped his left arm toward the opponent before he moved. Pang! His left arm swept the air with a dull roaring sound as if a soft whip, bringing his body to turn left from the waist up. This attack made it impossible for Lu Chang to dodge to the left. It seemed to push him to move to the opposite. It was Wang Ye's first move to take the initiative in this bout. As a fighter of professional ninth pin, his self-adjustment and re-attack were even quicker than Lu Chang's move to dodge. Lu Chang quickly adjusted his weight and took 2 steps backward, safely avoiding this whip palm and the trap set for him. Wang Yi followed along with the whip palm to turn around and twisted his waist to launch a whip kick with the right leg as if a bolt of lightning accompanied by an ear-piercing sound. The explosive force could be easily imagined. Wang Yi still stroked with the front sweep, blocking the way on Lu Chang's right side and narrowing the range of his dodging. Lu Chang maintained rhythmic breathing and adjusted his muscles to keep his weight flowing like liquid mercury in all directions. Whatever direction he wanted to move toward, he just needed to spring lightly without any preparation to make or inertia to overcome. That was the essence of mercurial balance and one of the characteristics of masters of Danqi realm. Lu Chang moved his weight and took a step naturally to the left of Wang Yi in an implausible manner. Without lowering his weight into a steady stance, he launched a downward cut with the fists toward the opponent's exposed side, sending out the sound of wind. Wang Yi's whipping right leg stopped abruptly as if planned. Following a quick touchdown on tiptoes, he opened his left elbow and thrust at Lu Cheng's right side with fingertips as if a sword. It was hard to imagine how severe his injury would be if Lu Cheng were hit by the 5 fingers of iron gray shade like a spearhead. Lu Cheng swung backward in a flash with his flowing weight, perfectly dodging this thrust. Wang Yi pushed his advantage and took a step forward. His 2 arms stretched backward to make a bow and pounded to Lu Cheng's temples in a breath with a strong smell of iron and the sound of renting the air. Strike the opponent's ears with both fists. Lu Cheng moved his weight again and took steps backward to evade Wang Yi's iron palm. Wang Yi slightly adjusted his posture, seeing Lu Cheng stepping to his left. He rushed up and swept a powerful left-to-right kick at Lu Cheng with extraordinary strength streaming from his back all the way down to his tiptoe. Lu Cheng had no choice but to move his weight again to draw back. There was no collision between them since they started to fight. Wang Yi is narrowing Lu Cheng's movement room, Yi Yaoting totally fixed on the fight in the ring. After all, Wang Yi was a tough combatant for any fighters who aspired for the championship. She noticed that Wang Yi's continuous attacks were to narrow Lu Cheng's moving range for the guerrilla hit, rather than hitting the target or forcing Lu Cheng to meet strength with strength. It's more than that. Zhang Lan opened her mouth with a slight smile. Didn't you notice it? Lu Cheng was increasingly close to the edge of the ring. Yi Yaoting seemed stunned. She fixed eyes on the ring, noticing that the 2 combatants were moving closer to the stand from the center of the ring. They were just a dozen of steps from the edge of the ring for the moment. Fighting in the ring is different from that on the actual battlefield, where the fighter's room of movement is confined to the ring. Fall means failure. That's why guerrilla hit is not recommended in this case. Wang Yi is exactly taking advantage of this characteristic of Lu Cheng to push him to the edge of the ring. Once Wang Yi managed to do so, Lu Cheng will have only 2 choices: that he jumps down and admits defeat or meets strength to strength. Zhang Lan laughed. Wang Yi possesses 2 prerequisite abilities for this strategy: the great sensitivity to the opponent's coming movement and the superb control over his own movement. Nevertheless, the fight with Lu Cheng has consumed not a little energy of him. Lu Cheng swung between left and right, trying to dodge to the back of Wang Yi to break away from this difficult position. Yet, the great disparity in strength made his tactic and efforts in vain. He had no alternative but to step steadily and slowly to the edge of the ring under the opponent's terrifying attack and accurate judgment. Lu Cheng took a quick glance at the stand near at hand out of the corner of his eyes and heard irrepressible screaming from the audience. The situation was clear that it just took 3 or 4 steps for him to fall down the ring. No collision was made until now, which made the audience feel bored. The cheering and applause were just from master hands of martial arts or the supporters of Lu Cheng and Wang Yi who were accumulated along the way of matches. Seeing Lu Cheng was forced to the edge, a majority of the audience became wide awake and absorbed in the fight again, sending out various sounds. Wang Yi promptly gathered strength in his right leg and launched another front sweep like a soft whip, continuously narrowing the moving space for Lu Cheng. Watching the surging right leg of Wang Yi accompanied by frightening sound, Lu Cheng suddenly lowered his weight and stood firm. Lu Cheng had already visualized a scene of towering mountains in his mind with snow accumulating gradually. The terrifying majesty was almost at hand. Boom! A silver-white lightning flashed across the sky and shot down in a moment, starting a blazing prairie fire and shaking the 10,000-year-old blanket of snow capping on the mountain. Boom! The snow-capped mountain started to collapse, hundreds of millions ton of white snow falling and rolling down, swallowing everything around. Lightning and fire stance. Mega avalanche. A numbing feeling hit his body and a hot stream quickly flew through his veins. Lu Cheng clenched his hands into fists and wielded them down like a giant hammer, targeting at Wang Yi's whip kick. He seemed to come into a desperate spot and couldn't avoid a head-on collision as Zhang Lan, Yi Yaoting, Zhou Yuaning and other fighters expected. Bump! The fists met Wang Ye's whip kick. Lu Cheng slightly adjusted his weight to lever up Wang Ye's right leg while banging on it. In a twinkling, Lu Cheng lowered his weight and rolled himself to the back of Wang Yi through space under his right leg. The two fighters' positions were shifted in a flash and Wang Yi came to the edge of the ring. Lu Cheng straightened his spine, jumped on his feet and turned aside with body pressing forward. His avalanche-like strike outrushed to Wang Yi, which meant to bump him out of the ring. Lu Cheng had been waiting and restraining himself just for this chance. This tactic was inspired by the story that Wu Shitong told to him. He deliberately tried to dodge any attack, whatever palm or kick, to mislead the opponent into believing his incompetence for a head-on confrontation. What Wang Yi excelled at was iron palm, which was also the attack that Lu Cheng must try to avoid. There was nothing special in his whip kick, just a martial arts move driven by strength. Wang Yi was inferior to Yi Yaoting in strength, so it was probable that Mega Avalanche and Lightning and Fire Stance could confront Wang Ye's whip kick. To lose ground was to keep the mercurial balance and mislead Wang Yi. The edge for Lu Cheng was also the edge for Wang Yi. Once Lu Cheng seized the opportunity to lever up Wang Ye's leg and roll to his back when he launched a whip kick, the position of attack and defense were momentarily shifted. Lu Cheng did not have confidence in defeating Wang Yi by only one strike normally. Yet, there would be a chance of winning if he launched the strike on the edge of the ring. According to the match rules, to bump the opponent down the ring meant the attacker's victory. The key to defeat Wang Yi was to lure him into the trap that he designed for the opponent. This is the full version of my story. With the thought flashing across his mind, Lu Cheng dashed forward on his side in an aggressive manner. The unexpected shift in situation brought the audience screaming with excitement and surprise. A brisk touch as his right foot landed. Wang Yi took 2 steps forward, precisely dodging Lu Cheng's deadly dash. He followed up with the movement of the body to turn around. Yet, he had been already on the edge of the ring. Seeing this, Lu Cheng took a deep breath and restarted the shooting down lightning and collapsing snow in his mind. He turned aside with left shoulder lowering down. He was going to dash to Wang Yi with his whole body. Even if Wang Yi launched his iron palm, Lu Cheng was determined to dump Wang Yi backward even just one step at the risking of doing himself an injury. He had decided to go all out to win this bout without considering the consequences and possible injury since the start of the fight. How pathetic for people to be overcautious to take any action in their life. Impossible. Yi Yaoting, Zhou Yuaning, Zhang Lan and other master hands blurted out. They never expected Lu Cheng should create a turning point for the victory and put Wang Yi in a desperate spot. A complicated expression appeared on Wang Ye's face. He raised his right hand, took a step forward and pushed straight ahead at lightning speed with veins standing out in his temples strangely. Pang! As if an iron block slapping the air which changed the pressure. A strange wind blew to the face of Lu Cheng, who was just one step from Wang Yi. Lu Cheng was drinking air into his lungs to make this strike more powerful. Yet his breathing temporarily broke off under the pressure of the wind. His move slowed on account of the suspending breath and failed to bump out in time. Wang Yi slid forward with his right hand halting at Lu Cheng's temple. Wang Yi wins. The referee's announcement quieted all audience in the stadium. They were still immersed in the continuous shifting of almost victory and almost defeat. Even Lu Cheng himself also fell in a trance. I'm defeated? Wang Yi put away his iron palm, looked at Lu Cheng and sighed. Much to my surprise, you managed to force me to use the trick which was prepared for master hands of Danshi realm. It seemed that Lu Cheng was still immersed in the combat, which he could beat the mighty one of the professional ninth pin at last with only a collision. He looked a little bit confused, and not until Wang Yi started talking did he come to himself. Yes, under such situation which both sides are so close to each other that the outcome of this combat would come out in a minute. And both Wang Yi and I are over the edge of failure, so what matters a lot is who can seize the opportunity. Once I didn't hit that blow, I would lose that competition. The only regret is that I had taken the initiative position. Although Lu Cheng had said to himself that he wouldn't feel pity even when he lost the combat only if he had tried his best. But when failure did happen to him, he still felt very upset, regretful and painful. A fighter without strong desire to win is not a good fighter. Lu Cheng quietly comforted himself. For example, his own idol Dragon King Chen Qitao always held strong desire to every battle. So he was often criticized for being not graceful when he failed and being not considerate when he won, not like Chen warrior sage Dong Lu as a master temperament. But people who liked Chen Qitao regarded this as his true temperament which pushed him step by step to the current position. Looking into Wang Ye's sincere eyes, Lu Cheng said with a frail laugh of sadness, "I have tried my best and created the only best chance, but I still lacked a little strength which made the victory slip away. I was going to say that I was convinced while I found that I couldn't say it sincerely. All I have in heart now is a stronger desire, so I hope that I could beat you one day in the future." And through this fight, Lu Cheng has realized his shortcomings and has kept them in mind to force himself to improve his strength. But for these shortcomings, he did not have to play so difficultly and he would not stick into such a dilemma. Wang Yi smiled and said, "Actually, you didn't fail this match. At least I beat you at full stretch." Hearing this, Lu Cheng broke into a laugh. Recalling what he had said before the official competition, he felt more relieved. So he saluted politely and said, "Next time I will not set such tiny target." Spitting out the turbid qi, he turned away and walked towards the stone steps by ignoring all the surrounding hustle and bustle of the crowds. The taste of failure is terrible. No matter how I failed, for me those were real failures. There is no such an idea of glorious failures. The audience in the stands didn't understand so much about mercurial balance and compression range of the contest and found them annoying. However, continuous transitions in the final stage still made them excited. They all felt pitiful for Lu Cheng didn't grasp the chance. Otherwise, they could witness another miracle which meant a fighter without any rank has beaten an expert of professional ninth pin. Unfortunately, Lu Cheng is so close to the victory. Mr. Zhang clapped his hands and said regrettably. His company also sighed for him and said, "Lu Cheng has achieved such a great degree. Although he failed, he played this combat without any pity." Lu Yinglong felt thoughtful and said to his teammates such as Qin Jilin, "Every time I watch the competition, I find Lu Cheng plays much better than last time. In the first battle, I have never thought that he could one day almost beat such an expert of professional ninth pin. Comparisons are odious." Qin Jilin still felt unbelievable and said, "He has gone so far that he almost could beat an expert of professional ninth pin." He still remembered what he had said before this combat, and he almost could witness such a miracle within an ace. Not only the audience was talking about last battle, but also the professional fighter. One palm which can influence the breathing rhythm. "It is good," Zhang Lan whispered for a while. Then she turned around and asked Yi Yaoting with a smile, "What would you do if you are in the final dilemma like Wang Yi? At first, with my leopard-shaped speed and agility, he has no chance to play gorilla hit. Secondly, though I can't hit the last palm like Wang Yi, I still own stronger power than Lu Cheng. That is to say, Lu Cheng can't hit me down the ring whether by his mega avalanche or lightning and fire stance." Yi Yaoting answered proudly, "Even if I lose the center of gravity which gives Lu Cheng such a chance that I can also catch this chance to fall down the ring with him at the same time. So the worst result would be a draw." Zhang Lan initially smiled, followed by a sigh and said, "A draw? Lu Cheng is such a remarkable guy. He has the advantages of the excellent ability of meditation and extraordinary physical strength, and he also is pretty good at fighting. He does well in absorbing the experiences of others to use those on himself. So if he could reach the professional ninth pin that he has 90% of chance to beat Wang Yi in this battle." 90% of chance to win? Yi Yaoting froze for a while. She never have thought that Sister Lan, who looks very gentle while within the heart she behaved very proudly, could give such high praise to Lu Cheng. Road to the arena. Zhou Yuaning kept silent for a long time. Then he spit out the turbid gas and told Invincible Punch, "I have imagined that Lu Cheng would try his best and wouldn't give up strategically, but I never expected that he could push Wang Yi to the edge of failure. Losing this competition didn't mean the failure of his ability, but because of the limit of the challenge tournament." And Invincible Punch Jin Tao also watched very carefully. Hearing these words, he smiled bitterly and said, I think over and over, if I were in Lu Cheng's position, I would never create such a good chance. All I can do is to lose the competition as soon as possible. Zhou Yuaning thought over and said, I would neither have such patience to fight like Lu Cheng if I changed the position with him, nor I could fight back to win the competition like Wang Yi if I were in the same trouble. Master Road, don't feel disheartened. What you are good at is different from them, so if you change the position with Lu Cheng, you would not be restricted by Wang Yi. Facing with his iron palm, you can totally fight back. And with your Wuthering 8 movements, you would be faster and agiler than Lu Cheng. Although Lu Cheng's movement is strange, it makes him keep close distance with Wang Yi, which furtherly narrows his movement range. Jin Tao comforted Zhou Yuaning and said, as for Lu Cheng, whether with the gorilla hit, with physical movements or with agility, he is incompetent in the presence of your Wuthering 8 movements. Zhou Yuaning said confidently, hey, be easy. I am confident that I wouldn't be beaten down so easily. The enemies like these two can really make me excited and blood boiling. But now I have to deal with the next opponent. After saying that, he stood up and walked through the aisle and towards the ring to fight with Tang Yu. The second combat of the fourth group. Lu Cheng found a place in the stand to watch the combat, and got a lot comfort and encouragement from the unfamiliar and enthusiastic audience. He responded to them slightly and sit down quietly, then took out of his cell phone, opened QQ to send Yen Zhika a heartbroken face. I need comfort. It seemed that Yen Zhika has always been waiting, and soon she replied with an emoji of touching the head, then sent a smiling face. Who said that if he wins the competition, he would go wild with joy, while even if he loses the competition, he would never feel regretful. Never trust men when they are boasting. Lu Cheng wiped off the cold sweat on his face and felt less upset than before. I can understand it because Dragon King is my idol. As a fighter, you should have a strong desire to win. Yen Zhika sent a tittering emoji. I am watching your competition video now. Lu Cheng replied with a shocked face. So soon? Well, because it is a group competition. Whenever it is finished, the official website would update the competition video. And when it comes to the final 16, maybe there would be a live show. Yen Zhika sent an emoji shooting out red hearts from its eyes and said. Yen Zhika replied with a shocked monkey sticker. Oh my god. You can even make the mercurial balance now. Lu Cheng felt delighted for her surprise and gradually got leisurely about his failure. Then he pretended to be very modest. I had experienced such similar understanding when I started practicing martial arts. Now I just used it for actual combat. And I had practiced it for a long time this morning before I could play it in this battle. Also, it would waste a lot of my energy and make me feel fatigue. You only practiced for this morning. Yen Zhika sent a small monkey sticker with its red but sweating. Don't praise me like that. I'll be proud. Lu Cheng deliberately replied with a joking tone. And Li Xiaoyuan saw him not far away and he put up his thumb to praise Lu Cheng for playing such an awesome competition. Lu Cheng nodded with a smile, and then continued to discuss his competition with Yen Zhika. At the same time, he paid more attention to watch the combat between Zhou Yuaning and Tang Yu in the central ring. Tang Yu was tall and strong. Although he was very overweight, his fat could help to protect his body so that he could rampage like an elephant and ignore most of the attack, which is similar to the golden bell cover. And he had thicker arms and more powerful legs which were full of strength. So his every attack made people feel been trampled. Lu Cheng thought that if he hit a fighter with amateur 4 or 5 pin, then he'd probably not be able to stand up again. Although he was not flexible enough, sometimes he was still pretty agile. For example, when Zhou Yuaning has seized the opportunity to reach for his back, he made his right hand like the elephant trunk and then throw back it, which almost hurt road to the arena. Flexible in footwork, Zhou Yuaning came back and forth like the wind. Once a blow failed, he would immediately walk away, to escape from Tang Yu's trampling and collision, and to waste his energy. Yen Zhika replied me with a small monkey with untidy hair flying in the wind when both sides stuck into a stalemate. At the moment that you flash behind Wang Yi, I thought that you would have won. Only with such limit practice that you can almost beat the mighty one with professional 9th pin. Haha! I just told a good story with patience. Lu Cheng felt a little proud. Thanks to the shock and appreciation from his beloved girl, he eliminated the negative emotions of failure, and he could prepare the competition for the next day wholeheartedly. They chatted with each other all the time while the battle on the central ring also came to a crucial juncture. Zhou Yuaning seemed to become physically down, so it was difficult for him to maintain such a high intensity of agility. And he waited and grasped the chance when Tang Yu has consumed a lot. He plays a set of strokes the long Wan Ji foam, whirlwind. When they started to fight, Tang Yu slowed for one shot so his head was hit by one palm and his fat could not protect him anymore. Because he had lost his directions, he was bounded by Zhou Yuaning and could never fight back. And after the referee announced his victory, Zhou Yuaning also seemed very exhausted because he breathed heavily and sweated profusely. Lu Cheng watched this battle with reflections. He began to analyze the movements of those two people and their advantages and shortages and interpreted his own corresponding actions. After the last competition, he had dinner quickly nearby and then told Yan Zheka that he had to practice martial arts tonight. So he had to wait until 9 o'clock to chat. Because the competition was in the next morning, he couldn't practice it next morning. Otherwise, he would lose his energy. In a small park, Lu Cheng imagined Tang Yu as his enemy and changed his playing style which applied into the battle with Wang Yi. He practiced it very carefully, and his gesture and motion were so professional that sometimes it would make some consonant sound and sometimes it just kept silent. The next day, after having done his morning warm-up, Lu Cheng took out his mobile phone and chatted with Yan Zheka. Once again he reached the martial arts competition hall of Yanling. He said to himself silently, "I should be careful and never belittle this competition. There is no way that only by fighting with a person with professional ninth pin could I beat the expert with amateur first pin easily." He remembered that he won the competition with invincible punch Jin Tao of amateur first pin by the energy provided by the Jindan. In the locker room, a few fighters were resting to attain mental composure and waiting for the next competition. And Lu Cheng sat in the corner and held his phone to chat with Yan Zheka online wholly relaxed. "My battle is the 7th competition in the morning, so I have to wait for a while." He sent the message, added a sticker which an onion was in the hot spring. To keep with Yan Zheka, he also downloaded new sticker packages. Yan Zheka replied with a sticker which an onion was blinking. "Are you nervous?" "No, after fighting with the mighty one of professional ninth pin, I get used to the battle with the mighty ones of amateur first pin. It's no big deal. Well, of course, I won't be arrogant or despise any opponent. I know that my overall strength is still inferior to the fighter of amateur first pin." Lu Cheng sent an emoji of a dog with a sinister smile. Yan Zheka replied, "You have stated a good reason. What should I say? Do you want to continue this conversation or not? Thanks for the good guidance from you, Coach Yan, that I can have such a cool mind." Lu Cheng snickered and said to his master secretly in his heart, "I am sorry to wrong you this time, but it is all for getting a girlfriend." Yan Zheka replied with a sticker which an onion was pushing up its glasses. "Well, you have got the point. Last night, I saw the competition video of Tang Yu and I found that you could play the same style just like your last competition with Wang Yi. And he is much weaker than Wang Yi because his action is not agile enough that he cannot compress your movement range. So you can beat him in any way. How professional Coach Yan is. As long as he fails to use fists several times and with his heavy body, his consumption will inevitably increase. So my chance is coming." Lu Cheng sent a small monkey emoji which was wagging the tail and showing red heart. Yan Zheka sent a small complacent monkey emoji and said, "But he should have seen your competition yesterday, so he must have realized these things. Today he would make changes. You shall pay more attention. Stay easy. I will also change my play style correspondingly." Yan Zheka soon replied with the emoji of a giggling monkey. The fighters were in and out, and some went to the ring to play the combat. Others went back to the locker room bath to change clothes. Unconsciously, Lu Cheng and Yan Zheka had talked until the 5th competition began. "I have to go to have a rest and adjust my condition." Lu Cheng sent an emoji with a hard-working face. Yan Zheka sent a smiling emoji. "Do you still want my encouragement today?" "Of course," Lu Cheng said, laughing secretly. "At first I want you to sing a song to encourage me. but this kind of heavyweight encouragement should be put into the battle with Zhou Yuaning. So today you can do it easily. He advised it because he thought of that he had sung for Yenjika. Yenjika sent a fake annoyed emoji. You think too much. Can't believe you want me to sing a song. After this message, she immediately sent a voice which was slightly different from the past. Chang, fighting. Feeling warm and delighted, Lu Chang collected the voice with a smile. He quit his QQ, put away his phone, and closed his eyes to rest his mind. Compared with the slightly nervous he felt before the competition with Wang Yi, he was calm at this time. He seemed to have no concerns, so he didn't use the Jindan, the golden elixir, to achieve concealment of spirit and qi. Although ideas went ups and downs, these all disappeared with no trace. All the sounds around him were amplified, but none of them could affect his mind. This state was very wonderful, as if all the emotions and the thoughts about the battle had been released. If you even didn't experience, how could you see your true heart? Lu Chang suddenly awakened from this subtle experience, and he seemed to get some reflections. Without looking at the electronic clock, he stood up by instinct, went to the locker room entrance, and opened the door. Outside the door, the staff just was there with his right hand curved. Yet he had no time to knock on the door. Seeing the door just opened by Lu Chang, the staff looked surprised. He paused and said, "Your competition is about to start. You can go to the ring now." The staff thought that Lu Chang should have seen the electronic clock, that he could come out just before he knocked. Lu Chang smiled. "Okay, thank you." The wonderfully peaceful state had gradually faded. He felt that he experienced a little change, but he could not tell what the change was. He began to walk and keep the harmonious rhythm. Lu Chang adjusted his own state so that his muscle and spirit became active. It was dark in winter, while the road from the locker room to the ring was bright under the lights on both sides. In the stands, Yi Yaoting was drinking nutrition which was used as supplements for herself, because she had just won the competition with a fighter of professional ninth pin. She sat there alone without the company of Jiang Lan, who had been so close to her these days. When Lu Chang was almost stepping on the stair and his momentum gradually upgraded, Jiang Lan came out of the aisle leisurely, then reached the seats. "Hey Lan, where did you go?" Yi Yaoting asked. Jiang Lan smiled and answered, "Just go out to make a phone call. By the way, I went to the betting station outside and I bet on the victory of Lu Chang." "Isn't it a violation of contract?" Yi Yaoting didn't even look at the contract carefully. Her father and Lu Zuanyu were good family friends. And before the Warrior Sage Challenge tournament, her father had looked through the contract and even provided some amendments. So she signed up this contract with the greatest reliance. Jiang Lan sat down and put off her fur hat. "Of course I don't violate the contract. I do not bet on my own competition. Why should I care about others, for I just want to earn some money. That makes sense. I also want to bet on Lu Chang." Itching to have a try, Yi Yaoting intended to gamble with her private money. Jiang Lan glanced at her and said, "You don't need to do that. After 2 fights yesterday, people all regard Lu Chang as the winner. You wouldn't win so much by betting on him. I just did it for I passed by the betting station." "Well, okay." Yi Yaoting nodded and gave up this idea. Yesterday, Lu Chang almost beat the seeded player, Wang Yi, while Tang Yu had struggled for a long time and at last lost the competition with a former professional player of professional ninth pin. The apparent contrast between Lu Chang and Tang Yu made the audience had clear tendency to bet, so the odds changed. If Tang Yu wins this battle, people who bet on him would earn a lot, Jiang Lan said. But as a professional fighter, she was still very confident of her own insight, especially this was just a fighting between fighters in the degree of body refining. While Zhou rode to the arena, Yuaning was adjusting his state to prepare for the fight with Wang Yi. At the same time, he was watching the confrontation between Lu Chang and Tang Yu on the ring. "I hope Tang Yu can waste some energy of Lu Chang," he sighed. "Invincible punch," Jin Tao by his side said weirdly. "Consumption? After I have watched so many competitions about Lu Chang, I find that Lu Chang basically has no consumption. In other words, he can recover extremely fast. He is a monster. He didn't get hurt by the iron palm yesterday." "Haha. I know. This kind of thing would not happen very often. Zhou Yuaning had the experience as a former professional fighter, so he behaved rather calmly and said, "Take it easy. Today's competition is in the morning while the competition tomorrow is in the afternoon. So that is to say, I have a day to recover my energy. My physical weakness will not influence me in the first few minutes. All I hope is not get hurt in the next competition." Fighters were discussing the competition. The audience was cheering for Lu Cheng. Some of them appreciated Lu Cheng for they felt pity for him after they watched the competition yesterday. Some were the supporters of Lu Cheng from the beginning. But most of the cheering people were the audience who had bet on him. On the ring, Tang Yu looked at Lu Cheng and said with a wry smile, "I saw your competition yesterday, and I know that your playstyle would completely restrain me. How pathetic I am. But since I stand here, I would never give up. I have made some adjustments. Hope they can be useful." He seemed to be so calm that he had said his plans. However, Lu Cheng couldn't tell whether it was his trick, which was to disrupt his plans to find an opportunity, or not deliberately. Looking at this overweight opponent, Lu Cheng showed no emotions and said with a calm smile, "Everyone has his own characteristics. What I played with Wang Yi may not be perfectly suitable to deal with you, and my comprehensive strength is worse than you. The reason why I looked sharper than you is that people have their own strengths and weaknesses. I and my strength seem stronger compared with your weaknesses. And of course, I will play my strength at full stretch, so that not to give you the opportunity to find my weaknesses," he said very naturally without showing off but filled with strong confidence. The confidence came from all the fights he had played these days. The confidence came from the good chance he had made in the fight which he played with a fighter of professional ninth pin. Seeing that Lu Cheng was so confident, Tang Yu had lost some of his momenta. He even fell in a trance and recalled the past. Once upon a time he was so confident, too. Once upon a time, he front-swept all the opponents below the amateur third pin relying on this piece of the body. His fame rose like a rocket. However, the subsequent failure gradually made him lose his indestructible confidence. Although he also had the desire and the belief to win the competition, and he also had the basic confidence, all of them were not strong enough and not tough anymore. He often told himself that this was all belonged to the inevitable outcome of life, and this was bound to the price of maturity. But within his heart, he still admired such free will and such confidence. He did not speak again. It seems that he wanted to borrow some confidence from the past which was so strong that he thought he could kill any opponent. "Fight!" Suddenly, the referee waved his right hand down. Lu Cheng began to walk towards Tang Yu with snake steps. He adjusted his muscles to make the center of gravity slosh like mercury. Due to it, people could not determine which side he was going to hit. Then Tang Yu took a deep breath and sit down his crotch to make a defensive stance. He stretched out his long and thick arms and looked like a sumo wrestler in the street fighter competition. With his gravity floated a little, Lu Cheng suddenly changed his directions, and then he moved to the left side behind Tang Yu like a ghost. At the same time he stretched out his right palm as quickly as electric with strong momentum and no sound. Tang Yu didn't realize this, for he still kept his stance. It seemed that his ribs were going to be hit by the biting chill palm of Lu Cheng. However, after having a fierce fight with Wu Shitong, Lu Cheng had an instinctive intuition, so he realized what Tang Yu would respond next after he adjusted. Tang Yu would take the advantages of his fat to take the non-critical attack beating on his unimportant body parts. And then at the same time he would fight back. In such a limited time, maybe I can't completely escape from his attack by mercurial balance. Once I move carelessly for only one time, I would be hit by his terrifying arms and fat legs, and then I would probably be hurt. Illuminated by his inner light, Lu Cheng instantly grasped Tang Yu's mind and understood his defense was a mere trap. Except for his vital part, he had no intention in defense. After his loss to Zhou Yuaning, Tang Yu no longer hoped for qualifying. All he wanted was a decent leave from the tournament. Wang Yi was too powerful an opponent, so Lu Cheng, known as the strongest fighter of under professional ninth pin of this tournament, was the only target for Tang Yu to take. Among the thoughts, Lu Cheng's heart settled like an ice mirror. Peacefully and leisurely the hidden strength in his right palm broke out. A crispy sound came from the shake of his forearm. His palm rose up like the head of a snake and sprang out towards Tang Yu's face. His fingers turned into sharp fangs, aiming at the opponent's temple with no portent. Many of the spectators made a fist unconsciously. Quick and quiet, coldness could go on everywhere, making it impossible to stop it. Lu Chang had never got an opportunity to perform this side of biting chill or tried to trigger the hidden strength to change moves. Finally, in front of Tang Yu's extreme offenses, the big fish got out of the small pond. His fingers pierced rapidly towards Tang Yu's vital part. Surprised but not rattled, Tang Yu swung up his left arm to block. He had studied too many videos of 24 blizzard strikes, and such a move change was nothing new to him. He didn't expect Lu Chang to see through his intention at such an early stage, but it was not enough to throw him into frenzy. Pang! Lu Chang's fingers sank into Tang Yu's arm as if it was a piece of fat meat, too soft to feel any strength or cause any harm. Without turning sideways, Tang Yu lowered his weight and threw a left side kick, tearing the air and starting the wind. Seemingly in front of Lu Chang was a violent giant elephant, kicking with its full strength to stamp the opponent from an elevated position. Tang Yu's kick was as powerful as Jin Tao's blast punch. Lu Chang couldn't parry it until performing Mega Avalanche and Lightning and Fire stance simultaneously. Lu Chang didn't want to parry, as once his weight dropped, he would lose the flow and all his advantages. Instead, he adjusted his muscles to absorb energy from the rebound and moved to Tang Yu's back before the sidekick's arrival. If Tang Yu didn't raise his left arm to protect his temple, his sidekick would probably hit Lu Chang. Tang Yu withdrew his left leg after the miss and stood still like a piece of wood, waiting patiently although Lu Chang was right behind him. Lu Chang continued to shift his weight. Suddenly his left arm tightened, shooting at the back of Tang Yu's head like a spear. He was unable to exert his full strength, but this part of Tang Yu's body couldn't stand much force either. Tang Yu smelt danger. His right hand swung backward and downward like an elephant trunk, cracking towards Lu Chang. The power and terror were very close to Yi Yaoting's explosion. Elephant style. Sweeping elephant trunk. Lu Chang adjusted his weight and moved away swiftly. His left hand drew a curved line in the air to dodge the offense and avoid frontal confrontation. He treated Tang Yu as if he was the weaker Wang Yi with thicker layers of fat who would play offensive against every offense in spite of massive consumption of his energy. Considering Tang Yu's body build, he was probably suffering more burden. Tang Yu resumed his standing posture as soon as Lu Chang was forced to step back. He had no intention to attack and stuck to guarding his vital parts, easy, simple, reducing vitality consumption and earning time to breathe and rest. The core of his fight today could be summarized into one word: consuming. Tang Yu knew he didn't have Wang Ye's accurate move prognosis and excellent body coordination to limit Lu Chang's area of guerrilla hit, so he figured out the strategy instead. He wasn't confident that he was better than Lu Chang regarding physical strength, but no one's strength could last forever. Sooner or later his opponent would be tired and exhausted. Sooner or later, Lu Chang's maintaining mercurial balance would consume much more than Tang Yu's steady defense. His mental burden would also be much heavier than Tang Yu's, who needed only to watch several vital parts of his body. Even if his physical strength could stay high, his mental focus would drop over time, making it hard for his weight to keep shifting, which would become Tang Yu's opportunity. Besides, the wind had been at Lu Chang's back since the beginning of the tournament. He was very close to defeating the professional ninth pin Wang Yi. Wouldn't he take the opponent lightly and feel too good about himself? The other side of confidence was called pretension. If his strikes kept on missing, he would become impatient and made mistakes. Once the decision was made, Tang Yu's mind settled on playing defense like a giant elephant ruling the central land. Lu Chang continued to move around and attack Tang Yu's vital parts. In return, Tang Yu either blocked the strikes or met offense with offense. The match came to a stalemate and neither of them could gain the upper hand. The perplexed audience found the match very exciting. One on offense and the other defense, with frequent collisions and equal chance to win. Almost sickened by their concern for the outcome of the match, they couldn't help yelling out their support. Yaoting yawned, bored by the match. What are they waiting for? Is it a martial arts match or an endurance competition? What else can they do? Tang Yu's style is completely restrained by Lu Chang's. The gap between their overall strength is pretty much nothing. Tang Yu has to play this way. Zhonglan was engrossed in her mobile. Now and then she glanced at the ring. Yiyouting worked hard to stop herself from lying down and sighed. It looks like Wu Shitong is quite smart. Of a similar style with Tang Yu, he would have been cornered into the same situation of an endurance competition if he didn't set up a trap for Lu Cheng. Unfortunately, he overreached himself. Ha! You will enjoy the next match. Zhou Yuaning is an expert at Wuthering 8 movements, best known for his smooth and agile moves. Lu Cheng's immature mercurial balance is exactly what Zhou Yuaning likes. Zhonglan smiled. Different styles had different restraints. 15 minutes passed. Tang Yu in defensive position had exhausted himself. As he panted slightly, Lu Cheng to his side was still calm like a deep pool with no impatience in his eyes or imbalance in his breath. His physical strength seemed still at its peak. How is it possible? Tang Yu was filled with panic. Before he could think about it, Lu Cheng already moved away, throwing a downward cut with fist at his eye. No point sacrificing his eye for such a battle of honor. Tang Yu crossed his elbow to block the punch. Bang! Tang Yu turned his left fist into an elephant leg and punched downwards with full strength to smash the opponent into a meat pie. He could tell Lu Cheng would for sure dodge this punch by moving to the other side. At this moment, Tang Yu's eyes fixed as Lu Cheng lowered his body and solidified his weight. In Lu Cheng's mind, a majestic glacier mountain with strength accumulated for millions of years suddenly collapsed against the bright lightning bolts, rolling forward and devouring everything. Lightning and fire stance. Mega avalanche. Pang. Lu Cheng's right hand reached out, warding off Tang Yu's stamp. His body sank a little bit. Lu Cheng warded off my attack? How the heck did he ward off my attack? Very confident in his own physical strength, Tang Yu was shocked but soon came to realize that he had been drained and weakened considerably. It can't go on like this. Lu Cheng doesn't seem tired at all. Tang Yu gritted his teeth and made a decision. As Lu Cheng's weight was fixed, he thumped the floor with full strength before withdrawing his left hand, dashing into Lu Cheng like a mad elephant. Elephant style. Crazy elephant charge. Even a tiger, lion or bear would avoid frontal confrontation with a mad elephant as a touch meant injuries and a collision death. The ground seemed to shake under this massive force, but Lu Cheng remained calm, as if he had seen this coming. He advanced instead of dodging away, grabbing and pulling Tang Yu's left arm while squatting down himself. The force in Tang Yu's bump and Lu Cheng's casting technique dragged Tang Yu into the air over Lu Cheng. A giant elephant's weight was hard to move, but once changes occurred, it couldn't adjust due to its huge inertia. Tang Yu tried his best to control his body but failed. He fell to the ground. A harrowing fall. Dizzy and confused, he heard the referee's announcement. Lu Cheng wins. He saw Lu Cheng drew his leg back. After shaking his head, Tang Yu stood up and saw a big smile on Lu Cheng's face. To be honest, I have never met anyone that volunteered to compete on physical strength consumption with me. How courageous. Staring at Lu Cheng's calmness and ease with zero fatigue, Tang Yu felt sick in his heart with emotions floating. He blurted out, "Will you ever feel tired?" "Of course," said Lu Cheng sincerely. "If you could hang on half an hour more, I would collapse." Half an hour? Tang Yu's lips twitched and walked away at once. He seemed to be holding his tears. Half an hour more. Better you just kill me. Looking at his back, Lu Cheng spoke to himself. I'm serious. Half an hour more and I'll be exhausted. Practice and actual combat are quite different. But my physical strength can probably last another 100 bouts. The restraints of the opponent's style gave him a relatively easy victory. On the stands were waves of applause and cheers for the wonderful match. I don't understand why they don't just go for a marathon? Yiyouting rubbed her nose while pissing on the audience's appreciation level. The second round of Group 4 Lu Cheng scored a win, coming back from the edge of the cliff and heading towards the top 16. Getting his personal belongings back from the supervisor, Lu Cheng walked down the flight of stairs towards the locker room for a shower. Although not tired from the endurance match, he sweated quite a bit. Applause and cheers surrounded him and his name echoed in the air. Lu Cheng grinned and squinted, enjoying this victory parade like a general on his triumphant return. This was the taste of victory. His only guilty conscience was about the use of Jindan. He longed to master it quickly, making it part of himself. As walking into the locker room, Lu Cheng unlocked his mobile and wrote Yenjika a message on QQ, starting with a big smile. Mission completed. He took a quick shower and rushed out for the match between Zhou Rode to the arena Yuaning and Wang Yi, with the former one being the last obstacle before him to the pass of the top 16 and a powerful opponent second only to Wang Yi. On his way out, he received Yenjika's reply with a monkey swaying its tails and flashing its heart. Terrific! Defeating an amateur first pin master, although with advantages from the styles, indicates you are of a similar level. Chung, what shall I do? I'm kind of jealous of you now. Let me give you some punches next school term. Deal. I'll be lying on my back waiting for your ravage, answered Lu Cheng with no hesitation but a bright smile. In the meantime, he whispered to himself, kick me hard, so I know you love me much. Don't trick me. I'm no match for you. Yenjika replied in a joking tone. Study Zhou Yuaning's match carefully. I'll go to the official site and watch your last match. Lu Cheng sent an emoji of sweeping off a cold sweat. Nothing exciting. A match of endurance between mercurial balance and hard defense. Take a quick look at the beginning and the end and skip the rest. He took a seat on the guest stand. In the ring, a short entertaining performance was followed by the conversation time between Wang Yi and Zhou Yuaning. The audience could see every move and hear every word of theirs on the big screen. Before the fight started, Yenjika had already finished watching the previous match and sent over a yawn. The same gorilla hit and mercurial balance. How come it was so fascinating yesterday but this boring today? But your last throw was perfect. One split second later and you would have been knocked over by Tangyu, possibly out of conscious. Very risky. How could I try without enough confidence in succeeding? Lu Cheng was delighted his self-satisfied move was recognized by the girl of his love. Exciting or boring, it's pretty much up to the opponent. I can't control. Yenjika wrote back instantly. They made their decision in response to your ruthlessness, coldness, and ridiculousness. Lu Cheng broke into a laugh, with joy all over his face. If little Ming was there, he would most likely call it a spring rush instead of joy. Zhou Yuaning's match is about to start. He noticed the referee looking down on his watch. Yenjika replied an emoji of an onion pushing up its sunglasses. Watch carefully. I've prepared a few videos of Wuthering 8 movements for you. Study thoroughly. It's recommended by my grandpa. Say thanks to grandpa for me. Lu Cheng shamelessly called grandpa in his head as warmth filled up his heart. He answered with a sneer. You have prepared already? Best coach ever. How can I ever repay your hard work? I'll make it to the top 16 and earn a share of the prize. Hey! Please tell your grandpa I said thank you. He had forgotten entirely about his actual coach geezer sure. Yenjika sent an emoji of gleaming white teeth. Better be grateful for my kindness. You seem to care about the prize a lot. Of course. With the prize I can treat you to a better meal. Lu Cheng made it sound a bit flirtatious on purpose. It was not taught by his love coach Kai Zhongming but a self-realization. He believed their relationship had progressed by leaps and bounds after the menstruation incident. Some reasonable flirtation was necessary so his romantic fantasy wouldn't become a tragedy of the bestie of the other gender. It took her a dozen seconds to reply a proud smile. You grateful soul. In the ring, the match had started. Zhou Yuaning, as expected, was playing gorilla hit, circling Wang Yi like the unpredictable and ever-changing wind, flexible and fast. Whenever an opportunity appeared, he would approach and hit rapidly with no hesitation and withdraw once missed. In the face of such an enemy, Wang Yi couldn't attack like in the fight with Lu Cheng, who was much slower and less agile. He intended to limit the opponent's sphere of activity by the prognosis of Zhou Yuaning's moves and his own body coordination. He chose to play safe defense like what Tangyu did in the last match. Different from Tangyu, Wang Ye's sharp eyes and rich experience allowed him to watch his entire body and at the same time solve Zhou Yuaning's strikes and counterattack. A few times he almost got the opponent by his back thrust and horse kick and was very close to snatching the victory. Seeing the match entered a stalemate, Lu Cheng wrote Yanjika a message on QQ. I'm watching the match. I think my mercurial balance and gorilla hit are way from enough to handle Zhou Yuaning's Wuthering 8 movements. I must change my style and exploit my other advantages. You defeated the arm boxing master before he could give you a proper taste of gorilla hit. This is to be your first real experience with a martial artist of the gorilla hit style. Another great opportunity to accumulate experience. Yanjika sneered, making fun of him using his own words said before the fight with Wu Shitong. Back then Lu Cheng said, just another kind of match experience. So I'm facing an opponent I don't know at all, but he knows me very well. Another training for me. Yanjika continued, I checked a few gambling sites. For your fight with Zhou Yuaning, they offer odds of 2-1 on you and 1.5-1 on Zhou Yuaning. So the pros don't think there is a big gap between the two of you. She had been watching for Lu Cheng's odds since Lu Cheng told her about fighting in good faith. Odds of winning this match and getting in the top 16 and top 8 and even the odd 565-1 for winning the championship. If he did perform a miracle, a bet of 100 yuan would generate a benefit of 56,500 yuan. Certainly bets for such a small tournament were placed at the furthest corner of all the gambling sites, receiving attention from only professional gamblers or true martial arts enthusiasts. Such a small difference. Lu Cheng was surprised. He honestly considered Zhou rode to the arena, Yuaning much stronger than himself. His attention turned back to the match while waiting for Yanjika's reply, which took her a good while. I've read through the comments. Many people seem concerned that Zhou Yuaning might get injured in the fight with Wang Yi. The odd will probably change after this match. That makes sense. My heart almost skipped a beat, answered Lu Cheng in a humorous manner. Yanjika sent a laughing emoji. You are more and more interesting. I was chatting with my high school classmates. One of them said he met a martial arts genius who started training at the age of 17 and reached professional ninth pin within 2 years. How enviable. But I said it was not a big deal. I have a friend who started when he was 18 and defeated an amateur first pin within 4 months. He will achieve professional ninth pin in less than a year. None of them believed me. They called me a bluffer who had changed in university, no longer pure and lovely. But I was telling the truth. Lu Cheng was immensely pleased as his martial arts progress had made Yanjika proud. How exciting! His reputation had spread to the next class. How satisfying! Haha! I wouldn't believe it myself if it was not me. I would ask you if he had superpower or maybe he was the reincarnation of Buddha. Lu Cheng complimented himself, leaving no trace behind. Yanjika sent an emoji laughing behind its hands. They did ask those questions, but I didn't answer. I said he had talent in meditation and insane endurance. Then they called me a liar. I didn't mention it was you, Lu Cheng, from the next class. I'll show them my strength one day. Lu Cheng burbled. An idea suddenly came to his mind. He casually asked a question that had been bothering him for a long time. No one spoke for you? There must be someone in your class chasing after you. A beautiful and friendly girl, as Yanjika never lacked admirers and unrequited love. Lu Cheng's heart went much faster after sending that message, scared of receiving any bad news. Swayed by considerations of loss and gain, he got distracted from the match. A few dozen seconds later, Yanjika replied a numb emoji. My cousin gave me a nickname. What kind of answer is this? Lu Cheng was confused. What nickname? Classmates killer. Yanjika sent an emoji drawing circles by the wall. I didn't want it. In high school, over a dozen boys confessed to me or sent me love letters, more or less the same in my middle school. So, classmates killer. Phew. This many. For the very first time Lu Cheng felt how popular Yanjika actually was. He replied a cheeky smile. Those who dared not confess or deliver love letters must be more. Such as me. Yanjika sent back an emoji sighing with its palms facing up. I pretty much only hang out with girls. Still, having mass admirers is worse than having none. Lu Cheng's heart settled half but still concerned about if he would be considered one of the bad admirers. He sent an emoji of touching the head. Don't worry about that nickname. You are a student. Of course, people around you are your classmates. You do nothing wrong. I am also one of your classmates. Exactly. Yan Zhika agreed with an emoji of a cat nodding. As Lu Cheng was about to ask about her current admirers to learn about her potential enemies, the fight between Wang Yi and Zhou Yuaning reached the climax. Wang Ye's defense was solid with few mistakes which were made up with his deadly iron palm that kept Zhou Yuaning in the distance. The offensive moves had drained road to the arena's physical strength. He started his final attempt horrifying hurricane, circling Wang Yi and stirring up a whirlwind around him. Every hit of his was powerful as Jin Tao's blast punch. It went on, displaying his skills as a professional ninth-pin martial artist. Wang Yi gave reactive responses and confronted offense with offense. Sounds of collision carried a metal touch. Almost 1 minute passed and the two figures separated after a dull sound. Zhou Yuaning took a few steps back, his hands shaking as if trying to get rid of the pain. Wang Yi appeared normal. He advanced quickly and threw another strike. Zhou Yuaning took a deep breath, attempting to dodge with his footwork, but failed due to his lack of strength. Wang Yi's palm landed on his back. Wang Yi wins. The referee announced the result. Lu Cheng was not surprised by the outcome. He watched Zhou Yuaning's hands recover slowly, with no serious injury. He felt sorry and glad. Sorry that Zhou Yuaning was not injured. Glad for the same reason. He saw Zhou Yuaning turn to the stand, where he was sitting. As the four eyes met, sparks flashed. It would be a no-holds-barred match tomorrow. As their eyes met in the distance, like an ignited engine, Lu Cheng's fighting spirit was fired up. The initial regret that he felt disappeared. Yes, Zhou Yuaning have left the martial arts world for a few years, and is no longer as formidable as he was during his prime. Plus, he has already fought for a day with continuous matches. His physical stamina should be almost depleted. With his fatigue levels at their peaks, he will be unable to recover fully anytime soon. With such handicap, why should I be afraid to challenge and fight him? Why do I have to pin hopes on Wang Yi injuring him further? No. Such battles are not for me. It is good that he was not injured. Else, even if I won and got the prize money, I would be filled with regrets and feel that I have ridden on Wang Yi's coattail to win. To give my utmost to beat the formidable ones, and step honorably into top 16 is what I wanted. It is what I desired, the martial arts aspiration that I pursued. If I lost, it would only mean that I had not attained the level. All I needed would be more training and hard work to make up for it. Then I would return stronger than before. The prize is essential, but this is not the only way to earn money, and there is no way to turn back time if there are any regrets. After self-enlightenment, Lu Cheng dispelled the irrelevant thoughts from his mind and looked straight into Zhou Yuaning's eyes. Without fear and any sign of retreat, warm blood pumped through his body as he trembled with anticipation. Road to the arena, Zhou Yuaning's eyes met with Lu Cheng's. Even though Lu Cheng was seated at the guest seats, Zhou Yuaning could feel the determined and sharp look of Lu Cheng. It was intimidating. Such a nostalgic feeling. Just like the old days when I was in the martial arts community? Zhou Yuaning murmured softly, the fighting spirit in his eyes burning stronger than ever. Lu Cheng took a deep breath and broke the eye contact. He calmed himself and picked up his phone. Lu Cheng was reminded of what he wanted to ask earlier, and sent a cheeky smile to Yan Zhika saying, So, how many suitors do you have now? The prize money is not as important as the competition, but tomorrow's fight doesn't seem as important as this matter. Yan Zhika sent an emoji that was counting intently with its fingers and typed, maybe about for clearer ones. For Lu Cheng was shocked, and these were only the clear ones. Actually, with Yan Zhika's popularity, for suitors were not so many. The bigger question was whether the four included him. What did she think of him? For a moment, Lu Cheng was lost. He pretended to be calm and replied, Haha, That's less than I have imagined. Who are they? Because most of them didn't continue after I rejected them, so those don't count. Yenjika replied with a cold sweat emoji. Not bad at all. I like such decisive people. Of course. Please don't reject me. Lu Cheng softly prayed and sent a sneaky smile emoji. These 4 are warriors? I don't say it clearly. It'll be so embarrassing if I misunderstood and rejected someone who was not interested. Right? I can only keep my distance from them and reduce as much contact as possible. Yenjika added a sighing onion head emoji after her messages. So, I'm one of the unclear ones, but from our interaction these days, she hasn't kept a distance from me, nor did she reduce contact. Lu Cheng was a little disappointed at first, but when he analyzed the situation, he got a little happier and seemed to see the light of victory. Of course, there's the possibility that she hasn't realized that I'm chasing her. Though Lu Cheng was going through an emotional roller coaster, he controlled himself and made sure that none sneaked into the words he typed. He sent the next message. There must be a high school classmate among those 4 warriors. Yup, there's one. If it were not because we're in the same class, and I didn't want to embarrass him, I would have put him on my blacklist. So now whenever I log on QQ, I just appear offline as if I'm never there. Yenjika replied with a tearful emoji clenching its fists and shaking its head. Secretly pleased, Lu Cheng responded. The good thing is that he is not at Songqing. If not, you'll be so annoyed. I also have them at Songqing. There are 2 in our academy. Luckily, one of them is a senior brother, so our schedules don't match. During his free time, I'm always at the martial arts club. The other, he doesn't say anything yet, so I'll just pretend I don't know and try not to be in contact with him. If not, it's too troublesome. Yenjika sent back an emoji with a blur look. Haha. Too popular has its woes too. Huh. While he sent back the message, Lu Cheng was glad that he had the chance to understand Yenjika's current love life better. Yenjika sent an emoji of a monkey chanting. Yeah. Just a bunch of annoying admirers. How about the last one? Also not clear. Lu Cheng was not going to let go of any chance to obtain useful information about his love rival. Yenjika sent a thinking monkey emoji and wrote, Why do you ask so much? Damned. Just make the mistake that little Ming has reminded me not to make. When chatting with girls, never let them feel that you're asking too much or what to know too much. Lu Cheng laughed dryly and pretended that it was nothing important. Just asking. Because I don't have any experience, nor I have any girls chasing after me. Just curious. He pounced on the opportunity to praise himself, and showed that he did not have any relationship issues. Yenjika sent an emoji with a naughty smile. Someone said before that we should never believe the words of a boasting man. She quoted what Lu Cheng said yesterday to tease him. It's true. Just look at my sincere eyes. Lu Cheng added a righteous-looking emoji with huge eyes. Alright. I'll believe you for now. Yenjika sent an emoji that was trying to hide its laughter, and wrote. For that last one, it is nothing much. I ruthlessly rejected him a few times. He recently hasn't been bothering me. Not bad. This is how it should be. Lu Cheng felt proud of Yenjika. She was exactly how little Ming had analyzed her to be. A girl who would be terribly hard to woo. If not, she would already have a boyfriend and he would not stand a chance at all. This could be a good thing or a bad thing. Good being that I did not need to worry about things like love rivals, and bad being that I may not succeed and I could be rejected any time. She said she had 4 clear suitors. Looks like they don't include me. She hasn't realized my interest? Or could it be that she knows? But because she is chatting with me, so she's pretending not to be aware. Since he was not confident about finding out more, Lu Cheng tried to change the topic. I'm going to return to the hotel soon. Gonna focus on preparing for tomorrow afternoon's fight. All for the prize money. All for giving you a better treat. Hehe. Let me know when you reach the hotel. I'll send you the video clip that my grandfather recommended. Yenjika sent a sniggering emoji. The whole afternoon and night, Lu Cheng watched the video clip. He exchanged views about the Wuthering 8 movements with Yenjika. When he went to the little park to practice, he felt the movements slowly forming within him. If the Wuthering 8 movements can fight the guerrilla hit tactics, I don't need to rely on mercurial balance and have to change how I fight the first two battles. Lu Cheng wrote to Yen Zhika. Yen Zhika sent an emoji with crossed arms in deep thought and said, "If you use the Wuthering 8 movements continuously in one go, its force will be great and difficult to defend against. Though you had leveled up quickly, you don't have much actual fight experiences. If you use Tang Yu's or Wang Ye's fighting style, I am afraid you cannot hold it until his stamina drops. If he uses the defend to attack tactic, he could wait to attack. In any case, it's a difficult fight." In the forum, I read Road to the Arena discussion with the others, and realized that they have prepared various tactics to deal with my strengths. It seems like they are modifying their moves. For example, using abrupt explosive force to bring out more power. So, I thought about this: if Zhou Yuaning uses tactics that he isn't used to fight me, he might have some obvious points of weakness, especially when he is attacking. Lu Cheng shared his thoughts. He wanted to express some opinions on his strategies, especially since things were so volatile during battle. What he had planned might not be useful during the fight, so considering and preparing alternatives would be a good idea. The two of them texted for a long time. Soon, it was 10:30 p.m. and Lu Cheng had to prepare to rest. He had to get up early tomorrow to practice. "Cheng, don't read the Longhu Club forum before your match tomorrow. It's easy to be swayed by the words of others, especially those that dislike you. Your mood may be unnecessarily affected." Yen Zhika gently reminded him along with her good night. "Don't worry, I'll be able to control myself." "Oh yes, what's the current bet ratio?" Lu Cheng asked. Yen Zhika sent a secretly laughing emoji and wrote, "For him, the bet rate is 1 to 1.3, and for you 1 to 3. Most are on his side." This ratio included the bet amount. This means that majority still think that there is quite a big difference in level between Zhou Yuaning and I. Lu Cheng logged out QQ and closed his eyes. 1 to 1.3, 1 to 3. Next day's afternoon, Zhang and his gang stood in front of the betting station, looking at the betting ratio of Lu Cheng and Zhou Yuaning. One of his friends laughed and said, "I'll bet 200 yuan on Zhou Yuaning. If Lu Cheng wins, I'll take it that I bought happiness. If Lu Cheng loses, at least I have some cash as a consolation." "Not bad. That's a good idea." Zhang and a couple of his friends agreed readily. After placing their bets, all of them looked at Zhang, who had not made his move. "Zhang, you're not placing your bet?" After thinking for a while, Zhang said, "I think I'll bet 1 to 200 yuan on Lu Cheng winning." "You think he can win?" His victory over Wang Yi was due to careful, strategic planning. But such opportunity only comes once. Once his plan is made known, it will no longer be effective. His friends shared their views and tried to persuade him to do otherwise. "Who knows? Anyway, it's just 100 yuan. I'll just take it as a ticket to the challenge tournament." Zhang took out his wallet and said jokingly, "You all should also bet a little on him. If he wins, you could recoup some of your losses." "Sister Lan, you're not buying?" Yi Yaoding was holding on 10 100 yuan bills. Zhang Lan grumbled in a frustrated tone, "I can't predict, so maybe I won't bet." "Why can't you predict? Zhou Yuaning's fighting style can suppress Lu Cheng so well. They also have such a gap regarding general combat power." Yi Yaoding returned her friend's question, surprised that she had a hard time deciding. Zhang Lan shook her head and said, "But Zhou Yuaning's weaknesses and issues are equally obvious." "All right, it's up to you. I'll just place my bets," Yi Yaoding said confidently. "Eldest senior brother, you're betting on Lu Cheng?" Qin Jilin looked at Lu Yinglong, astonished. Although he was called the eldest senior brother, Lu Yinglong was also a young chap. He smiled and said, "Just take this as a reward for him showing us such brilliant fights. Just trying my luck. Who knows? We'll have a miracle." Similar conversations could be heard at the different betting stations. The betting ratio was still under adjustment, but it still favored Zhou Yuaning's win. Master Lu. It's the first duel of the afternoon. Invincible Punch Jin Tao and Road to the Arena Zhou Yuaning walked towards the martial arts hall together. After hearing Jin Tao, Zhou Yuaning took a breath and said, "Not bad. No need to wait too long." When he saw the lit screen of Jin Tao's mobile phone, he asked, "What are the comments on the live broadcast post?" Jin Tao laughed heartily and replied, "Everyone is rooting for you, Master Lu, to beat that Lu Cheng." Grass said that Lu Cheng's real level is not even at amateur first pin, so you can rest assured and beat the shit out of him. Outspoken commented that Lu Cheng's fight over Wang Yi was a lucky win. No big deal at all. Old Dragon, Plumber and Pig-riding Uncle want you to make good use of your intelligence. The girls, Little Wonton and Sea Blue, declared that if you lose, they will upload half-naked photos of themselves. The Brahmin girl claimed that she supports you, but asked for photos right after saying so. Heh! Zhou Yuaning laughed lightly and straightened his sleeves. Help me respond to them. Tell them that I am thankful for everyone's support and will not let them down. In the name of the half-naked photos. As for that Brahmin girl, tell her that I'll take photo with her new idol, as the winner of our fight. As they talked, the two men entered the crowded stadium. In the locker room, Lu Cheng opened his eyes. His eyes were unfathomable, dark and peaceful like still waters. He looked at the digital clock. Seeing that the competition was about to start in a couple of minutes, he stood up and started to stretch, before taking out his mobile phone. After logging on QQ, he sent a message to Yen Zhika. "Going for the fight now." Yen Zhika replied speedily. "What song do you want to hear?" Lu Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Secretly pleased, he wrote back, "You still remember." Before his fight with Tang Yu, he had asked Yen Zhika to sing at the last fight of the group competition. "Quick, what song? If not, I'm going to take it back." Yen Zhika's messages came in furiously. Lu Cheng thought for a while. He smiled to himself and started to type, "Young for you," especially the climax of the song. After waiting for a while, a long voice message was sent over. He tapped on the icon to listen, and Yen Zhika's clean and mature voice went, "Run forward, towards the cold eyes and laughter. The vastness of life cannot be felt without hardship. Destiny does not allow us to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Even if the hugs are filled with warm blood, continue to run, with the pride of youth. Life's brilliance can't be seen unless we persevere. Rather than to live mediocrely, why not burn with passion? There will be a day where it will grow again." While listening to the singing, Lu Cheng pushed the locker room's door open. "Let's burn with passion." This route, from the locker to the arena, Lu Cheng had already walked twice. He could imagine the surroundings with his eyes closed. The crowd that grew continuously, the shadows that stacked continuously, the trumpets that children played and lights that lit the gloomy winter day, the cameras set up at every corner. And, in the midst of this chaos was the limestone stage, representing the honor and glory of the fighters. No number 1 for academics, no number 2 for the fighters, not convinced yet. Let's fight it out. As Lu Cheng climbed the stone steps, images of what he did after waking up from his morning nap replayed in his mind. Accommodation was only booked till today, and he would make his way home at 8 tonight. The front desk called, reminding him to check out by noon and gently telling him that there were no more available rooms for him to extend his stay. He first packed his laptop, mouse, charger, and the rest of his things, and then he put on the freshly laundered Longhu Club martial arts suit, tried to look for a bag to put the clothes he just changed out of, and squeezed them into his huge backpack. After all of these, he went around the room one last time to check for things that he might have missed out. With all his things back in his backpack, he felt the room in which he stayed for several days seem strange again, but he would forget here. He would always keep it in the corner of his memory because it was a witness for his growth day by day, his reborn for the first time in his martial arts journey, and his independent entry into unknown territories for the first time in his life. Throwing the big, heavy backpack over his shoulder, and looking at the room for the last time before closing its doors, he took the room card to the front desk to check out, and from that moment onwards, the only thing left between him and Yenling was this last round of the challenge tournament. From this moment, besides his bank card and mobile phone, he only had dinner money and a ticket back home. The backpack sat in a cabinet in the locker room. After this round, would he hop on the transport home just like how it had been arranged? Or would he overcome all obstacles, win the prize, change his ticket, and move to a better hotel? With all these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Chang could not help but be amazed at how far he had come since he decided to join the tournament. Looking at how much he had developed regarding martial arts level to mental maturity, he could call himself a real fighter with pride. He stopped at the left side of the arena and looked towards the other side, where Zhou Yuaning stood. Zhou Yuaning just stepped out of the locker room. With the light under his feet and around him, step by step he climbed the stone stairs, and soon, he stood opposite of Lu Chang. This person will be my final opponent for this challenge tournament. Will he be a stepping stone and push me forward towards the next level, meeting stronger rivals? As Lu Chang's thoughts started to settle, Yan Zhika's singing continued to ring in his ears. He was a little bit nervous yet a little excited, with warm blood pumping through him, all ready to take on his strong opponent. Lu Chang started the conversation. "I'm glad that you were not injured by Wang Yi." The voice was deep and mellow. It flowed into Zhou Yuaning's ears. He was a little taken aback, and was overwhelmed by the sense of rivalry and fearless confidence that Lu Chang was exuded. "I am very pleased to have the opportunity to fight you in your best form." Zhou Yuaning gave a small smile and looked straight into Lu Chang's eyes. Without any glimmer in his eyes, he said, "To be able to defeat an opponent like you would probably be my biggest achievement in this tournament, and much more rewarding than any prize money out there." Lu Chang was not used to exchanging such sharp and provoking words, so after saying his true thoughts, he fell silent. His original plan and intention returned to his thoughts for one last time. After going through 7 battles in 6 days, road to the arena, Zhou Yuaning was showing clear signs of exhaustion. For a fighter who used the guerrilla hit style to fight, this meant that he was handicapped and his hands were tied. Since Lu Chang was now well known for his crazy physical stamina, Zhou Yuaning would not choose strategies that involved him waiting till Lu Chang made a mistake. He would have a better chance at creating a larger gap between them when he was starting off. This would help to throw the rhythm off. This also meant that Zhou Yuaning would use his speed, agility, and quick footwork. With the continuous execution of Kuangbao Jifeng, Wild Wind, Longwan Jifeng, Whirlwind, and others, he would attack Lu Chang madly. This would lead to great pressure on Lu Chang, and Lu Chang might just slip up during the defense. Lu Chang did not have much actual fight experience, and had been avoiding stress tests. Lu Chang had quite a bit of experience in constantly moving around to avoid hits, and to wait for a chance to attack, or to attack proactively to bring down his opponents. He had not tried the pure defense tactic yet. For the current situation, the results were not difficult to predict. I can almost be sure about the fighting tactic that Zhou Yuaning will use. But how is he going to determine what I'll do? Lu Chang tried to think backward. From the comments on the live broadcast post of the Longhu Club forum, they seem to think that I will use the mercurial balance to move around and tackle Zhou Yuaning. So they suggest Zhou Yuaning make use of the Wuthering 8 movements to move around quickly. At the same time, he could narrow his movement space to compel me to fight head-on. Similarly, based on my fight with Jin Invincible Punch Tao, Zhou Yuaning is aware that I have another choice of strategy. That is to fall back on my crazy stamina to hold against my opponent, turning the attack into defense. I can use the brutal blizzard to hold down and delay the rival, not giving a chance for any retaliation until the winning bell rings. He is probably well prepared to handle these 2 fighting strategies and will decide his moves as they fight. Perhaps I can use this method to lead him on. Lu Chang retracted his thoughts and started his concealment of spirit and qi to enter meditation. Dispelling all random thoughts, it seemed like he had entered the most silent world. The shouts and cheers around, the trumpet sounds, all seemed so far away, but yet as clear as the sound of the wind around him and his breathing. Fight! The referee announced the start of the last tournament of the afternoon. Just as the referee ended his sentence, Zhou Yuaning moved his torso. It was almost like his body was creating wind itself. He moved swiftly to Lu Chang. In a split second, the distance between the 2 fighters was so small that they could feel each other's breath. Such speed and agility were as almost excellent as Yi Yaoting's leopard simulates. This was just Zhou Yuaning's level after all these years of non-practice, almost unimaginable how quick he was during his heydays. Lu Cheng was all prepared with his core, swaying non-stop. When Zhou Yuaning burst out in speed, he curved his back and bounced back, just like a dragon soaring into the sky. He moved rapidly to the left, displaying the perfect standard fighting stance of mercurial balance. Zhou Yuaning had expected this response, so with a tap of his toes, his body transformed into a small arch and went after Lu Cheng with tremendous speed. Wuthering 8 movements. Uninhibited wind. Just as Lu Cheng started his guerrilla hit, there was a sudden drop in his core, and an image of highlands and mountains covered in snow appeared in his mind. Boom! Lightning cracked across the arena, lighting up the entire area with blinding white light, ruffling the layers of soft white snow. Boom! A huge avalanche from the snow mountains started to tumble down. Lu Cheng's left shoulder dropped and he stepped forward. Instead of avoiding the chase, he went straight on into a clash with Road to the arena, Zhou Yuaning, just like a huge avalanche threatening to cover and smother everything in its path. His ferociousness shocked the audience. By using the mercurial balance to step aside, he led his opponent to think that he was going to use the run-to-defend tactic, but once the opponent was near, he would immediately retaliate with the most devastating avalanche and even the most horrifying avalanche. Facing this attack, Zhou Yuaning, who was as light as the wind, stopped his movements abruptly, almost like a galloping horse pulling to a stop, standing with its feet in the air. He seemed to have lost his regular rhythm, breaking loose from all restraints. With a pause, he rebounded and rose again. With the loudest shriek, he moved swiftly forward, breaking through the oppressing explosion of Lu Cheng, causing a huge stir in the flow chi. Boom! The two fighters collided into each other and queer sounds of an explosion could be heard. As if a hurricane swallowed him, Lu Cheng's strength was suppressed and his core was rocked. He could not help but step back 2 steps. Zhou Yuaning also stepped back a step, and with a light tap of his heel, he propelled forward again, bringing him to the side of Lu Cheng. Wuthering 8 movements, horrifying hurricane. Smack! Zhou Yuaning released an abrupt explosive force. With a light shake of his right arm, he aimed to hit Lu Cheng's neck with a tilted palm. Lu Cheng's body just steadied itself. Without enough time to adjust his core balance, his left arm moved up and blocked that blow. Just as he was about to borrow some strength from his rival to listen and steal possible movements, Zhou Yuaning's strength exploded like the lit gunpowder. Lu Cheng could not borrow the short and explosive power bursts at all, nor could he listen to any movements. Smack! With quick body movements, Zhou Yuaning had made his way behind Lu Cheng and launched an attack with his left fist. Lu Cheng's back arched, pushing his body aside to avoid the hit. Following the flow of body movement, his legs straightened, and he swept himself behind like a lashing whip. With a tap of his feet, Zhou Yuaning leaped again. Going along with the sweeping movement with incredible speed, he avoided the leg attack and remained behind Lu Cheng. Thump! 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 Zhou Yuaning's limbs were in constant movement, continually attacking Lu Cheng. Like a tornado, he circled Lu Cheng, hitting him mercilessly. Lu Cheng felt trapped. He was having a hard time blocking and avoiding all the blows. If it were not because of the mercurial balance that helped him to sway away, he would not have been able to withstand the never-ending blows. If this continued and if he started to use invisible wind and abrupt explosive forces to attack, I would be thrown into a state of confusion. It would mean serious trouble and I would possibly lose. Although I have expected Zhou Yuaning's movements and have made the necessary defenses and responses against them, I still get into this disadvantageous situation. This is a clear display of vast difference in levels. At this moment, Lu Cheng's back took a strong hit, sending ripples through his body, reaching his frozen heart. Not good. Zhou Yuaning added a silent palm amongst his abrupt explosive force. Without any time to think, Lu Cheng started to react based on his battle instincts. He lunged forward, creating some distance between his upper body and Zhou Yuaning's palm. Using his left leg, he swept aside, flipped his body up and kicked. Zhou Yuaning had no choice but to retract his palm attacks to avoid the kick. After adjusting his muscles and changing his core, Lu Cheng regained his balance. His left leg touched the ground and he straightened his back to stabilize himself. His right fist was in combat mode, ready to lash out any time to block Zhou Yuaning's attacks. Lu Cheng's back was stinging with pain. He took a hit, but since he managed to move forward, he did not absorb the full force of Zhou Yuaning's palm. It would probably be a bruise or swelling. Good thing I was quick. Lu Cheng was feeling lucky. Though he was expecting an attack from Zhou Yuaning, his opponent did not move any forward. Instead, he retreated a few steps back, creating some distance between them. He was breathing slowly and deeply. Why isn't he continuing his attacks and pressure on me? Given the situation earlier, with just a few more attacks, I'd probably not be able to hold on any longer. Oh yes, Yanjika mentioned the difference between the Brutal Blizzard and the Longwan Jifeng Whirlwind of Wuthering 8 movements. While the Brutal Blizzard depends on the listening skill and breathing to execute continuous attacks, the Longwan Jifeng Whirlwind has to be done in one breath to maintain its speed and continuity. Once the fighter runs out of breath, he has to pull himself back and regain his breath. It's the unique characteristic of Longwan Jifeng Whirlwind. So Zhou Yuaning did not change his strategy. It was just that he had reached his limits for this wave. His mind turned at lightning speed and he took the chance to carry out an attack. However, once he was close enough, Zhou Yuaning had already regained his breath. Lu Cheng took another round of whirlwind attacks. This made him think. With Zhou Yuaning's stamina, he can probably make maximum 5 rounds of such attacks. It's already so strenuous to defend 1 round. How many rounds can I take? On the stands above, Yi Yaoting clapped slightly. Regret on her face. She said, "Pity." Zhou Yuaning was about to succeed to make a little fortune. But Lu Cheng was more alert than he thought. Lu Cheng fell ahead by chance and saved himself from a bad situation. Zhang Lan also sighed. Pity indeed. Missing this opportunity will be the most regrettable thing for Zhou Yuaning in this competition. He was too cautious. Abandoned for many years, he had lost not only physical statement and skills, but also his spirit in the chest. If he had not considered to retreat a few steps and directly use the last chi, the winner would be him. Do not use the ventilation means that if he can't beat Lu Cheng in 1 or 2 hits, Zhou Yuaning will lose the speed and movement advantages. In the extreme situation, once he is controlled under Brutal Blizzard by Lu Cheng, he can't retake a breath. So deciding between seconds really needs the spirit and courage. Speaking of which, Zhang Lan shook her head. The scale of victory begins to change. Huh? Lan, do you mean that Lu Cheng is more likely to win? That's impossible. Zhou Yuaning has the physical strength to make 4 or 5 rounds of attacks. Yi Yaoting frowned. Zhang Lan smiled and said, "Just wait and see." Unlike them, the audience couldn't calmly analyze. Their mood was just like a roller coaster. Firstly, they were worried or happy for Lu Cheng beaten by a palm. And then they were shocked by his self-save from the edge of the cliffs. Even people who bought Zhou Yuaning for the winner could not help but applause and applause. Just in a moment, the situation had changed around. This was the martial arts competition. Lu Cheng's mercurial balance couldn't keep up with Zhou Yuaning's move. Even though Lu Cheng used a guerrilla hit like this, he was often wrapped by Zhou Yuaning. In the face of the upcoming second round of Longwan Jifeng, Whirlwind, and the expected thrilling situation, he was quite nervous. But with the experience from the last round, his treatment of similar conditions was no longer rusty. Some things got into the instinct. As long as Zhou Yuaning is in my sight, whether it is an abrupt explosive force or invisible wind, I have quite a chance to hold it. But I am most afraid of his sudden attack from the back and the dark view corner. The idea flashed. Lu Cheng lifted his right arm, framed by the face. He blocked Zhou Yuaning's palm from the side. The two had just collided. Zhou Yuaning stepped to Lu Cheng's backside. He had no mercurial balance, as anomalous as a phantom. But he became more chic and uninhibited, like the wind. Lu Cheng got a similar idea as soon as he was in a similar situation. He decided by instincts in his mind. He set up the right arm suddenly, and then made a rejection, driving the body a half-turn, snapping to the opponent. He imitated Tang Yu's sweeping elephant trunk, wind echoing, Zhou Yuaning changed his footwork and bent his back and bombed up to the left. At this time, Lu Cheng adjusted his muscle. His spine bounced as the dragon, and the center of gravity changed with it. He scattered the right arm, turned the waist, tautened thighs, and used front sweep of the left leg to face Zhou Yuaning's coming towards. If he hadn't had mercurial balance or excellent muscle control ability, he would be lucky not to hurt his waist, and he would be simply not able to kick the legs. Of course, the premise was always to leave spare capacity, which had long been prepared. Pang! Zhou Yuaning couldn't escape anymore. He put the left arm down, blocking Lu Cheng's whip kick. Then he got down slightly and got a short loss of flexibility. With this contact, Lu Cheng heard his movement and borrowed a little power. He put left leg down, twisted his back, and turned to a positive position. His right leg kept up to make a strike, as the north wind in the coldest winter, to get Zhou Yuaning under the suppression of brutal blizzard. Zhou Yuaning looked the same, and it seemed there was a storm forming in his dark eyes. His right hand fisted, suddenly made a chop hit, fast as a gust of wind. Bang! He took Lu Cheng's attack in the face, and he hit back this whip kick, making Lu Cheng nearly lose his gravity center. So Lu Cheng couldn't keep brutal blizzard. Wuthering 8 movements burst into its extreme, horrifying hurricane. After a block, Zhou Yuaning made the distance again, and redid the breathing. See, Jiang Lan pointed to the arena and said to Yi Yaoting. Yi Yaoting frowned with her face puzzled. This guy gets enlightenment? I have completely watched videos of his competitions before. The initial sentiment and rusty is obvious. That is, he is constantly absorbing nutrients of battles and the competition experience. A battle, an improvement, that's what makes him today. And he has not been suppressed in several warfares, only passive defense experience. Be faced with Zhou Yuaning, the beginning is rusty, and there are flaws. When he adapted it, with experience, the victory balance will surely be changed. Jiang Lan said. Yi Yaoting turned to her with confusion. Are you saying that he was a standard rookie before? This growth is too fast, right? Some people are really good at growing in fighting. Of course, the weaker he is, the more gains he will get. Didn't we have such a period that we could get obvious progress from each battle? Jiang Lan sighed. Yi Yaoting was silent for a moment, and asked, Sister Lan, who do you think might win? Of course it is Zhou Yuaning. Jiang Lan laughed. If he is the current level, he is not worthy of the reputation of professional ninth pin. After she said that, Zhou Yuaning narrowed the distance again. The venue seemed to have a wind echoing. Lu Cheng felt surrounded by a real small tornado and covered in the feeling of being attacked from all directions. Woo! Strong and weird winds blew. Lu Cheng's heart chilled a bit. Instincts made him fear. A silver lightning instantly split his mind and stimulated a prairie fire. Lightning and fire stance. Heat flow rushing. Lu Cheng used the right arm to push by force, racking in front of him, and it ran into the single strap of Zhou Yuaning. Bang! Lu Cheng's body shook. The arm was almost pressed to the front. He felt the other side of the majestic vigor. If he didn't use lightning and fire stance in time, he might be already broken up. Zhou Yuaning stepped to the side. His body leaned ahead and his left fist hit from the bottom, like the spring bouncing from the extreme point. Lu Cheng dare not neglect. Bent left arm suddenly opened, as if a spear ready to cast, blocking back. The lightning in his mind continued to strike down, more like towering snow peak collapsing. Bang! Muffled sound broke out. Lu Cheng's avalanche trend did not even match the average with Zhou Yuaning. The center of gravity once again shook. He did not borrow the force and failed to interfere with Zhou Yuaning's move. In the next short period, Zhou Yuaning launched continuous attacks from all directions. Each hit was more. Many problems were enlarging than Lu Cheng's mega avalanche plus lightning and fire stance. He was pressed to crumble, and it seemed that the hurricanes never stopped. Bang! The sound of block continued. Although Lu Cheng had Jindan, the golden elixir, to add strength and was not afraid of acting slowly, many problems were enlarging gradually during the convergence between moves under this pressure. How long can he insist on this level of mad attack? The idea had just flashed. Lu Chang saw Zhou Yuaning once again come to the front, as if he was the embodiment of the storm, hitting with the body and fists. The air was full of sounds of whistling. Lu Chang just dealt with the rear side of the mat attacks, and the current position was also very awkward. In the face of this hit, the force was not fast enough and the convergence was short half a shot. Lu Chang could barely make a block of posture. A bad feeling arose. Bang! Lu Cheng's defense shelves were opened directly. His chest was completely exposed in the following attacks of Zhou Yuaning, just like the situation in which Yi Yaoting beat Guan Yan. Judging by his previous experience, the outcome of the competition outcome was obvious. Once more hit again, Zhou Yuaning would win easily. But Lu Chang did not want to admit defeat. His heart was calm as a lake, cold as if he could turn water into ice. Countless ideas rose up and down. He kept looking for the only way to escape from the follow-up attack. Not bad. Surrounding shoutings exclaimed ears. Yi Yaoting gently applauded for her coming pocket money. At this time, Lu Chang suddenly turned down. It seemed that he left the center of gravity. His right leg kicked, driving the body to a half-turn, and snapped to Zhou Yuaning's fist coming to his chest. Iron bridge moves. Dragon turning over moves. These were not secret skills, but the extreme self-confidence of the ability to control one's gravity center. He was restructuring the broken 24 blizzard strikes. Of course, there was no way left for Lu Chang. Bang! His right leg kicked Zhou Yuaning's follow-up attack. Because he kicked from the bottom, the rebound was naturally from the top, as if someone hit the lever. Pang! Lu Chang bounced his spine, upped his back, and then leveraged to stand up again like another kind of carp jumping moves. His right arm jittered, pumping to the front enemy. Zhou Yuaning stepped immediately to his right side and made a blast punch. Suddenly, Lu Cheng's right arm stopped. He pierced the left palm under the armpit and dangerously sheltered Zhou Yuaning's attack. When he took advantage of the opportunity to bounce, he had known how to deal with the follow-up attack. He deliberately beat with his right arm, revealing the corresponding flaws to emulate Wang Yi. He used Hai Di Lao Yu to attack Zhou Yuaning. Pang! Fists crashed and the strength broke out. The two men equally split. Huh? Lu Chang felt the power of Zhou Yuaning were weaker than before. Does he hold the breath to the end? An idea stroked to him. Lu Chang subconsciously thought of the trend of the strong wind. Broke out ahead, he sharply strode to Zhou Yuaning. He believed in his judgments without considering other possibilities and with his heart having no slightest shaking. When he had just formed a gesture, Zhou Yuaning began to make a distance by drifting wind. The strong wind in his mind echoing louder, he strode to chase Zhou Yuaning. My judgment was right. Although he didn't know his speed, the distance between them was enlarging. But he had taken the first hit, it wouldn't be that hard to catch him like before. He had begun to chase, the distance was far not safe for Zhou Yuaning than the former pranayama. Zhou Yuaning could not hold. He opened the mouth and spat out a big mouth of dirty air. His stature slowed a bit. Lu Chang immediately kept up, lowered the shoulder and racked the elbow. He rammed ahead, like the avalanche torrent tearing the wall. Zhou Yuaning shortly breathed and put down the waist and hips to block Lu Cheng's hit. Too late to use abrupt explosive force with the short power, the body appeared shaking. Lu Chang heard the change. He borrowed strength and put the body in the right position. The right hand fisted out like blast punch. A storm seemed to come in between the two sides. Bang! Zhou Yuaning blocked a few times. Because the chi was not going through, he could never escape from Lu Cheng's crazy ferocious attacks. He briefly lost advantages of gestures. As the battle remained intense, Lu Chang made a sudden burst, like a rage in silence. Open! He fisted his left hand and seemed to inflate, condescending and pilgrimage crashing. His chi was difficult to stop. Bang! Zhou Yuaning's defensive stance was directly broken up. His arms opened, exposing the empty place between the chest and abdomen, as what Lu Chang did just then. He forgot his identity and used the same fall. He tried to use iron bridge moves and donkey roll to escape, and then to come to revive. But his body suddenly felt empty. Lacking the support of qi in the chest, he straightly fell. He had come to the limit of the last qi. Lu Chang used a stride and shortened the distance. He crouched a bit. His arms hammered, tearing the air, making a crisp sound, and stopped above the throat of Zhou Yuaning. Lu Chang wins. The referee's voice echoed between them, far as if it came from the horizon. The entire martial arts stadium was in silence. You could hear the dropping of a needle. Lu Chang got into a trance, like dreaming. Today's battle was so far the most thrilling one to him. Twice fell to the edge of failure, he was so close to going back home. Relying on luck, strength, judgment, spirit, and bravery. He caught that fleeting dawn. The winner or the loser was decided in a moment. Bonus, I'm coming. He won. Above the stands, Yi Yaoting's expression was distorted. She was not only amazed at the competition's changes, but also in pain of her own pocket money. If Lu Chang was struggling to survive Zhou Yuaning's bombing attacks, supported by physical consumption to get the victory, she could reluctantly accept. But the reality was that after Zhou Yuaning's most ferocious wave of attacks, Lu Chang immediately counterattacked and beat the opponent. The physical advantage was part of the factor, but not the main factor. This was so unbelievable that she couldn't believe her eyes. Beside her, Zhang Lan felt slightly lucky and laughed. Luckily, I did not bet. Yi Yaoting glanced at her and said, Sister Lan, do not mention the pot that doesn't boil. How did he win? I have told you. Zhou Yuaning's problems and shortcomings are also obvious. Zhang Lan smiled and said, having combated for many years, the biggest impact is not only the decline of martial arts and physical state, but also the faded qi in the chest. The first two can be maintained by the daily hardships, while the latter one can't be polished with non-combat. It's like a sharp sword, abandoned for a long time, does not get any conservation, sooner or later it will be blunt. In some situation that needs bravery, it becomes not confident enough. Yi Yaoting thoughtfully said, no wonder the martial arts need combats, momentum and the qi in the chest. In the arena of less life-threatening, losing his spirit, having little confidence in his own judgment, and being hesitant at the crucial moment, will lead to defeat to the weak. Not to mention the ancient battles which decided to live or not to live in seconds. Yes, Zhou Yuaning at least had 2 opportunities to get down Lu Chang, but he lost them due to overcautious. Lu Chang took the change. He attacked without hesitation, and he brought the battle to an end ahead, so he didn't have to use the endurance. Zhang Lan touched her hair. Professional fighters were shocked by the result, not to mention the audience. A strange silence arose in the martial arts venues. Only the sound of naughty children playing the trumpet occasionally echoed. They played and stopped, timidly watching around. They did not understand why adults suddenly stopped talking. After 20 or 30 seconds, a variety of voices broke out, exclamations, praises, applause, cursing, and crying. Zheng's face flushed. He crazily clapped like he could not feel any pain. After a long time, he excitedly looked around the companions and said with a smile, Lu Chang is really great. He even beat a professional 9th pin. Although he was a former professional 9th pin, still a professional 9th pin. I did not expect that, really. I thought he would be the strongest under professional 9th pin. Zhang, you are awesome. You enjoyed the competition, and also got the bet to win the money. The companions responded differently. Zhang laughed. Counting the basis, it's only 300 yuan. Shall we cut some marinated pork intestines, have a mixed pig head meat, and buy a few bottles of wine and have some fun at my place? Sure. Take advantages of you big rich. A bet was immediately left behind. Lu Chang won. Qin Jilin rubbed his eyes. He suspected that he just had an illusion. How could he see a professional 9th pin knocked down by Lu Chang? Lu Yinglong stared. After a long time, he sighed and said, it is only a few days. How do I feel like it's several years? At the beginning, I still felt that carelessness caused my failure. But now, I am sure the gap between us won't disappear in a short time. Oh, I doubt that he is a different guy. He did it. Qin Jilin turned around and looked at senior brother. Lu Yinglong looked to the arena, solemnly nodded. Well, he won. He really won. He beat a professional ninth pin. I cannot believe that I witnessed the birth of a miracle, Qin Jilin murmured. In other places, young couples and other audiences were still crying and abreacting. For many people, after witnessed the weak overcame the strong, they would naturally divide into two mentalities. One would be jealous and fearful, worrying about the inherent orders. The second would compare their own with admiration. The strong were no doubt awe-inspiring, but the weak body could challenge the strong and get the victory. That was more worthy of admiration. One day, maybe you could do it yourself. In their sight, Lu Cheng looked SOSO on the arena, but he had the spirit of youth and heroism. Seeing Zhou Yuaning stand up, Lu Cheng was in a little trance. Happiness echoed in his heart, resulting in a refreshing feeling, like going through the hardships in the ocean without any hope, tasting all the dangers, wandering between life and death, and finally witnessed the horizon. That touching moment, that moment of joy, no one could describe with words and sentences. This is the best taste of the victory. He really beat a mighty one of professional ninth pin. Even if he was not in the best state, and even if he had multiple weaknesses, he was still a professional ninth pin. Because that he was a member in the forum, his heart was filled with the joy of winning. Lu Cheng said in a very graceful opening, I had almost lost twice. Yes. If Zhou Yuaning dared to fight more resolutely, more bravely, this time the one came to celebrate the victory would be Zhou Yuaning rather than him. So this was a comprehensive contest of fortune, strength, judgment, spirit, and courage. Zhou Yuaning shook his head and responded earnestly, Only once, that is, when I hit your back. If I had taken the risk to attack, perhaps the result would not be the same. As for the second time, I was rather greedy. When you stood up again, my chi was close to the limit. I should immediately pull away from the distance. But with the regret of missing the previous opportunity, I became greedy and made one more attack. That showed you my weakness, so you won. Ha! I should be more thoughtful. No, I mean when you took my iron bridge moves, you directly gave me a whip kick. You would be more likely to win. Lu Cheng recalled that time, sincerely said. Because he succeeded from a bad situation, his dragon turning over moves actually had a lot of flaws. But his courage beat Zhou Yuaning, so he chose a more secure way. As for Zhou Yuaning, this was challenge tournament, not a life or death field. With a little trance, Zhou Yuaning exposed a bitter smile. Right? No wonder the old people often say, fists fear youth. Except for physical invulnerability, they are also afraid of the physique and strength of young people, as well as their courage and bravery. After saying that, he did not have the mood to say something more or to take photos. He walked to the stone steps, quickly left the arena. His personal items were locked in the locker room. No need to get back from the competition supervision. Standing in the arena above, looking at the back of Zhou Yuaning disappearing at the end of the lights, Lu Cheng felt that he had become the king of this bluestone site. He was the only king accepting the worship, enjoying the authority. Lord Lu? Jin Tao waited for a long time outside the locker room until Zhou Yuaning came out. After a shout, he did not know what to say. The words of comfort at this time were more like opening a scar and poking the wound. Zhou Yuaning's hair was dripping water. He bitterly smiled. Do not say anything. Accompany me for 3 or 5 bottles. Sure. Jin Tao replied immediately. After thinking for a while, Zhou Yuaning said, I won't come to the forum until a week later. Too shameful. Half-naked, photos. Can you help me to send them? He had set up the rhetoric but was defeated by the unknown. So he got embarrassed and decided to post new topics after things had faded away. Lu Cheng got back his phone from the competition supervision office, and then he went to the locker room. Ecstasy rolled in his heart. He could not wait to share it with Yanjika. Honestly, if Zhou Yuaning didn't go that fast, he would like to blow his identity in the forum. Meet forum friends in person. Logged in QQ and was going to send a message, he saw the collected voice before. Clear and passionate songs echoed around his ears. a bit fascinating. Subconsciously, he slid his finger. He called out the address book and made a phone call to Yenjika. At this moment, he would like to hear the voice of Yenjika once again. He would like to tell her his victory personally. Mobile phone ringing came into his ears. Lu Chang was a little nervous and a little apprehension, but more was happy and expecting. "Hello, Chang?" The line got connected. Yenjika's familiar voice came through the phone. Lu Chang blurted out, "I won." The other side of the phone came into a short moment of silence. The breath seemed to be heavier. "Really? Chang, don't trick me." With more surprises in her voice, Yenjika had already believed his words. Listen to the cry around. Lu Chang turned the phone into hands-free in the locker room and put it towards the stands. The cry of Lu Chang was endless. I feel like I'm in the dream. Frankly, don't be angry. I had no confidence," Yenjika said. Lu Chang turned off hands-free, and he walked into the locker room, sitting on a metal bench, smiling. "I did not have any confidence either, but didn't I have your refueling song? It was more powerful than ordinary ones. It at least helped me double my strength." Yenjika made a low laughter that was hard to suppress. After a while, Yenjika said, "You are so funny." Finished. The two appeared silent. Breath across the handset and radio was vaguely heard. "It feels that I can't talk without emoji pack." Lu Chang made a joke. Yenjika smiled. "That is, the talk has become unfamiliar. Quickly, honestly account, how do you beat professional ninth pin?" She deliberately used the tone of online chat to resolve the embarrassment of their first phone call. "I almost failed twice." Lu Chang described the keys of the competition again. In the middle, he focused on the interaction with Yenjika, rather than finishing their talk in a breath. When he talked about his winning, the chat became smooth and familiar again. "Hey, thanks to Coach Yen for telling me the chi of Wuthering 8 movements, or else I could not catch the opportunity." He took the opportunity to commend Yenjika. Yenjika smiled. "I make a living on my head, and on a cheerful song," Lu Chang said humorously. Yenjika snorted. "I was just in a whim." Then she quickly changed the topic. "Chang, I found that you will be considered as the second expert of the martial arts community at the beginning of the new term. How long is it? I always feel you are possessed by an alien." Her voice tone ended with laughter, teasing Lu Cheng's ears. The joy in Lu Cheng's heart gradually became long and increasingly meaningful. He smiled. "I think your yin-yang stance and some 24 blizzard strikes are good enough, but you have no actual combat experience. And when you have it, you will have the strength of amateur third pin. How about this? In the new term, I accompany you to combat, and let Coach Sher be the referee." He instinctively wanted to have more contacts and common experiences with Yenjika. "Well, you shall be a good sandbag," Yenjika said with a ferocious tone. When the two talked happily, Wang Yi finished the competition. He walked into the locker room, and he saw Lu Chang making a call. He gave him a thumbs up. Lu Chang smiled in response while introducing the 16 lottery rules to Yenjika. That is to say, the first of each group picks the second to avoid the same group. Tomorrow your opponent will be professional ninth pin or mighty ones of Danchi realm. Chang, I can only say that enjoy the fighting and enjoy the martial arts, Yenjika said in a joking tone. The professional ninth pin in her words is the best ones, not the ones like Zhou Yuaning. Lu Chang replied with a smile. I think so. Tomorrow I'll just enjoy the competition and enjoy the fighting. And sooner I will be able to get the bonus. Hey! I can carry luggage to find delicious food in Yanling. I can also find a better hotel to stay. Between the words, he thought of the big backpack in the cupboard. According to the original plan, he should go to the station and return to Shoshan. Who would actually predict that he could reach the last 16? At the beginning, even he dare not do such a fantasy. That was too outrageous. However, if this best 16 from Warrior Sage Challenge tournament do not seize the time to set the hotel, it is possible that he will sleep on the street. Yenling's special food? Let me see. Yenjika said excitedly. There seems to be a mutton soup with Bing which is quite famous. Then I'll try it. Lu Cheng said with pleasure. They had talked for over 40 minutes. Lu Cheng's mobile phone got hot, and the power went straight down. If Yanjika's grandmother didn't look for her, Lu Cheng felt that they could go on. In the later QQ chat, he booked the hotel, which was 400 or 500 yuan a night. Quite expensive, but he had a bonus and he was young. He would like a luxury. This time he booked for 2 nights. He did not want to be in a hurry, and the return ticket was not able to get due to the arrival of the Spring Festival. He had to wait for the next round. When tomorrow's battle was finished, he should call to cheer to master. And he should go to Little Ming to show off. After returning home, he would have courage and self-confidence to say about learning martial arts. At least his performance showed that he was able to make a living of this, Lu Cheng thought. At almost 5 o'clock, when the 16 against table was sure, Lu Cheng saw his own name and that familiar and unfamiliar enemy. Yi Yaoding Lu Cheng. So it was that bewilderingly strong woman? Lu Cheng wasn't moved in the slightest, and he even wanted to smile, to be destined to fight a well-known professional ninth pin, and who had gone as far as the Danchi realm at that. Under the circumstances of the drawing, it was simply a matter of probability, so going against Yi Yaoding didn't impact his morale even a little bit. I'm going up against that bewilderingly strong woman that I mentioned earlier. Snickering, he casually sent a message to Yanjika. Having just gone through the fight with Zhou Yuaning, his understanding about his own current level was incredibly clear and precise. His pure physical strength was about that of a second or third pin, but when you brought the Danchi into the picture, there were a lot of advantages. It had transformed his physical strength so that if he was able to fully show what he was capable of and was free from any restraint, his fighting ability was that of an amateur first pin. Under these circumstances, his mind, physical condition, and willpower were all steadily rising in every respect. There had been a hope when he challenged a professional ninth pin with obvious flaws such as Zhou Yuaning, but that was his current limit. He didn't have any alike of going all out against an even stronger opponent. In the journey of martial arts, confidence was very important, but knowing oneself was also important. Lu Cheng had the right outlook. He understood that even though he had progressed so much in 4 months, he still had some weaknesses that were just as obvious. A few days of actual combat wouldn't be enough to make up for those deficiencies. He had to think about the big picture. Yanjika replied quickly with a giggling and clapping monkey emoji. Not bad. Before you were studying her when she won the second round, and tomorrow you've got to write back. Before you were just a carefree Buddha roaming around without a care in the world. That's all in the past now. Now this girl, Yi, what's her name? She's skilled in tiger style and leopard style, and has fast speed, nimbleness, and also a bewildering strength. How terrifying. So terrifying that it's hard to handle. There's no need to speak in riddles. Are you saying that I'm afraid that I'll lose so easily just like that? I'd still like to leave this little warrior sage challenge tournament with a little dignity. Lu Cheng purposely used an emoji with an expression of being wronged. Yanjika replied with an emoji of a singer smoking. You said it, not me. To put it simply, enjoy the fight, and enjoy the martial arts. She was teasing him again. Haha. Well, first off, I don't want to think about this tournament until tomorrow afternoon. Tonight I'm going to relax and take it easy. Lu Cheng declared cheerfully, not wanting to spend the night once again poring over and analyzing videos of the fights. As for the top 16 athletes competition, there were 4 rounds in the morning and 4 rounds in the afternoon. In the afternoon, the important matches would be broadcasted by the Yanling television station. Although there wouldn't be a massive amount of people watching, it would still be an average amount. However, it was hard for martial arts fights to last for 3 hours in the 4 rounds. As a result, in between they would surely put on some song and dances, Chinese boxing and other performances as well as other activities that would interact with the crowd. Since this was the first year, all tickets for the Phoenix Cup Warrior Sage Candidate Challenge Tournament were free to attract as many eyes as possible and bring in as many people into the arenas as possible for the experience. Lu Cheng. Yi Yaoding stared at the fight roster dumbfounded. She gnashed her teeth in anger for quite a while. All of my money. Beside her, Jianglan chuckled. I didn't expect you two to bump into each other. In that case, I can bet for you to win tomorrow. I'll make him see what happens when he makes me lose money. Yiyouting deliberately allowed herself to smile villainously. After the 16 athletes had gathered in the conference room and signed the contract about maintaining their integrity, they each were due to receive a 5,000 yuan bonus. When Lu Chang had walked in, everyone's eyes focused on him. They were full of curiosity and sizing him up, but there was also a sense of appreciation there as well. Compared to last time when he had silently slipped into the corner, now it seemed like he had become the focal point of the group. This was inevitable, since it was a fighter of no rank going against a professional ninth pin fighter. No matter where you went, it was worth following. Li Xiaoyuan waved Lu Chang over, beckoning him to come and sit down. Lu Chang obviously wanted to be together with people that he knew, so he turned in a semicircle and headed towards the corner. Yiyouting glared as he passed by her. What's she glaring at me for? I haven't done anything to provoke her, have I? Lu Chang was baffled. He had no idea why and didn't feel like going over to ask. Anyway, after tomorrow they could go their separate ways and never have an opportunity to run into each other again. Do you owe Yiyouting money? Li Xiaoyuan said, making fun. Lu Chang shook his head in bewilderment. I don't know her at all. It could be possible that she has a crush on you and suspects that we're in an adulterous relationship. Li Xiaoyuan laughed softly and put on a serious face. A grin appeared at the corner of Lu Cheng's mouth, and he shot him a glance. My friend, watch yourself, you don't want to start using these kinds of hardcore jokes. You're a nice and proper artistic young man. This easygoing guy's outward appearance really had the air of being a bully. Ah, life's so short. Isn't it fine to joke around a little bit? Also, Yiyouting and me don't get along very well. So if she sees someone that looks like me, of course, she'll hate them. Li Xiaoyuan spread out his hands. With all of the people here in Yanling, and all the local young people's most esteemed fighters, how could it not be possible for you and Yiyouting to cross paths? Hearing this gossip, Lu Chang asked with interest. How did you rub her the wrong way? Or is it that she rubbed you the wrong way? Li Xiaoyuan lowered his voice. It's mainly that I think she looks weird, and she heard about that from other people. Lu Chang subconsciously looked towards Yiyouting. Her eyebrows were thick, her nose straight, and although her eyes weren't really big, they had a spark to them. She seemed quite smart and pretty. Although she certainly wasn't as stunningly beautiful as Yan Zhika, she was far from being odd-looking. You really think that she looks strange? Lu Chang asked, also lowering his voice. Li Xiaoyuan nodded seriously. Yes, really. Lu Chang thought for a moment, and patted Li Xiaoyuan's shoulder. My friend, my honest advice is that you need to get your eyes checked. When he was done speaking, he added one more sentence. Why is it that I still think you're joking? With a relaxed look on his face, Yiyouting said, Since I was a kid until now, my tastes have always been attacked by other people, and you're no exception. While they'd only met each other twice, they genuinely got along with each other. Lu Chang was waiting to say something when the man in charge of the competition had already come up. Behind him, a bodyguard carried a black suitcase. He opened it just like in the movies, and inside there were bright red 100 yuan bills. Another bodyguard held a machine used to count bills and detect counterfeit money. Originally we wanted to give everyone a card, each with its own unique password. But for 5,000 yuan it seems like this won't be necessary. We can just directly give you cash. At the same time, the man in charge took a wad of cash and fed it through the counting machine, which happened to come to 5,000 yuan exactly. It was obvious that they had prepared earlier. After testing every pile, the bodyguards gave out the money according to the order of seating. A feeling of deep satisfaction came upon Lu Chang as the thick and sturdy wad of bills landed in his hand. Money had a real power to it. If he didn't have this money, he'd have had to sleep outside in the street that evening. If he hadn't used a private room or gotten money from a refund on his ticket, he'd have had to go hungry tomorrow. If he didn't have it, he wouldn't have been able to enjoy some good food, and would have had to nibble on some snacks as he'd done before. If he didn't have it, he wouldn't have been able to make ends meet and take Yan Zhika out on a date at the beginning of next semester. Also, this was the first time in his life that he'd earned money on his own without depending on anyone else. He no longer was a little kid that had to depend on his mom and dad. On the bus, Lu Cheng carried his luggage. He changed into some regular clothes and casually looked down at the GPS. He still had 2 stops to go until he arrived at the Mr. Zhang's Tanling lamb and noodle soup shop that Yanjika had mentioned before. He'd found a nearby bank before and put a majority of the money he'd been given into his account. He only kept 1,500 yuan on him for the hotel room and daily living expenses and necessities. He felt that this budget was more than sufficient. It feels like I've become a millionaire. Lu Cheng snickered as he sent the message to Yanjika. Yanjika sent him an emoji with its hands covering its mouth and said, "It's true. You're really awesome, Cheng. Other people on work-study programs don't make even close to that much money in a month. You're too much," Lu Cheng said using a dodge emoji. Yanjika replied with a laughing monkey emoji. "I learned from you." As they cracked jokes between each other, Lu Cheng got off the bus. He looked at the map for directions and turned down a small alley. At a nondescript residence that was at least 20 years old, he found Mr. Zhang's Tanling lamb and noodle soup shop nearby. It wasn't even 5:30, and already people had started lining up next door. The inside was packed to the brim. It was obvious that business was booming at this spot. After waiting for a half hour, it was finally Lu Cheng's turn. He was led to the smallest kind of table there was, which was for 4 people. "It feels weird sitting at a table for 4 all by myself," Lu Cheng said and sent a blankly staring emoji to Yanjika. Yanjika used an emoji of an onion pushing up its glasses. "So you're experiencing the misery of being single? That's why I never go out to eat alone. How about I put my phone across from me and pretend that you're here?" Lu Cheng said with a wicked grin. Yanjika sent a scolding emoji. "So I can see but not eat. Do you want to not be friends anymore?" Time passed quickly as they spoke, and the food that Lu Cheng had ordered arrived quickly. A creamy, milky white lamb and fish soup, some sliced lamb meat, and some white flatbread that was a recommendation of the shop owners. Lu Cheng first drank a spoonful of soup, and after pondering over the flavor for some time, he was unable to help himself and took a few more mouthfuls. It was so good that he would give 128 thumbs up. It was said that for this restaurant's lamb and fish soup, they first boiled some crucian carp and then added some previously sautéed lamb meat while it was stewing. Then they put in some secret seasonings, continuously cooking until the broth became milky white, had a full, robust flavor and didn't contain a lot of greases. The white flatbread was produced in a way similar to the puffy buns in the Northeast. Using your hands, you broke it into several pieces and put them into the soup where it would absorb all of the beautiful flavors of the juices. Biting down on it, the tastiness of the soup and the freshness of the wheat bread all came together. It was enough to make a man drool. On the other hand, the sliced lamb meat appeared to be quite average, although it indeed wasn't bad. Lu Cheng took a picture while he talked and ate and sent it to Yanjika, who glared at him fiercely as she was reminded. He'd soon already cleared his plate, even though the portions at this restaurant were not small at all. 1 helping here was the same as 3 or 4 in Jiangnan province. Patting his stomach, Lu Cheng felt warm from head to toe. In the cold wind, he didn't need to zip up his down jacket. Ever since winter had arrived, he hadn't had to wear any kind of wool sweaters or jackets. With his blood and qi pumping after physical training, a simple pair of long johns and a down jacket was more than sufficient. Although the room at the new hotel wasn't quite as good as the picture Lu Cheng had seen at the front desk, it wasn't bad. There was a lot of room, it was arranged nicely, the facilities were new, and the carpet was thick. More importantly, the internet was high speed. Lying down on the bed, Lu Cheng felt a wonderful kind of relaxation, as if every single cell in his body was yelling out in song. He took out his phone and skimmed through the forums as he spoke with Yanjika. Just after entering the live stream, he saw the young girl Brahmin say to Unparalleled Dragon, Invincible Punch, Pig Riding Knight, a plumber eating mushrooms and others. All of the bullies have suddenly come out to pick on me because I'm so young. All of this talk about how my new idol is only like an amateur 2nd or 3rd pin and how he's surely no match for the Uncle Ringmaster, and all of this talk about how my new idol is not even close to being the same as a professional 9th pin. It actually made me skeptical and did not support his victory. Boys can handle this kind of thing, but girls can't. You all have to show me some sympathy. In contrast to the tone of her questions, she used a laughing emoji with its hands on its waist. So it was obvious that she was just showing off and being cocky for her new idol Lu Cheng. After being exposed to Brahm's cockiness, Lu Cheng was influenced and felt immeasurably satisfied. His heart was filled with a vague brightness, and he hurriedly skimmed through the responses, eager to see what they were. Beautiful World used ellipses to express her mood. This isn't science. Outspoken, said with more skepticism. Is Lu Cheng taking red pellets or something? Otherwise, how could he possibly have won against Master Road? First off, the rules allow for this. Second, what about the 5,000 yuan for the 16 fighters? Don't similar things hurt the body even more? Plumber eating mushrooms, retorted against outspoken. That's right. I can use that money to buy some red pellets. Why shouldn't I use that 5,000 yuan and splurge a little? Lu Cheng nodded his head slightly. Like they say, your surroundings make you who you are. Husbands and wives, and boyfriend and girlfriends become more and more like the longer they are together. He'd already unconsciously learned a few phrases that Yenjika was prone to using. Unparalleled Dragon King responded first with an emoji that had a blank stare. How to explain? After this message, I can see how stupid I was then. That was unreasonable. I've been thinking for a long time about when I watched the fight on video. I discovered that although Master Road was the most popular and had a chance to win, he he wasn't determined enough, not adventurous enough. On the other hand, Lu Cheng seized that brief moment of opportunity and his energy was like a rainbow. He was firm, decisive, and fought like his life depended on it. Ah! So Foolish Road came across a brave victor. Pig Riding Knight replied. In other words, Road to the arena lost because of his attitude? Because I confronted him and took a photo when he was half naked. He wasn't moving at all. The younger girl, Wonton Seller, said. No hooligans snickered as he replied to her. So you think Master Road's body isn't as good as little punches? No, my mind's just racing. How did Road to the arena manage to lose? How could he lose? Just like that. Wonton Seller sent an emoji with its hands outstretched helplessly. Okamoto's fan said with tears flowing, You're all terrible people. Yesterday in the forum everyone was speaking with such certainty, like they were 100% confident, that it made me think Master Road was sure to win. I made a special bet, and today I was at home paralyzed, just waiting for heaven to take me. Really? For real? Don't scare me like that. Wonton Seller replied without delay. Okamoto's fan said, No, not really. But I did lose a month's worth of cigarette money. I've already gone and wept in the bathroom. A plumber eating mushroom said with a sigh. Just for the sake of debate, and not to say this is his actual strength, but Lu Cheng really does seem like he's at the amateur first pin level. Against a professional ninth pin fighter who's been out of practice for a few years, the difference isn't really that significant. Showing up and doing your best is what's more important. Your attitude and willpower are more important. Hehe. Thanks for the praise. Every comment made Lu Cheng jump over the moon with joy. It was like a secret pleasure that he had all to himself. He continued to look further down. The young girl, Braham, had come back and with a big laugh said, Do you see the reality now? Do you know how awesome my new idol is now? That's right, do we have an agreement on those pictures? You can't cheat a little kid. Unparalleled Dragon King responded to her. I'm pretty sure I saw the last 16's photos on the official website. I'll help you look. About 10 seconds later, he uploaded a photo of Lu Cheng standing in the middle of the arena, wearing a navy blue Longhu Club martial arts suit. The lighting fell on the top of his head, which seemed to bathe him in a radiant aura. When was this taken? It was pretty good. Lu Cheng was flabbergasted at first, and pleasantly surprised shortly after. It seemed like this photo was taken by the official website photographer just after his victory against Zhou Yuaning. The angle was great, and all of the corners and contours were sharp. It made him look much more handsome than in a regular photo. Whoever you offend, don't offend the photographer. He entertained the notion while he saved the photo and sent it to Yenjika. Nowadays, there were more folders on his hard drive about Yenling martial arts. Videos he'd especially saved related to the competition, as well as other photos and information that served as souvenirs. Included amongst these was a file labeled Yen. Inside there were saved copies of all the voice messages and records of all the chat messages he had had with her. Since he was afraid of losing them, he'd backed up this file numerous times and saved it on several hard drives. Pretty good. I almost didn't recognize you. Yenjika responded quickly with an emoji pushing up its sunglasses. I'm convinced the photographer did some photoshopping and worked some magic on my face. The latter two don't look like this. It's like I've been changed beyond recognition. Lu Chang replied with a snicker. Looks like I've found out you're not too fond of photos that have been altered too much. Yenjika responded clearly and concisely. It's lazy, annoying, and shouldn't be allowed in the photography trade. Then I better improve my photo-taking skills. I'm not sure if I'll be able to take photos to your satisfaction. Lu Chang said subtly. Then you need to work hard. If you make me look ugly in a photo, you know what'll happen. Yenjika teased. While they spoke, Lu Chang continued to look at the replies, and just saw Brahmin say, Wow, my new idol is pretty good. It looks like he's also wearing the Longhu Club colors. It is fate. Wonton Seller scratched her head and said, Why does it feel like he looks familiar? I feel that way too, replied Above the Sky, a long-time lurker. I remember. Everybody waits a sec. She quickly posted a link. Go look. It's that boy we saw before at the very beginning of the National University Martial Arts Competitions program. Damn. Even then I was saying that goofy-looking guy was cute. When did I become a master of telling someone had intrinsic supernatural abilities just by looking at their appearance? What? Brahmin used an adorable emoji staring blankly as she said, I saw first. Shortly after, Wonton Seller replied. It really actually is that passerby guy from before. How is it that goofy-looking guy who was babbling about how honored he was could suddenly some mysterious expert that can prevail against a professional ninth pin? Are you saying he's putting on an act and is a wolf in sheep's clothing? Or that he's normally that goofy but becomes a master when he steps into the arena? Above the Sky also displayed a mixture of astonishment and doubt. So it was him all along. Unparalleled Dragon King was unable to conceal his surprise. He didn't seem like he was putting on an act then, but surely he couldn't go from being an ordinary person to a powerful amateur first pin through just 4 months of work? That's fucking impossible. Could it also be that maybe he does have a supernatural ability? But for a rookie fight with only 4 months of training to defeat a master. If Master Road knew, he'd be sick. A plumber eating mushrooms responded. Unparalleled Dragon King still wasn't too convinced. I've done a bit of research, there's really no information on him. I'll see if I can get any of his classmates from Songcheng University and ask them. Shocked, Brahmin burst into laughter and said, I never expected that. So my new idol has this kind of dim-witted past. I need to save that. I'll enjoy that over and over. I'm gonna make it into an emoji pack. After he becomes a really famous fighter. This'll be a dark history. A real low point. Damn it. This had come up yet again. Lu Chang stared as his mouth started to twitch. It felt like this goofy-looking pasby. This dark history would follow him his entire life. He skimmed through the forums for the entire night and spoke with Yenjika, replying to messages that he hadn't had time to handle before, and also watched some comedy videos. His mind and body were relaxed, as if he were on vacation, leisurely and carefree. Coming back from training the next afternoon, Lu Chang still was looking at Yi Yaoting's fight videos, looking for any relevant information. No matter what, this was one of the customs of being a fighter. No matter what, surely he wouldn't suffer too unsightly a loss? As it was getting closer and closer to the Spring Festival, gradually more companies were going on vacation. Heading towards the Yenling Martial Arts Arena, one could see that the challenge tournament's crowds were no longer mainly comprised of students on winter vacation. Somewhere on the viewing platform, 2 young ladies were watching. One had her hair fastened in a ponytail, and was wearing a martial arts school exercise outfit. She held a small bullhorn and was glancing all around her in excitement. The young girl beside her was quite delicate and only 1.5 meters tall, with a cute face like that of a child. She was engrossed in her phone, her ears oblivious to the news and happenings outside of the window. The young lady with the ponytail turned around, saw that her friend wasn't the slightest bit engrossed in the atmosphere of the stadium, and immediately roared, "Yan Shaoling!" The petite girl with the child's face instinctively trembled as she looked up in bewilderment at her friend. "What? You tell me. We've been on vacation for a few days, and you've spent every day lying on your bed playing with your phone. I ask you to come out shopping with you, you won't come. I ask you to go out and have dinner, you won't come, and you won't come with me to watch a martial arts competition together. It's just the same as if you were glued to your bed. Other than eating, drinking, and going to the bathroom, you tell me how many days you haven't gotten out of bed." The girl with the ponytail spoke like someone who had been betrayed by her own confidant. Yan Shaoling looked towards her friend and said in a whisper, 5, 6, 7, 8 days? Her voice was very delicate like a small child's. 5, 6, 7, 8 days. Tell me, what's the point in spending most of your vacation lying on your bed? You don't think that you wasting your time and wasting your life? The girl with the ponytail exploded with the anger of someone who had been stood up time and time again. Yan Shaoling didn't dare look at her face to face. "I don't think staying in bed is wasting my time or my life. You still dare say that? If you stay like this, what are you going to do afterward? How can you find a boyfriend? You'd be better off marrying your bed or your phone." The girl with the ponytail looked at her in disgust, then turned her head and looked into the distance, pretending to ignore her. Yan Shaoling looked towards where her friend was looking, trying to catch a glimpse. With her back turned towards her, she whispered one word at a time. "If it was possible." "What did you say?" The girl with the ponytail turned her head suddenly. "I didn't say anything." Yan Shaoling's eyes were bright. "Forget it, I don't feel like talking to you. Just wait a moment and remember to help me cheer on senior sister Yi." The girl with the ponytail sighed. "Okay." Yan Shaoling answered quickly. While the crowd was waiting for the match, in the women's locker room, Yi Yaoting was in the middle of exercising. "Even though it won't be a problem for you to win against Lu Cheng, don't be too careless. Who knows what else he's got up his sleeve." Beside her, Jiang Lan smiled and reminded her. During the afternoon competition, she, Huang Xinzhong, Li Xiaoyuan, and Wang Yi had all taken the lead and come in the first 8. "Relax, Sister Lan. I'm not too careless now. On the contrary, when I think about that fighter who's time and time again shocked everyone, on the verge of being finished by my hand, I'm rather inspired." Yu Yaoting replied with gusto. In the men's locker room, Lu Cheng took out his phone and with a smile on his face sent Yan Zheka a message. "Only 5 minutes away from my bitter tears." He darkly poked fun at himself for amusement. "Haha, you can't lose too badly. Otherwise, when I watch the video I'll pretend like I don't know you." Yan Zheka replied with a devilish grin. "I'll do my best." Lu Cheng replied with a grin. After a moment, he logged out of QQ, put away his phone, pushed open the doors of the locker room, and headed towards the center of the ring. He still wasn't near when he saw Yi Yaoting already waiting there, her white silhouette straight as an arrow. Handing his phone to the supervisor, Lu Cheng climbed up the flight of stairs into the ring. Cameras flashed in his face from all directions for the moment. "I thought the big boss would wait until the last moment to reveal himself." Lu Cheng, very relaxed, joked during the conversation time. To be honest, he was kind of in shock that Yi Yaoting was in the ring waiting for him, quite different from her previous style. Yi Yaoting's hair tied up, showing her silken forehead. She chuckled. "Are you calling yourself the big boss?" "Sure. The big boss is doomed to be defeated by the protagonist," said Lu Cheng with a smile. In his heart he pissed on himself. This is the ideological level of celebrating the win cheerily and accepting the loss joyfully. "The only problem is I'm to lose and only to lose." "You are pretty good with words." Yi Yaoting seemed surprised but soon straightened her face. I lost 1,000 yuan because of you. Ah! Lu Cheng was puzzled. Say what? I bet on your loss yesterday. A smile was brought back to her face. No big deal. I feel full of strength knowing you are to be my opponent. Defeating a fast-rising martial artist is more exciting than anything else. It's going to be a great experience for you as well, preventing you from becoming wildly arrogant and supercilious and saving you from bigger setbacks in the future. Her deliberate maturity failed to stir up a ripple in Lu Cheng's heart and almost made him laugh. Around the same age with Lu Cheng, she went for full-time martial arts training instead of advanced education like most professional martial artists. It was why Peng Liyun, Ren Li, Lin Ke and Li Xiaoyuan attracted so much attention in the university martial arts circle. Isn't it too much for a girl of her age to talk like that? I'd like to consider myself modest and self-effacing. Lu Cheng tried hard to make himself look sincere. Yi Yaoding didn't expect the opponent to be so good-tempered that her planned sarcasm couldn't continue. Anyway, I'm gonna show you the difference between you and a real professional ninth pin martial artist, said her, biting her lips. Looking forward to it, Lu Cheng grinned, showing 8 of his teeth, calm and carefree. He stopped talking and started to gather his thoughts and adjust his body. As his muscles moved slightly, he gradually prepared himself. The difference between him and his opponent was probably huge, and he had accepted that his defeat would be the only possible outcome. But in the ring, he would still do his best and practice what he had learned. Living up to the reputation of a true fighter, time flew fast. The referee raised his right hand and swung it down with great force. Fight! His shout for start was closely followed by cheers and noises from the stands. Yi Yaoding and Lu Cheng's names were called out loudly, echoing through the stadium. Sister Yi, come on! The young girl with a ponytail in Yi Yaoding style cried shrilly. Next to her was the childish young girl Yan Shaoling blowing a trumpet like those primary school students. Like a leopard, Yi Yaoding dashed out and closed up the distance between them in 2 or 3 strides. Her body rose as if a ferocious tiger flourishing its claws. Knowing her astonishing might and explosive force, Lu Cheng shifted his weight, straightened his back and slid to the side to avoid the frontal engagement. At the level of professional ninth pin, Yi Yaoding had long mastered the meditation and practiced yin-yang stance and lightning and fire stance in order to achieve the danqi stage. As Lu Cheng dodged away, she twisted her waist and adjusted her muscles, turning towards Lu Cheng in the air at a very high speed in a nimble manner with no hesitation or delay. Those who could understand it gave a good round of applause. She was much faster than Lu Cheng. After 1 breath's time, Lu Cheng could already hear danger right behind him. He immediately made a step to the left, his heart sinking slightly. As soon as his foot touched the ground, his spine moved like a dragon just waking up and pulled all his muscles, moving his body to the right forcibly to keep away from Yi Yaoding. Yi Yaoding followed to the left, seemingly wrong-footed by her opponent. But all of a sudden her left leg tightened up, pushing the ground to bounce her body to the right to Lu Cheng's side. Her right arm raised and cut down with great might like a tiger howling with the rise of winds. Lu Cheng had no time to shift his weight again. In response, he quickly lowered his body and threw his right fist out like a hammer. In his mind was a lightning bolt came down from heaven, starting a prairie fire, and within his body a stream of heat rolled on in waves. Memories of Yi Yaoding's strange might and explosive force were very clear in Lu Cheng's head. He dared not take her lightly. Pang! Lu Cheng blocked Yi Yaoding's pound, but his body, from hands to the tips of his toes, was shaking as if hit by a giant wood. He felt his weight falling apart and pressure from her might, which made him impossible to gather everything at once. Yi Yaoding twisted her waist again, wringing her strength into a strand. Her tightened thigh suddenly threw a kick like a whip cracking through the air, aiming at the back of Lu Cheng's knee. After 1 deep breath, Lu Cheng adjusted his muscles as fast as he could and tightened up his left leg. He then raised the leg and exerted his abrupt explosive force to confront Yi Yaoding's whip kick. He felt a sharp pain in his shin. It was not broken but in desperate need of some good rub, which he was not given any time for. When his leg landed on the ground, Yi Yaoding's next punch was already very close to his chest with enough force to break a mountain. sending a crispy sound to his ears. When his left foot was withdrawn, a lightning struck in Lu Cheng's head, followed by a snow-capped mountain crashing down. He lifted both of his hands in a hurry and barely blocked the punch. His body was shivering again, as if a man inside an old bell was hit by sound waves from all directions after a toll. He felt dizzy and close to faint. Yi Yaoding gained the upper hand and pushed her advantage by a series of whip slaps with both hands like a tiger pouncing on its prey. It might not look pleasant but was definitely fearful. Bam, bam, bam. Lu Cheng fenced with mega avalanche and lightning and fire stance, struggling to hang on. His strength had been drained by the first few moves and Jin Dan started to rotate, sending a hot stream to smooth his weariness and recharge his body to keep him going. On the stand, Zhang Lan was enjoying a cup of yogurt with no concern at all about the fight, taking it as a matter of course. In her ears cheers and yells got louder and louder after each punch of Yi Yaoding's. The heat and enthusiasm were about to break through the roof. Bam! 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 The audience continued shouting while Yi Yaoding carried on with her mad offense. Lu Cheng's arms hurt so badly that he could barely breathe under the pressure. He was literally running out of breath. How intense this charge can get. Lu Cheng was choking, unable to continue his defense. Yi Yaoding took a step back and then immediately sprang back with 2 blast punches of full strength to blow Lu Cheng away. She is chucking her weight and might as one man of great strength can conquer 10 men of skills. Pressing Jin Dan, the golden elixir, harder and harder to keep himself going, Lu Cheng was reaching his utmost limit. He felt drowning, unable to get air into his chest and unable to exert his strength. His arms were still in defensive position but he couldn't effectively block her offense anymore. In his head was dead silence and peace, free from worry right before suffocation. Tons of snow was still avalanching and rolling down. At this very moment, he saw Jin Dan, the golden elixir, in his lower stomach and the glorious nebula inflating and expanding. One by one, tiny ice crystals flew out of orbit to join his imagination. On one side was tons of snow crashing down from high peaks and on the other white cataract flooding and rolling, burying all traces of lives. Changes occurred beyond the utmost limit. A cold wave broke out, rolling in Lu Cheng's body and very close to tearing his organs apart. He was forced to throw a punch. Pang! Glacier mountains collapsed. A vast expanse of whiteness. Lu Cheng's one hand collided into Yi Yaoding's 2 fists. Bang! The 2 separated after the dull sound. It was Yi Yaoding who moved back. On the stand Zhang Lan and Li Xiaoyuan got to their feet in a flash. Not a single sound came from the audience. Lu Cheng noticed Yi Yaoding's astonishment, but the avalanche and flood were beyond his control. He stepped forward and compressed every muscle of his. A left blast punch broke out. Yi Yaoding managed to stabilize her weight and engaged the punch with a cross pound. The collision forced her left leg to move backwards to dissolve some of the strength. She could clearly feel the opponent's might was much greater than hers in the last collision. She was terribly in shock and dared not to act recklessly. How was it possible? Where did he get such terrifying might? How could he exert such terrible strength like a monster at the brink of ruin? Pang! Yi Yaoding's arm was numb. She had to take another step back to dissolve more strength. Before she could stand firm, she saw Lu Cheng approaching with a side elbow hit. She hurried to take a breath and made up a scene of a river breaking through its banks and flooding around in her mind. Her body pushed forward with full strength to confront Lu Cheng's offense. Pang! An even louder sound of collision echoed in every spectator's heart, sending a shiver down their spine. Yi Yaoding warded off the punch, but her body was shaking with cold. Fear and panic filled in the audience's eyes. Lu Cheng followed up with another whip punch, pushing Yi Yaoding out of her stance. The force of avalanche is invincible. The cold wave quieted down within Lu Cheng's body, but the remaining chill kept his left leg tight. He was about to utterly destroy Yi Yaoding with a final whip kick. His body was grabbed and shook and his strength was scattered. He turned around and saw the referee. The referee raised his right hand and announced loudly, "Lu Cheng won." Lu Cheng won? This must be a dream. Very unreal even for Lu Cheng himself. Yi Yaoting was still shivering. A bitter smile and fear climbed on her face. So I'm not the protagonist. Lu Cheng didn't answer. He felt he was dying. The chill was replaced by flames from Jin Dan, the golden elixir. In a state of imbalance, burning his body and forehead and turning his face red abnormally. "Thank you for your instructions," said Lu Cheng with great difficulty. He grabbed his mobile and returned to the locker room in a hurry, leaving thousands of spectators in shock and professional martial artists stunned. In the locker room, Lu Cheng jumped into the shower. Putting away his phone and stripping off his clothes, he turned on the cold water to the full. The chill on his skin didn't seem to help with the burn inside. The burnt black fish came to his mind. He moaned miserably. "Damn it! This boomerang is too scary. Am I to die here?" Cold water hit Lu Cheng's skin and the chill penetrated through his body. Any ordinary man would stay away from the biting cold in the middle of winter, but Lu Cheng saw it as a cure to save his life from the burn. The heat inside his body was almost unbearable. The wind was roaring in his lung. With every breath, the air would intensify the flames. His consciousness was leaving him, and he curled up by instinct to keep as much of his body as possible under the ice-cold water. On the little cabinet, his mobile flashed a new message notification on the locked screen. The faint light temporarily illuminated through the dark. Outside the locker room, the odd silence continued as no one could believe what they had just seen, and no one would like to doubt common sense. Ignorant and muddled, young children were scared by the atmosphere and stopped playing around. Standing on the guest stand, Zhonglan gazed at Yi Yaoting, who was still shivering slightly. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and astonishment. The yogurt cup in her hand was about to break at any second. Lu Cheng's victory over Zhou Yuaning yesterday was kind of within her expectation. She was a bit surprised but accepted it with ease. But this fight had completely messed her cognition. According to her martial arts knowledge and experience, Lu Cheng had merely a 1% chance of defeating Yi Yaoting only if she was not in her best form and took her opponent too lightly. The reality just slapped everyone. Did he take some pills or newly developed foreign stimulant? No. In that case, he would have grabbed the upper hand from the beginning and given Yi Yaoting no opportunity to corner him to despair. Thoughts flashed across her mind. She watched Yi Yaoting walk out of the ring alone towards the women's locker room and hurried to give her best friend some comfort. Her eyes filled with confusion and concern. Zhang Lan's passing by brought Wang Yi and Li Xiaoyuan back to reality. "This makes no sense," murmured Wang Yi, puzzled. "If Lu Cheng could exert such terrifying combat strength at bay, how did I defeat him?" But it was not a dream. Yi Yaoting fought her best, so it was not a faked loss. Lu Cheng's explosive power was so real, even for them professional martial artists. They could feel the avalanche approaching. They could feel the chill. "I find it nonsense as well." Li Xiaoyuan didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Wang Yi took a deep breath and reflected on it. "What do you think just happened?" Li Xiaoyuan recalled details of the fight carefully. "Based on all the fictions I've read, I believe Lu Cheng broke through himself and aroused some unusual supernatural ability in great adversity." "Possible." Wang Yi nodded after a while. Li Xiaoyuan's lips twitched a little. "I was kidding." "Very possible." Wang Yi looked serious. Li Xiaoyuan didn't know how to respond. All the feelings were fading. Lu Cheng felt everything was so very far away. He couldn't reach anything. Sounds came from heaven, misty and flashy. Flames were rolling in his body, boiling his blood and burning his organs, causing terrible discomfort. It was so hard to get through. Thoughts perished like the tide. He was so close to blackout. Am I to die? No. I must get up. I need to see a doctor. I can't die here. Illusions hovered on his mind. From his happy childhood, life difficulties, his hard-working mother, his mistreated father, to Yanzhika's first encouragement. Abruptly his mobile rang and vibration came from the small cabinet, as if someone from afar was worried very much. Lu Cheng could hear the sound, but his body remained under the cold water however hard. He struggled as if in a nightmare of possessed by a wicked spirit. "Am I to die here?" In the women's locker room, Yi Yaoting sat on a bench quietly. Her hair was a mess, falling down from both sides, covering most of her face but the clearly lost eyes. Her body was still shaking. Jiang Lan felt pain in her heart for what she saw and tried to comfort. The jerk must have played some tricks. You did nothing wrong. Yi Yaoting raised her head up and her long black hair slid to her back. Her face was pale with a layer of gray. She opened her mouth with confusion. I'm not sad. She opened her cuff and rolled up her sleeve, revealing her arm to Jiang Lan. A thin layer of frost was there, slowly volatilizing. This, Jiang Lan drew in her breath. In the auditorium, the odd silence broke apart, replaced by cheers, shouts, and murmurs in a whirl. Some of the spectators were cursing and yelling, accusing Yi Yaoting and Lu Chang of a faked match in cooperation with gambling firms. The childish young girl Yan Shaoling gazed at the ring blankly, her lips half opened. The girl with a ponytail gradually recovered from the massive shock and loss and turned to her best friend. She asked irritably, "Why are your mouth opened so widely? I wish I had some bullshit to feed you." Ah! Yan Shaoling instantly shut up her mouth, completely puzzled. Sigh. Sister Yi lost. How could Sister Yi lose the match? Muttered the girl with a ponytail sadly. Yan Shaoling turned her head away and whispered to herself, "What an intense fight! How brutal! How handsome! Oh no, I'm falling." Her eyes turned to the service desk, planning on asking for that young man's information and downloading his match videos and relevant news. As a Scoia'tael, it was her instinct to collect, classify, and save resources. Among all the reporters, finally someone came back to sense and became abnormally excited, his pen flowing rapidly over the paper. The biggest surprise of the Phoenix Cup Warrior Sage Candidate Challenge Tournament took place today. The mysterious sleeper Lu Chang continued his miracle. It felt like a long time when Lu Chang gradually came back to himself, resuming feelings and senses about his surroundings. He struggled to get back on his feet, but he had no strength to support his weight. His forehead and face were still burning hot, but the heat within his body quieted down. So very close to death. He turned off the water and reflected with fear. Thank goodness I didn't push my limit during those endurance training. To Lu Chang, the suffering must have lasted for days. He moved to the cabinet and picked up his mobile. It was only 20 minutes and there were over a dozen missed calls from Yenjika. Almost one every minute. Out of contact right after the match. Of course she's worried. Lu Chang felt very joyful, enjoying Yenjika's concern for him. What a wonderful feeling. Discomfort and unease in his body seemed to get better already. He dried his body with difficulty and put his clothes on before returning Yenjika's call. "Hello, Chang?" Anxiety and unease were obvious in her voice. "It's me." Lu Chang's voice was unbelievably dry and hoarse. Yenjika sounded relieved. "Thank God. I was worried it might be from the emergency center. You really scared me. Why didn't you pick up your phone?" Her voice trembled with emotion and gave a kind of sob. Lu Chang was touched, his eyes turning red and his heart full of joy. He answered honestly, "I almost passed out. Still recovering." "Phew. I thought I was just making it up. You didn't reply my message, so I watched the video of your match. Your final explosion was too terrifying. I was worried something might happen to you. I called and called but no answer. I was so concerned you might black out and be sent to the emergency room, or maybe no one noticed you and you were dying in a corner. I almost phoned the host of the tournament." Yenjika finished everything in one breath. Her voice was rough and low, very different from her usual sweet and soft tone. "I'm okay. Much better now. Don't worry." Lu Chang tried to conform Yenjika. In his heart were warmth and happiness. Yenjika heaved a sigh. "That's good. How do you feel now?" "I feel sick with a fever, dazed and weak," answered Lu Chang frankly. "Hang up the phone and go to see a doctor," Yenjika shouted fiercely. Lu Chang seemed to enjoy being scolded by her. He laughed. "Yes, sir. Talk later." "Hurry up," Yenjika hastened. After the phone call, Lu Chang put on his jacket and packed his belongings. He headed towards the medical room, his feet weak and floaty as if walking on clouds, his head dizzy and his face and forehead very hot. Lu Chang, a student of Songcheng University, 18 years old, of no rank. Wow, he's of no rank. Yan Shaoling couldn't help praising while reading the information. The girl with a ponytail rolled her eyes. I've told you his background. Apparently you didn't listen. He. Yan Shaoling smiled in an awkward way without answering. What do you get Lu Cheng's information for? Asked the girl with a ponytail. Yan Shaoling nodded her head heavily. I'm kind of falling for him. How handsome and impressive he was. I'll make a forum for him. I want to be his very first fan. I'm going to study in Songcheng University. Sounds like you could get in there easily, fool. The girl with a ponytail joked as she felt better. In the emergency ward, a doctor checked Lu Cheng's temperature. He stared at Lu Cheng as if he was a monster. With a high fever of 40 degrees, you defeated Yi Yaoding. So 1 injection for your fever, plus some physical cooling to save your brain. Lu Cheng answered in a very weak voice. I got the fever from the fight. Haha, no jokes in the emergency room, laughed the doctor. I'm not joking. Lu Cheng remained silent. In the central ring, dancers were performing with great passion, but the audience seemed cold, still occupied by the previous match. Old Zhang and his friends looked at each other, seeing shock and disbelief in their eyes. Every time I thought I knew Lu Cheng's limit, but every time I was wrong, a friend of his said incoherently. Yeah, a surprise for us every time. And shock. Reminds me of the days when Warrior Sage and Dragon King were new in the circle. Old Zhang rubbed his forehead. They commented with a tinge of emotion on the match and Old Zhang's sharp eye for spotting Lu Cheng, an extreme sleeper, and keeping his faith in him all through this tournament. Ha! Old Zhang, how much did you make from this match? You better treat us to a nice meal, a friend of his joked. Old Zhang's face changed a bit and put on a forced smile. I bet on Yi Yaoding. Ah! His friends were astonished and amused. Old Zhang heaved a sigh. I'm not a fortune teller. How could I damn know Lu Cheng would defeat Yi Yaoding? He swore a little to let out his mixed emotion. Lying on a sick bed in the emergency ward under a normal saline IV therapy, Lu Cheng had no idea how the spectators were doing. He was waiting for the doctor to bring down his fever. Lu Cheng grabbed his mobile with his right hand and took a photo of his left hand and the 4 infusion for Yenjika. He sent a miserable emoji. My last IV therapy was 5 or 6 years ago. Lu Cheng had grown up healthy and strong. He had a cold or a fever here and there, but several pills were always enough to suppress the symptoms. He hadn't felt a needle for years. Yenjika replied, an emoji weeping a cold sweat. I had an IV therapy last year, but I'm already much better these years. Before I started my martial arts training, I visited hospitals every other week. 3 years training and finally I became stronger. You have no idea how sick and weak I used to look in my primary school and middle school days. Now I'm more or less at the average health level. I'd love to see how you looked like in your primary and middle schools. You must be super adorable. Although dizzy and giddy, Lu Cheng couldn't resist teasing her. With an 4 needle in your vein you can still joke. How do you feel? Yenjika sounded concerned. Lu Cheng thought about it and typed with one hand. The fever is pretty much gone. My head is not as hot, but my body still has no strength. And my head feels very heavy. Yenjika sent him a laughing emoji with its mouth covered by its hands. Hi, Lu Dayu. She continued with an emoji with a pair of bright piercing eyes. By the way, what happened during the match with Yi Yaoding? How could you arouse such incredible might? Seemingly she had been holding back this question and finally let it out when Lu Cheng was obviously better. Lu Cheng had been thinking how to explain it to her. He started with a teary emoji clenching fists. I didn't want it. It was a total accident. I hoped for a decent loss, so I tried my best to hold on longer. I kept pressing my body, 1 minute after another. You know how ridiculous my physical strength can be. I'd never reached my limit until this last match. Something exploded inside my body, giving off a horrible force, pushing me to attack until Yi Yaoding was down on the ground. After the force was released, I felt empty, close to a faint. My face must look terrible with abnormal redness towards the end of the match. He pretty much told the truth except Jindan, the golden elixir, was replaced by his inner force. Yan Zhika sent him an emoji of knocking head and scolding. You deserve it. People explore their potential step by step, afraid of anything going wrong, like Wang Xiaoshuang, who was sent to practice meditation in Daxing Temple after his supernatural ability of manipulating fire went out of control and burnt down several houses. Why did you push your gift in physical strength beyond the limit? Now you see the consequence. Yes, I see. Thank you, Coach Yan, for your wisdom. I'll never do it again. Feeling love and warmth from the scold, Lu Chang sincerely apologized and made his promise. How happy and joyful it is to feel love and care from the loved one. After being so close to death, Lu Chang dared not to abuse Jindan, the golden elixir, like this anymore. He needed a better, safer way to digest it. Yan Zhika replied an emoji of a cat holding dried fish. That's good. I'll get some information and tips about how to gradually exploit one's talent and supernatural ability from my grandpa. Or you'll have to seek advice from Coach Shi. He seems full of stories and experiences. Coach Yan is the best, Lu Chang answered with a sly grin. His eyelids started to sink and weariness showered down his body. Ready to fall back to sleep any second, Lu Chang added, If I don't reply, I'm asleep. Don't worry. I won't worry. I was just terrified. Yan Zhika recalled her feeling and sent a stunned dog emoji. Everything seemed fine when you were suppressed by Yi Yaoding at the beginning of the match. I was thinking about how to poke fun at your loss when you abruptly exploded like a super scion. My eyes didn't blink for a long time after that. I knew this kind of explosion came at a price, as we were not in a comic book. So I phoned you right away. Lu Chang felt weak and tired, and his typing slowed down. Before he could finish his reply, Yan Zhika's next message already arrived, starting with an onion bulb sighing emoji. That poor girl must be destroyed. Who could have guessed she would lose the fight? Not even you. Life is all about surprises. I've completed a small miracle and added 10 more grand to our meal foundation. The good side of the result brightened Lu Chang up. I'll eat away all your savings. Yan Zhika sent a cute emoji of eating a big bowl of noodles. All my life, said Lu Chang in his heart. By the way, Chang, have you got your train ticket? Yan Zhika suddenly changed the topic to a very important matter about whether Lu Chang could make it home. Lu Chang was wide awake all of a sudden. Damn, forgot about it. You, in your current status, are able to gobble up a ticket? Give me your ID number and let me help. Yan Zhika added an emoji demanding compliments. Wild with joy, Lu Chang instantly wrote back. Lovely Yan Zhika is so beautiful and kind. Give me your Alipay account and I'll transfer you some money for the ticket. Let me know if not enough. The conversation continued until he fell asleep. A strange assortment of visions and voices flashed and vanished in his dream, leaving no trace behind. It was towards 5 p.m. when Lu Chang finally woke up. His head was still in a whirl and his body weak. The fever seemed gone as the burning sensation disappeared from his forehead and face. Here is 10,000 award money for making into the top 8. The host sent it over knowing you are recovering here. The doctor handed him a big stack of 100 bills. Lu Chang blew some air out and scratched his head. Forgot about it. Thank you very much. No need. Bai Song will be your next opponent. Do your best and continue your magic. The doctor waved his fist to send encouragement. Lu Chang looked stunned. Back to the hotel, Lu Chang had no appetite at all. He took his medicine and chatted a bit with Yan Zhika in bed. Quickly he fell asleep and slept through the night until 7:30 the next morning, and for the very first time missed his morning training. His head was clear as if he had recovered from a severe disease. He tried to meditate and watch inside his body, checking if there were any hidden problems before logging on his QQ. He saw a message from Yan Zhika with a proud emoji pushing sunglasses. Got you a ticket at 11:40, which should give you enough time to finish the match. But I think you can't finish the fight being so sick yesterday. Coach Yen is very straightforward. I think I'll retire. Lu Cheng added a wronged emoji. Yen Jika sent an emoji losing in thought. How do you feel? The fever is gone. I'm actually feeling hungry. But still, my muscles hurt and I have no strength. I can barely walk with my bag. Not to mention the fight. Lu Cheng felt under attack by many minor diseases after defeating a severe illness. He could sense some symptoms of a cold already. Don't worry. You expected to lose the match yesterday, but you have made it to today. It's already a very good outcome. Yen Jika offered some comfort. Lu Cheng got out of bed and cleaned up. He saw himself in the mirror, wan and sallow. He gazed at himself for a minute or so and suddenly lifted his right hand. He snapped his fingers and a small flame appeared. From the earlier inward vision, he saw the remaining heat from Jindan's flames completely blend into his body. The force was tiny and probably useless. What the heck is this? Lu Cheng laughed, talking to his reflection in the mirror. Congratulations for unlocking the supernatural lighter, a superpower that can light a cigarette. He blew the flicking flame off. Could be a surprise magic show for Yen Jika. These days supernatural ability was no longer news. Just something odd that no one seemed to care. After watching his sudden explosion yesterday, she should be ready for some supernatural ability awakening. After packing his bag, he struggled to put it on his back and checked himself out at the reception. He took a taxi to Yanling Martial Arts Stadium. Is your supervisor around? He asked Ningling, the girl at the service desk. Ningling was confused. What do you need from the supervisor? She seemed more overwhelmed and impressed, not as friendly or bubbly as before. A fighter under 20 years old who had defeated Yi Yaoting was unattainable. Lu Cheng felt grateful for her support in the past and gave her a genuine smile. I aroused all my potential strength yesterday and got exhausted. I can't handle it anymore and need an early retirement. Oh, I see. Ningling's eyes were filled with sudden understanding, as if the biggest puzzle on her mind had just been solved. She guided Lu Cheng to the man in charge of the tournament. Early retirement? The man in charge was calm, as if he had seen this coming. Lu Cheng explained again and added, I would love to give it a try if I could make it. The man in charge smiled. I kind of guessed this after seeing you in the emergency ward yesterday. To go by rules, I will have you checked up. We can't just go with your words, right? He called 2 masters of the Danchi stage, one of which was Shang, the head of Lu Zunyu's bodyguards. They inspected Lu Cheng briefly and confirmed his health condition. Carrying his bag, Lu Cheng stepped to the exit of the stadium. A sudden feeling of loss and reluctance hit him. Through this door he had become a real martial artist. The one who entered here had shed his mortal body and changed his bones to become the one who was about to leave. He turned around to take one last look at the stadium. The matches, cheers, and screams of his name flashed across his mind. He remembered how he again and again went up the flight of stairs of glory. Yanling, one of the most important stops in my life. Lu Cheng was buried by emotions and sentiments until his taxi arrived. Young man, you are leaving early? Why not watch the following matches? Asked the chatty taxi driver casually. Of good manners. Lu Cheng didn't want to chat but still replied, Time to go home. It's been several days already. I'll be scolded if I stay longer. He unlocked his mobile, thinking about what to do. Yenjika has martial arts training every morning, not available to chat. What a pity. The matches are getting better and better, said the driver excitedly. Listen, this tournament has a big sleeper, Lu Cheng. He defeated Yi Yaoting from the Yi Martial Arts School. He might make another surprise and defeat by song today. I tell you, I've bet heavily on him. I'll be rich soon. Lu Cheng was stunned. He released his fingers from contacts and dropped the idea of calling Geezer Sure. Sigh, young friend. What's wrong? The driver glanced at him. Lu Cheng chuckled. I'm not feeling very well. The call can wait till the train station. In a tidy bedroom, Yan Xiaoling woke up. She was exhausted last night after going shopping with her best friends and didn't carry out her plan. She decided to do it now. She searched for the name Lu Cheng. Not many entries were returned and no personal forum. On the website where the Longhu Club's forum was hosted, she clicked Create a new forum and selected the classification Martial Artists. Forum name, Lu Cheng. Type, Personal. A series of information displayed in front of Yan Xiaoling. She read through and smiled. Ha! I'm to be his first fan. She pressed the blue square. Create. The webpage refreshed and in front of Yan Xiaoling displayed an empty forum with Lu Cheng's name hanging in the upper left corner and Apprentice Moderator Eternal Nightfall, followed by 1 inch at the bottom. As the creator of the forum, her ID was automatically promoted to Apprentice Moderator. In 1 week, she would become the moderator officially unless some major problem took place. Lu Cheng's very first home on the net. I'll start to decorate it. Yan Xiaoling cheered quietly. She downloaded a photo of his from the official website of the tournament and turned it into the background picture for the forum header. Then she published several posts in a row. Reception. I'm Lu Cheng's fan. Match videos. Life snapshots. She sorted and classified the posts and downloaded all relevant videos, photos, and news from the official site, ready to upload. A thought suddenly came to her head, making her brows frown. Hang on a minute. This is not going to be Lu Cheng's only tournament. Stacking his everything in one post will be a nightmare. Bearing pain in her heart, she deleted all the posts she just made and started from the beginning in a very responsible and serious manner. The first Phoenix Cup Warrior Sage Candidate Challenge Tournament videos. The first Phoenix Cup Warrior Sage Candidate Challenge Tournament photos. The first Phoenix Cup Warrior Sage Candidate Challenge Tournament news. Everyday Lu Cheng January. The content she had gathered from the official website was then added to the posts accordingly. She highlighted each of them and sent back up to the cloud. Sipping on soy milk, perfectly satisfied, she opened the check-in post in an attempt to end her day of work with a reply of herself being the very first fan of Lu Cheng's. To Yan Xiaoling's surprise, there was already a reply from someone else to the check-in post. I am Lu Cheng's first fan. Who is this? Yan Xiaoling stared at the user ID Brahmin with anger, as if her own house was visited by a thief. I created this forum. I'm Lu Cheng's first fan. I. She could feel an ache in her heart as she commented to the reply, blaming herself for taking that sip of soy milk for which she had lost the lead. Brahmin didn't respond, vanished after forestalling Yan Xiaoling. Debating with herself if she should use her power to delete the annoying reply and pretend to be the first, she accidentally returned to the home page of the forum. Her lung was filled with anger seeing those new topic posts published by Brahmin. How dare she make these posts to question me? Why are you stealing my new idol's forum? Eternal Nightfall. Come out and explain yourself. Answer for what you have done. I should be the one creating this forum. I'm wronged. I'm sad. I'm depressed. Yan Xiaoling chanted to herself, trying to calm herself down. She replied by publishing a topic post. First come, first served. My Lu Cheng is a martial artist from the Warrior Sage Challenge Tournament. Who's your new idol? The same Lu Cheng from the Warrior Sage Challenge Tournament. I have made him my idol in round 3. Definitely earlier than you. Brahmin stood firm against the new opponent, trying to prove herself to the occasion. Yan Xiaoling burst into a laugh, all the fury replaced by delight and pride. Yeah, so? I created this forum after all. Why didn't you get on this earlier? No new post for a minute. Yan Xiaoling thought she had upgraded the venom of her bitter tongue, able to pissing someone off in one line. Brahmin's post stopped her being self-content. What's the big deal that you created this forum? Do you have this photo? Photo? What photo? Yan Xiaoling clicked on the post and saw a photo extracted from a video of 2 guys laughing with each other foolishly. And one of them was Lu Cheng. Where did you get this photo? Yan Xiaoling in shock questioned. Brahmin laughed proudly. You don't know this photo? Only an old-time fan has access to such dark history of Lu Cheng. Yan Xiaoling searched on the internet but couldn't find the source. Tortured by her curiosity, she lowered her tone and softened her attitude towards Brahman. Fine, you started to follow him before me. I won't delete your reply on the second floor. Could you tell me where you got this photo? That's it? I need to think about it. Should you call me senior or master? Brahman assumed great air. Yan Xiaoling replied instantly. Father. Astonished, Brahman replied. Where is your pride? Don't you have any shame? Father, I have neither pride nor shame. Just tell me, please. Yan Xiaoling was pretty pleased with herself for being not phony. Brahman wiped off her cold sweat. Fine. I'll share you the link, but you must make me the depute moderator once you become the official moderator. Done deal. Yan Xiaoling clicked on the link, fast-forwarded the beginning part, and returned to the post to share her feelings with Brahman. Haha, didn't know Lu Cheng was this silly. This silly boy must be warm and caring. I agree. Also mysterious and charming. Brahman shared her view. Sigh. Lu Cheng retired from the tournament. When I saw the news, I knew I probably won't hear anything about him until the next university martial arts competition. That's why I wanted to create a forum to commemorate. You got one step ahead of me. Yan Xiaoling sent an emoji turning in circle. I saw the announcement on the official site while gathering information. He fought so fiercely yesterday. Must be exhausted. The more the two young girls talked about Lu Cheng, the stronger they felt a kinship with each other. In the end, Yan Xiaoling asked, Do you think Lu Cheng will find this forum and browse in secret? I doubt it, except for newbies who would search for their own name on the internet. He probably won't realize he has got his forum until he becomes well known. Brahman, a grade 7 student, tried to sound mature, assuming Eternal Nightfall was even younger. Yan Xiaoling closed her eyes and let her imagination go wild. When he finds here, the forum will have gathered many fans and I will have posted many threads for him, put together many information about him, and made it more and more like his home on the internet. How warm and touching. And when he sees our first post, he will be surprised how many years we will have been supporting him. Brahman agreed in a young girl's romantic tone. A small forum, 2 small girls, much small warmth. Outside the train station, Lu Cheng wiped off his cold sweat and got out of the taxi as fast as he could, heading to the security check. Uncle, I'm sorry, but you are not going to get rich from this. After the security, he found a relatively quiet corner and dialed his master's number. It's time to announce this good news to him. Master has sharp eyes. He probably has seen my potential and predicted my advance to the group stage. But my victory over Zhou Yuaning and the narrow win over Yi Yaoting with Jindon's explosive strength, which were both to my surprise, should be beyond his expectation. A place in the top 8 should be a good surprise for him. As the phone rang, Lu Cheng felt proud and very pleased with himself, expecting his master to pick up the call. Bathing in the sun on the balcony, Geezer Sher was drinking with his eyes narrowed, enjoying the precious warmth and shines of winter. His mobile vibrated next to him. Without turning back or looking, he let out a shout. Bastard, finally. The phone disappeared from the table and reappeared in his palm. Bastard, what took you so long to phone me? Geezer Sher answered with a grin. Lu Cheng laughed. I dared not bother you before getting a good result. Of course I'll wait for everything to settle first. Dared not call without a good result? Or spent a few days to brace up? Geezer Sher nodded slightly and asked with a sneer. Now you know how many martial artists are out there and how many of them are of your league. Be honest with me. How many rounds did you make it? He took a sip. It sounded a bit weird. Lu Cheng let go of the odd feeling and answered in a proud tone. The 8th place. The retired fighter would rank the last of the round. Geezer Sher's wine gushed forth, turning into snowflakes. What did you say? The 8th place. His coarse voice was raised to a higher pitch. Lu Cheng could tell joy in his master's voice. He moved his mobile a little bit away from his ear and chuckled. I did my best and made it to the top 8. I'm too exhausted to continue. I requested for an early retirement. I'm proud. I'm happy. It was not a surprise for Geezer Sure. More like a horror. He wanted to dig out truth but managed to hold back his questions, clinging to his garments and majesty as a master. I'll figure it out from someone else. After a cough he commented, "Not bad. Keep the good work going. I know you've got many questions to ask, but you will have to wait until I'm done with my business." "Yes, master." Filled with joy and pride, Lu Cheng's voice turned bubbly unconsciously. An isolated office in Yanling Martial Arts Stadium. Gazing at the CEO Lu Zuanyu across the desk, bodyguard Sheng asked in a puzzle, "We let Lu Cheng leave like this? He scored an unlikely victory from the last match and retired from this one. It has caused a big problem in the bets. We should at least give him a full checkup. And he has great potential. Why don't we bring him on board?" Lu Zuanyu's 10 fingers crossed and smiled. "Do you know who got him the invitation?" "Ah!" Shang was lost. Lu Zuanyu's private phone suddenly vibrated. He took a glance and quickly picked it up while signaling Sheng out. "Hello, Master Shi. How could I trouble you to make this phone call in person? Just send someone if there's anything I can be at your service." Lu Zuanyu sounded very respectful. Geezer Shi laughed. "My useless disciple participated in your challenge tournament. Of course I should show some care and concern. I was too busy earlier and waited until now. How did he do?" "Your disciple is 1 in a million with great potential." Lu Zuanyu started with a genuine compliment. "He knocked out an amateur 4th pin arm boxing master in the first round and defeated an amateur 1st pin opponent in the third. Round 5 we gave him a bye. In the final round of the group stage, he beat a former professional 9th pin master and advanced to the top 8 after his win over a brilliant professional 9th pin martial artist. I believe he performed one of your secret explosion techniques and exhausted his body in the last match and had to take an early retirement." Geezer Shi remained silent for a while. "Why did you give him a bye?" "Well, he's your disciple. We were thinking to take good care of him." Lu Zuanyu answered with a grin. Geezer Shi put on a serious tone. "You should ask the elders of your family how strict and impartial I used to be. A man of iron. I expected no such thing from you. If you really want to show me respect, give him a powerful professional 9th pin opponent." Lu Zuanyu's attempt to curry favor failed. He had no fear for Geezer Shi as they were not from the same sect. But a friend was always better than a foe. He, slick and sophisticated, immediately apologized sincerely. "Never mind. It's over now. Send his match videos to my email." Geezer Shi's voice calmed. "Bloody hell. Tied the millstone around my own neck. How to make that bastard learn from his loss." While waiting for Geezer Shi to return his call, Lu Cheng with his appetite back stuffed himself in a fast restaurant inside the station. He intended to show off to Kai Zongming, but his QQ was not online. Probably out having a romantic day with his girlfriend. He opened the forum and realized how stunned his online friends felt about his victory over Yi Yaoting yesterday. "Unparalleled Dragon King," the human database murmured as if in a dream. "I'm going to dig his background out from someone in Songcheng University. Such a character can't be born from a stone." Pig Riding Knight, the knowledgeable and informed moderator, commented with a tinge of emotion. If Lu Cheng had always been this unbelievably powerful, winning every match with ease, I wouldn't be so surprised by his abrupt victory over Yi Yaoting. Of the same age with his, Peng Liyun is already of 8th pin. But, except for the fight with Tang Yu, he won all of his previous matched by a very narrow margin, and he was so close to being knocked out on several occasions. How could he suddenly become able to defeat Yi Yaoting? He's no Super Saiyan. Must be drugs. How boring. Although there's no rule against it, the audience wants to see his true physical limit. Criticized outspoken without any doubt, who never liked Lu Cheng. The young girl wonton seller responded carefully. Might be some secret technique that aroused his potential. Many sects have such things. Possible, but would he do that for merely 10 grand? The sequela of it can be severe. 10 grand definitely can't fix it, answered a plumber eating mushroom after a thought. My idol is young and passionate. He might just fail to suppress his emotion and arouse his potential. Brahman jumped out to defend Lu Cheng. Unparalleled Dragon King seemed recovered from the shock. That makes sense. Lu Cheng got pissed off by Yi Yaoting's constant offense and lost his head, performing a forbidden technique despite the possible consequences. He was very close to the professional 9th pin certificate. But now, who knows if he can ever recover from it? What's the point? I bet he's gonna retire tomorrow, said Beautiful World happily. Ask Little Punch to inform Master Road of Yi Yaoting's defeat. His loss to Lu Cheng is no big deal. Come back to the forum. Road to the arena revealed himself out of nowhere. I've been lurking. Damn it. Lu Cheng's win over Yi Yaoting was terrifying. I thought it was my illusion after a night of booze with Little Punch. Haha. Master Road. Yi Yaoting's defeat has made people forget about your loss. Welcome back. Other users of the forum commented. With no more forum member in the tournament, not many were still keen on the rest matches. The official announcement of Lu Cheng's early retirement due to inappropriate usage of secret techniques was received by the other top 8 martial artists with pity, gloat, or hope for his quick recovery. However, nothing could save the live broadcast post from falling out of attention and sinking to the bottom of the forum. Lu Cheng thought about it and saved the link of the post as a witness for his participation in the martial arts competitions for the first time. Top 8 from over 800. Literally 1 of 100. Inside Yanling Martial Arts Stadium sat Yi Yaoting next to Zhang Lan. Watching the match between Li Xiaoyuan and Wang Yi, Yi Yaoting was still pale but the throbbing layer of green was gone. You alright? Asked Zhang Lan between her 2 sips of nutritional supplements. She just advanced to the top 4. Yi Yaoting grinned. I'm feeling pretty weak but nothing serious. I thought it through. The world is big and strange things happen. One day or another we meet some opponent who can suddenly explode. She heaved a sigh before continuing. However, I still can't let go of it. How unlucky. He was such an easy pick. How could he just turn into a monster like that? One day I'll get even with him. Zhang Lan thought about it and answered seriously. You better work harder then. It only took him a few days to transform from immaturity at the beginning of the tournament to agility and calmness. Plus his talents. As long as the sequela of yesterday's explosion is not major, he will reach professional 9th pin by the end of the year and catch up really soon. The frost on Yi Yaoting's forearm had convinced her that Lu Cheng didn't perform any secret technique to arouse his potential, but underwent a physical mutation which had probably awakened his gifted supernatural ability. Yi Yaoting let out a long breath. Yesterday I could have avoided the defeat. When I had him completely suppressed, I could have used Flood Stance to exert my max strength and finish him in a few bouts, giving him no time to mutate. I just can't quit playing cool and lording over my opponent. What can I do with you? You are turning 19 but still childish like always, said Zhang Lan with a sneer. Yi Yaoting turned to face Zhang Lan. Her eyes filled with apparent interest. Sister Lan, didn't you just ask me to work harder? I'm thinking about founding a team to start from the preliminaries and go as far as possible. This will greatly increase our practical combat experience and help digest our gains and new techniques. It might grow into the biggest martial arts group in Yanling one day. Are you in? The professional martial arts circle consisted of 4 levels with the top being the 12 most influential forces including Shangqing Sect, Daxing Temple, and the Longhu Club. Every year the organization ranked the last of the top 12 would degrade to the lower level, indicating its weak status and interests lost to its competitors. The second level, named Carryover Competition, was also composed of 12 forces, mostly regional well-known clubs with martial artists of the professional 3rd pin level or higher in the Danchi stage. Each year the last 2 teams would degrade to the 3rd level and the champion advance to the highest level. If the organization could maintain its position in the highest level for a year, it became powerful enough to share some interests with other tops forces. The 3rd level, known as the Preparation Competition, was made up by 12 teams in the south and another 12 in the north, with most martial artists being outstanding fighters in the Danchi stage. Similarly, the last 2 would fall to the lowest level every year. The lowest level, the preliminaries, was the entry level of the professional martial arts, open to all by signing up. Divisions would be decided according to the number of teams attending prior to each year's competition scheduling. If Yi Yaoting teamed up with Zhang Lan, they actually had a great chance to go far in the preliminary stage for a decent share of the award money and extra prizes from the government. Such national prizes were also available in the other 3 levels, encouraging them to grow stronger and become capable of balancing the forces of a long tradition and great influence. Sign up for the preliminaries? Zhang Lan was lost for a second, but a smile quickly climbed on her face. Sounds fun. I'm in for a year. Yi Yaoting cheered by waving her fist. Sister Lan, with your participation, our team will grow stronger and make it really far. One day it might surpass my dad's club. What should we call it? I'll recruit more female fighters and we can be pretty soldiers Sailor Moon. I think I'm out. Zhang Lan looked at her in disgust. Haha, it was a joke. Yi Yaoting chuckled awkwardly. Shortly before the check-in time for Lu Cheng's train, Shi called back. I watched your match videos. Good job. You've fully mastered 24 blizzard strikes and converted your talents in meditation, yin-yang stance and condensation stance into listening skill and mercurial balance, pretty much meeting all targets I sent you to this challenge tournament for, Shi said in his coarse voice. God knows it was not the line I prepared for you. Very proud and pleased with himself, Lu Cheng answered merrily. Thank you, Master, for giving me this opportunity, or it would take a lot longer for me to get here. It was not supposed to be an opportunity? Shi drew in a long breath and continued. Your use of 24 blizzard strikes is proficient but has also revealed many problems. Your base is weak and style is monotonous. 24 blizzard strikes is not an advanced set that covers everything. It's not enough to deal with all situations. I'll teach you a new set when you are back to school. During this winter holiday, practice big and small hand wrap to give yourself more options in close combat. I'll put together some videos and information and send to your email. You don't need to go very deep. Use it around your listening skill and perform once or twice whenever needed. A new set next term. Lu Cheng was thrilled. He immediately answered, Yes, yes. Feeling pretty gloomy, Shi cut to the point. Your explosion during the fight with Yi Yaoting, others might not be able to tell, but I saw clearly. Bore great force of ice. Did you wake up some ice or frost-related supernatural ability? Air, you might not believe, but the awakened supernatural ability is flame-related, said Lu Cheng sincerely. Don't blame me. I also find it hard to believe. A long silence from the other side of the phone call. He couldn't even hear Shi breathe. Almost 1 minute later, Shi coughed and sounded exhausted. Talk more when you are back to school. I saw the force of ice and you told me the superpower of flame. Are you kidding me? Lu Cheng felt great after the call. Fatigue, running nose and other cold symptoms seemed to have been alleviated. He passed the barrier among a big crowd and boarded the train, looking for his seat while thinking about his talents and supernatural ability. His power of blaze was simply caused by the boomerang. He was pressing Jindan, the golden elixir, while exerting the force of ice, resulting in an imbalance between ice and fire to Jindan, the golden elixir. It gave out some force of fire which went wild for a while before infusing with his cells and slightly changing his body. The force of ice was added to the mega avalanche and injured the opponent. Most part of the force would disappear in room temperature, leaving little impact on Yi Yaoting. Jindan, the golden elixir, was still there, replenishing energy and restoring physical strength for Lu Cheng. After putting away his bag, Lu Cheng sat down and started to watch travelers outside looking for their carriage and seat. The feeling of going home suddenly became very real. When he left Songcheng University and stayed in the hotel in Yanling, his heart and mind were fully occupied by Yanzhika and the challenge tournament. He hadn't felt emotional about going home until this moment sitting in the train among many others. The feeling suddenly hit him. After all, I'm an 18-years-old young man away from home and parents for over half a year for the very first time. After all, I was born and brought up in Shoshan with 18 years of memories and most of my relatives and friends there. How could I not miss home? Whoever away from home always misses home. Lu Cheng took out his mobile and sent a message to Yanzhika, who was still in martial arts training. Heading home. The weather was gloomy and cold. The moment Lu Chang, who was filled with excitement and joy, stepped out of the station, he could not help but shiver. The difference between the cold dry wind in Yanling and the freezing temperature in Shoshan was that the latter could chill one to the bone. It was the kind of cold that one could not withstand even with the windbreakers on, not to mention that Lu Chang was currently weak and sick. Luckily, I am smart enough to put on extra clothing before alighting. Lu Chang praised himself. He took out his cell phone and started taking photos of the nostalgic sky and the distant landmark building of Shoshan, the tower building. He then sent them to Yen Zheka, grinning and said, "Find them familiar?" Yen Zheka replied with an amazed emoji. "Kind of miss my home all of a sudden. Then take me as your substitute and I'll enjoy Shoshan on your behalf," said Lu Chang as he laughed delightfully. "Bah! What rubbish are you saying? Are you as good-looking as me, Substitute Chang?" Yen Zheka replied with a you-know-nothing of strength emoji. Meanwhile, Lu Chang carried his luggage, declined the offers provided by a group of black cabs, and came to the bus stop, waiting for the arrival of bus 82 to return home. Although he had a stack in his backpack and a few hundred in his wallet, but one must know how to be frugal. With the initial bonus of $5,000, he was planning to save the remaining money for dating. Now that he had another $10,000 as a bonus for getting into top 8, an idea struck him. He thought of getting something for his father and mother during the new year, as a meaningful gift to his parents for the first time to surprise them. Bus 82 was crowded. Lu Chang relied on the yin-yang stance to balance himself well, so it did not matter whether or not he was sitting down. As he probed his head, looked around, hoping to bump into one or two classmates on the way. Unfortunately, Shoshan was a prefecture-level city and the main city already had hundreds of thousands of people. The total number of classmates he had, from the kindergarten till now, was not more than 300. Compared with the former, it was as if a drop in the ocean, unless one specifically visit the areas that were common among these people, else it would be difficult to meet. The bus rocked and stopped as it arrived at the non-commercial center of the old urban area, where the surrounded buildings became shorter and less colorful. Lu Chang alighted at the bus stop near the entrance of a small district. He had lived here for almost 10 years, where many buildings had been modeled, leaving the ruthless traces of the years. This was where the enterprise that his father first worked for fell from its glory. During its bankruptcy, it had used every last cent of its own savings and borrowed debt to purchase the property right. Most of the residents in the small district were his father's former colleagues or workers, and the relationships between the neighbors were fairly good. Lu Chang greeted the neighbors along the way. Seeing the uncle who he knew since he was a kid, and that aunt helped change his diapers, Lu Chang could already feel the taste of home without stepping into his house. Of course, having such neighbors had its con as well, especially those nosy aunts who loved to gather during their free time. When things happened to one household, the news would spread throughout the whole district at a blink of an eye. When approaching his home at number 8 building, Lu Chang saw a young man walking out of the doorway from the unit. He smiled and greeted, "Brother Su." This young man named Wang Su was his kindergarten, primary school, and junior high school classmate, also generally known as his childhood friend. Moreover, their fathers once worked in the same technical department, and at that time they loved meeting up for chess and bragging sessions. Thus, Lu Chang's relationship with him was considered very good. However, during the years when the enterprise was about to bankrupt, many people started to panic and were living in straitened circumstances. Everyone had an arduous time. It was common to see someone from a family had to leave his hometown to work, while the other had to stay to take care of the family and looked after the children. Conflicts in the family that broke out from time to time had also affected the children. Some children had lost their interest in studies and chose to work for money at a young age, while some followed the former youth workers in the old factory, and now the current gangsters to become the bludger. Gradually, organizations with features of the gangsterdom were formed. Wang Su was tall and well-built. Since young, he had a passion for martial arts, and under such poor environment, he had slowly embarked upon a crooked path. When he was at junior high school, he, on one hand, tried to butter up the sports teacher to teach him martial arts. On the other hand, He followed the gangsters to collect protection fees and participated in the campus gang fights. At that time, he was relatively simple. Sometimes, he would even show off to Lu Cheng about who they had fought today, and which gang they were planning on fighting the next day. Based on Lu Cheng's today's insight, he was indeed a potential talent for martial arts, who had the capability of an amateur ninth pin when he was just about 14 or 15 years old. Just because of having such childhood friend, Lu Cheng could strive under such poor environment in his junior high school, where without any outside interference, without any bullying from gangsters, to concentrate on his studies and be admitted into Shoshan No. 1 middle school. This would allow him to be completely free from such poor environment, and to be a complete stranger with Wang Su. From then, Lu Cheng was no longer updated with his situation. Only through bumping into him from time to time did Lu Cheng know that he did not study in high school. Instead, he seemed to be doing well as a gangster, though his face had more shallow scars than before. The scar on Wang Su's left cheek remained vaguely visible. He kept a neat short hair, wore a long black leather coat which seemed very valuable, and put on a long thick golden chain that gave off a nouveau riche look. There was no tenderness between his eyebrows, nor did he look like an 18 or 19 years old youth. Yo, the college student is back. He was quite happy when he saw Lu Cheng, and he took out a packet of imported cigarettes with printed English letters from his pocket. Come, have one. This is good stuff. It was under such circumstance did I started picking up smoking and drinking, Lu Cheng thought. He waved his hand and replied, I've quit smoking. A look of unhappiness crossed Wang Su's face and his attitude turned indifferent. He lighted his own cigarette and said, College students are just not the same. Honestly, though they had a relationship in the past, Lu Cheng was still somewhat afraid of him. But now, after his experience from Warrior Sage Challenge Tournament, he could now face Wang Su without any fear. Lu Cheng looked directly into Wang Su's eyes and asked with a gentle laugh, Not only did I quit smoking, I've also quit drinking, but I did not quit barbecue and hot pot. How about a supper together when there's time? Seeing that Lu Cheng did not deliberately distant from him, instead, was being frank and generous, the displeased feeling within Wang Su disappeared. He returned to his friendly attitude, laughed and replied, Great! Let's see when I have time we shall go for some barbecue. Cheng, how can you quit smoking and drinking? What's the point of living without these? Lu Cheng responded with a grin. I've joined the martial arts club in college and I intend to keep myself fit. As you know, one needs to quit smoking and drinking to practice martial arts. Upon hearing, Wang Su laughed and said, You actually went for martial arts practice? Wait till I am free. I'll teach you a few stunts. I guaranteed that your martial arts skills will improve tremendously during this winter break. I don't believe, as if you can train me to instantly become professional ninth pin. Maybe you can't even defeat me. Lu Cheng mocked silently. Without saying much, he pointed upstairs and added, I am going home first to see my father and mother. Talk to you later. Sure. I'll bring a bottle of wine to your house later. It has been a long time since I last played chess with Uncle Lu. Wang Su's home and Lu Cheng's home were in the same building, same unit, just that the former is on the second floor, while the latter is on the fifth floor. Ever since Wang Su graduated from junior high school, it is common for him not to return home for a week. Lu Cheng replied with a cluck. Your chess skill still on par? I've long neglected it. Both their fathers loved to play chess, considering that both were influenced since young. It was an ability passed down from their ancestors. Wang Su initially smiled, followed by a sigh and said, You know my father. His temper is as stubborn as a donkey. He was very displeased with me becoming a gangster, but you can't get out once you set foot in such path. Sai, it is only during chess game that he gives me a better attitude and speak with me. The way he spoke made him sound old. After some small talk, Lu Cheng entered the unit door and marched up the stairway with a sense of nostalgia towards his home on the fifth floor. This small district was built a decade ago when apartments with elevator were not yet popular at Shoshan. Hence the highest apartment here was only 6th floor high. Lu Cheng's face broke into a smile upon seeing their blue-gray security door. He took out the keys. It was now past 5 and he was certain that his mother was at home preparing for dinner. He had not told his mother in advance that he will be home today, in hope to give them a surprise. Dang 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 dang. The background music sounded in his heart as he twisted the key and opened the door. He shouted, "Mom, I am home." His voice echoed. The house remained silent. Lu Chang stared blankly, put on the slippers and walked into the kitchen. There was no one, neither was there any trace of cooking. Fuck. Where's everyone? Lu Chang took out his phone and called his mother. Where's the surprise I wanted? The line got connected. Lu Chang's mother's familiar voice came through the phone. Chang, when are you coming home? All other kids are already on holiday break. Mother, I am at home right now. Where are all of you? Lu Chang asked, slightly sluggish. Why didn't you say you were coming home? Lu Chang's mother replied, raising her tone. Lu Chang twitched the corner of his mouth and commented. I was thinking of surprising the both of you. Surprise your head. This is more like a shock. There's a relative getting married, so your father and I am at Ningxue County attending the wedding. We're not coming back tonight, you'll settle on your own. Lu Cheng's mom scolded, with a humorous tone. Ningxue County was a county below Shoshan. I came all the way home, and this is what I get? Lu Cheng replied, not knowing whether he should cry or laugh at such situation. Lu Cheng's mother chortled and said, Why didn't you say in advance? Else I would have let your dad come here by himself. Are you feeling surprised now? Yeah, totally. Lu Cheng was speechless. After hanging up the phone, he looked around the empty house and sighed. I am indeed her biological son. Still need to settle my own meals. Returning to his own room covered with the posters of Dragon King and other fighters, Lu Cheng placed his luggage, took out his phone, and messaged Yen Zhika. Poor me! Everyone has gone to attend a wedding, and no one is home to welcome me or cook for me. Yen Zhika quickly replied with a photo of a round table filled with great dishes. There were layers of dishes stacked up, which added up to about 20 different dishes. This is my dinner tonight for you to satisfy your craving. No need to thank me. Look into my eyes. Lu Cheng sent an aggrieved emoji and added, Stay-at-home child has been brutally abandoned. While chatting with Yen Zhika, he began to think about his dinner and thought of gathering some friends out for a meal. He was now rich anyway. Firstly, he left a message for Kai Zongming with a grin. Talker, I have a secret for you. Now my secret of achieving the top 8 in the Warrior Sage Challenge tournament can finally overtake yours. Next, he chatted with Chang Fei on QQ. Fatty Jiang, are you free? I am back to Shoshan. Let's meet for dinner. If Fatty Jiang is not free, I'll contact the next one then. Yo, you're finally willing to come back. I thought you were having such a good time that you have forgotten to come home. Where are we eating? Zhang Fei replied with no hesitation. This is friendship. Lu Cheng gave a thought. Old Lu barbecue, he replied. Then I can send a picture to Yen Zheka and let her crave for it. Sure, wait for me. I'll come over to pick you. Zhang Fei replied with laughter. Lu Cheng went blank and then asked, Pick me? Ho ho, you'll know later. Ask old Cheng as well. See if he can join? Added Fatty Jiang as he mentioned another pal, Chang Chili. Lu Cheng replied him with a despised emoji. I will call him out to beat him into a pulp, even if you didn't say. After saying, he started a conversation with Chang Chili, whose nickname was, I love advanced mathematics on QQ. Are you there, old Cheng? I am back. Lu Cheng waited for a few minutes and saw no response. He then simply dialed Chang Chili's mobile number, which was issued in other province. He was not sure if the number had changed. The Divine Wind ringtone sounded for a while. Then came a familiar yet husky voice from the other end of the phone. Chang? What's up, old Cheng? Are you ill? Lu Cheng asked with concern. Chang Chili chuckled and said, No worries. Some relatives came over today and insisted that I should drink because I am an adult, considering that I am in college now. Hence, they poured me several glasses of alcohol. I ended up getting drunk and I've slept the whole afternoon. I am not even sure when I could wake up if not for your call. Your voice don't seem quite right either, Cheng. It's kind of nasal. Catching a cold. Yeah, but almost recovering. I am back to Shoshan. So I intend to ask Fatty Jiang out for barbecue? You joining? Around Chang Chili, Lu Chang need not be formal and polite, so he asked him directly. Chang Chili sighed and replied, Can't get out. There's a relative gathering at home. Seriously damn busy during New Year. Guess I'll find you either tomorrow or the day after. Sure. Let's discuss by then. Lu Chang hung up the phone, responded to Yenjika's message, and swiftly tidied up the luggage. He sorted his unwashed clothing into 2 separate baskets and placed his laptop on the desk in his room. By now, the sky had darkened and it looked like the night had fallen despite the clock had yet struck 6. The lights in the house created a cozy and bright environment. Lu Chang glanced around the house and felt a slight sense of unfamiliarity in a place where he had slept for almost 10 years. On his left side was a 1 meter long and a half-meter wide bed, with a brand new 4-piece bedsheet fitted on it. He guessed that it was his mother's work while counting the days, which saved him a lot of efforts. On his right-hand side were a bookcase and a wardrobe. The former was shelved with all kinds of martial arts magazines, novels, comics, as well as body-refining secret books such as Shushan 12-chapter brocade and Tai Chi stance skill, which he had purchased when he was still naive. He was hoping to master them through self-taught and to shock the whole school as a #1 expert in martial arts. Unfortunately, though, the contents were real because there was no guidance and no time for commitment, thus they ultimately did not have any effect on him. The desk was placed between the bed and the bookcase. On it, there was desk lamp, hanging calendar, pen holder, and a piggy coin bank. The desk drawers on both sides were locked with his school yearbooks, as well as photographs that were taken with his primary school, junior high school, and high school classmates. He once thought that it was quite a pity that there was no group photos taken at that time due to a large number of classes. If not, he could have kept a photo with Yenjika in it. Well, it did not matter now. A man should always seek for a higher goal. Right after the cleanup, which had helped in reducing the slight sense of unfamiliarity around him, Zhang Fei sent a message on QQ. Come down, Chang. I am at the entrance of your district. Okay, replied Lu Chang. He took his wallet and thought for a moment before pulling out 7 to 8 pieces of notes from the $10,000 stack that was hidden deep within the drawer. He rushed out of the door excitedly and came to the district entrance. He glanced left and right, trying to look for Fatty Jiang, but he saw no familiar face on the chilly road. Honk! Honk! A car horn suddenly sounded. Lu Chang subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound and saw a white Ford car park at the district entrance with its window rolling down. Chang! A deep yet slightly pleased voice came from the inner of the car. It was Zhang Fei. Lu Chang chortled as he walked over and opened the car door near the co-driver's seat. Not bad, you can even drive now, he remarked. It was only now he recognized that the car belonged to Fatty Jiang's father, which was neither expensive nor cheap. It was just like the situation in his family, which was worse off than some yet better off than many. Zhang Fei was wearing a dark blue down jacket, with a black high-necked sweater inside, which was revealed as he stretched his chest. His round face grew bigger than the last time when he saw him at the end of August, with 3 layers of fat under his chin. His bulging belly made him look as if he was 5 or 6 months pregnant. He grinned and replied, Though I didn't manage to get a girlfriend this semester, I managed to get my driving license. Our school allows us to use it as credits to exempt ourselves from an elective module. Tisk, indeed, you can't judge a book by its cover. I thought you would shut yourself in the room for the whole semester playing games. Lu Chang sat down, shut the door, and fastened his seatbelt. Comparing to the chilly weather outside, the inner of the car was heaven. Zhang Fei released the handbrake, shifted the gear lever and said joyfully, Nowadays, knowing how to drive is a basic skill. It will consume too much time to take the exam after graduation from college. You should take it now if you have time. Provided I have the time, said Lu Chang as he thought of his daily training. He took out his phone and sent Yenjika a snickering emoji. Off I go, together with my classmate Fatty Jiang to Old Lu Barbecue. Yenjika replied with an, I will murder you with my eyes emoji and added, Seems like someone is getting more and more fearless that he even dare to provoke me now, though you mentioned that you will never forget to repay me with your gratitude. My mistake, Coach Yen. I beg for your forgiveness. Lu Cheng replied with his face filled with happiness. Zhang Fei took a glance at him and looked in front. While driving, he laughed and asked, "Who are you chatting with?" "Cheng, look at that filthy smile on your face. Is that your girlfriend? You never mentioned before." "Not yet, still working hard on it." Lu Cheng did not conceal. Zhang Fei gasped with admiration and said, "Not bad. I never thought that you will take the initiative to pursue someone. Indeed, still waters run deep. Perhaps you will be the first to get attached among the group of us. Is that girl your schoolmate at Songcheng University?" "Yup," Lu Cheng answered with a nod. "Not only that, she was also my high school schoolmate. Songcheng University indeed has a balance in the quantity of men and women, unlike ours." "Oh yes. Do you know that Yan Zhika is also in Songcheng University?" "Cheng," Zhang Fei suddenly added. Lu Cheng went blank, then replied, "Yes, I know, we've met. And we are also meeting each other every day. I despise you. How could you not mention it to me at all?" Zhang Fei commented as he focused on his driving, eyes looking at the road ahead. Without waiting for Lu Cheng's reply, he added, "Recall that time when class began after the freshman year military training? Many guys were spreading the news that there was a great beauty, who was prettier than a celebrity, in class 3. We had even made a detour to the toilet near class 3 just to take a peep. After that, we often discussed her private. Every time during the mass martial arts training, we will always think of means and ways to get closer to class 3 students, and from time to time pretending to pass by class 3 entrance. At that time, we really did not think of pursuing anything, but simply felt delightful just by looking at her. Why? This is probably my best memory about girls in junior high school. Oh my youth!" Lu Cheng listened and remembered those times with emotions. That young, pure and unrequited love. There were many people pretending to walk past that time, and very often, we would meet familiar faces, whereas the boys at class 3 just blatantly made fun of us, said Lu Cheng as he recalled. At the same time, both his hands were busily typing on the phone keyboard, sending a message to the direct party. Yan Zheka, recalling high school memories with Fatty Zhang now. "You still remember last time people often walked past to take a peep at you during our freshman year at high school?" Zhang Fei sighed, shook his head and laughed. "Now come to think of it, we were pretty silly. We don't even know if Yan Zhika noticed it in the first place, and how she viewed us." "Beep," Yan Zhika replied Lu Cheng with a messy in the wind emoji and added, "Yeah, I do. I felt as if I was in the zoo, being consecutively visited by visitors, so I had to bend over the desk and pretended to sleep." "Haha, were you one of those visitors?" "Well, I doubt she'll remember passers-by like us." Lu Cheng shattered Fatty Zhang's fantasy with a factual description, then grinned and replied Yan Zhika, "Yeah, pretended to walk past for several times. Unfortunately, I was just one of the passers-by at that time, you most probably won't remember." Yet another ambiguous flirting sentence. Yan Zhika sent an evil grin emoji without any elaboration. By this time, they had arrived at the nearby Old Lu barbecue. Zhang Fei, who seemed unfamiliar with parking, took quite a while and some efforts before the car was finally parked. As he was stopping the engine and locking the car, he said to Lu Cheng, "You are right, how would she remember passers-by like us? Not only was she prettier than a celebrity, her studies were extremely good as well, and it was also said that she had a great character. I bet if all her pursuers were to each spit at us, we would probably drown in their saliva. But I guess a person like her will definitely has a high standard. Since there are still no rumors about her relationship, I suppose she's the kind that focus on her studies. And why do you think she will go for Songcheng University? Isn't going to Capital or Huahai a better choice?" Lu Cheng gave a serious thought before answering, "Might be due to family reason." "Haha, stop wild guessing. I doubt it's accurate. Wait till I find out from Du Liu, since Song Li and Yan Zhika are good friends." Zhang Fei mocked at his reply. "Nowadays, no one believes you even if you are stating the truth." Lu Cheng looked into the sky without saying a word. A sense of unknown satisfaction filled his heart. Meanwhile, both of them entered Old Lu barbecue. The shop had just opened, operating only in the evening and at night. 20 pork belly skewers, 20 steak skewers, 20 pork rib skewers, 20 chicken feet soft bone skewers, 20 mutton skewers, 20 chicken butt skewers, 10 chicken wing skewers, 10 kidney skewers, 10 potato skewers, 10 green bean skewers, a portion of leek, a grilled fish and 4 roasted eggplants. Lu Chang was very familiar with the dishes that he could just order them without even taking a look at the menu. As Shoshan was situated inland, the barbecue shops generally did not serve seafood. Zhang Fei was shocked and exclaimed, "So much? You better finish them all." In the past, they had ordered only a third of the current amount for 2 people. Even if the share per skewer in Shoshan was much smaller than the one in the northern region, it was also pretty terrifying to order this much. Maybe we'll order much more later. I am now practicing martial arts, so I have a bigger appetite. Lu Cheng chuckled and replied. Under the light in the shop, Zhang Fei looked skeptically at Lu Cheng. Martial arts? Then again, Cheng, you looked slightly mature now. This is temperament. Lu Cheng replied in a joking tone. What do you want to drink? Beer, of course. Let's have a few glasses. I'll get someone to drive us later, replied Zhang Fei as he turned to young waitress at the side, still considering the number of bottles he should order. Lu Cheng waved his hand, smiled and said, I've already quit drinking for the sake of martial arts. Moreover, I am having a cold now, so a bottle of mineral water will do. It is foreseeable that he would need to repeat this sentence for numerous times, but since he chose to practice martial arts, he should preserve on. Neither can he slack down nor fear to reject such offer. Zhang Fei stared at him with a puzzled look and asked, Seriously? Lu Cheng nodded and responded seriously, Why should I lie to you? The tone in his voice expressed his determination. Well then, since no one is accompanying me to drink and I still need to drive, forget it, give me herbal tea. Zhang Fei rubbed his hand and did not push further. Oh yes, Cheng, since you are practicing martial arts, do you know of any local martial arts club or gym? Nope, why? Lu Cheng asked, looking puzzled. A forced smile crossed Zhang Fei's face as he replied, I fucking put on weight again, so I thought of losing weight through exercise. Else I am going to get even fatter after the new year. At least I thought I should maintain my weight. But New Year is around the corner. Both club and gym are closed for the break. I can't even find one. Lu Cheng smiled and commented. This kind of thing is dependent on your consciousness and determination. If you really want to lose weight, you could join me for my daily morning practice. I am now determined to practice martial arts every day. Zhang Fei took a breath and said, It's unbelievable that you are so hardworking, Cheng. Isn't there a quote saying that, the old having the same ambition and passion as a youth? The young waitress returned with herbal tea and a bottle of mineral water, opened each of them and poured them into 2 separate cups, filling them to the brim. Are you sure you know how to use poetry quotes? Lu Cheng shot a glance at him and added, So are you joining? Zhang Fei pondered for a moment before answering, Okay, I'll try. What time in the morning? He raised his cup and gulped his herbal tea. I'll meet you at a later time. I'll run to your house and wake you up at 6:10 a.m. Lu Cheng thought for a while before replying. Zhang Fei spurted the herbal tea from his mouth and Lu Cheng, being sharp and agile, immediately raised his arm to block it, which almost hit his face. 6:10 a.m.? 6:10 a.m. on a winter day. Zhang Fei wiped his mouth as he spoke. Lu Cheng shot a despised look at him and said, This is the time to test your will for losing weight. So if you've promised me yet don't get up, I might break your house windows. Ho ho. I've been waiting for that moment for a long time. So is my slingshot. Let's try it first for 2 days. Zhang Fei promised with hesitation. Nights were cold in winter. The famous Old Lu barbecue, located in a dilapidated and quiet alley, still got frequent customers. Just 3 allies away from here was the well-known bar street in Shoqing. With bawdy music and dazzling lights, the street presented a completely different atmosphere. When Lu Cheng was a junior in high school, sitting in front of him was a dandy, who had quitted the college entrance examination. He bragged about being a pimp there. However, Lu Cheng only came this neighborhood for barbecue and never went to one of the bars, as he thought the poor security around discos and bars would certainly get people in trouble. Listening to the music in the air and smelling the pleasant smokiness of the grilled food, Lu Cheng was starving, as if a hand was about to reach out from his throat. Drinking mineral water only made him hungrier. Fatty Jiang, have you set a date for our get-together? Lu Cheng tried to shift his attention back to their chat. After gulping down a cup of herbal tea, Jiang Fei wiped his mouth and said, "Too sweet. Same drinks in Guangnan taste differently. Our gathering is on the day after tomorrow, at Spring Scenery Field Conference Villa. You can climb Shoshan and then take 9 curves to get there." Spring Scenery Field Conference Villa? How fancy! Lu was quite shocked upon hearing this gathering place. Jiang Fei smiled at him. "Are you confused again? The price of this villa is slightly higher than that of the agritainment, as there are fewer gatherings before the new year. 200 yuan for each is enough. We can play ping-pong, badminton, tennis and basketball or go to the free karaoke. Mahjong room and chess poker room are also available. If the above events are not your cup of tea, you can climb the mountain for exercise and enjoy the fresh air. You can even get a room as long as you are happy. Aha, there is a spa hotel nearby. With some extra money, you can also enjoy the hot spring. None of these events attracts me. I'd rather chat with my old pals, recalling memories of the awkward and sharing some college experiences." Lu Cheng grabbed some tissues to wipe his noses and said, "Pooh, stop pretending. I recall you being a big fan for karaoke. Somebody has been a mic hog several times that summer after college entrance examination." Jiang Fei ruthlessly exposed his lie. Lu Cheng laughed embarrassedly and soon changed the subject. "How many classmates will show up?" "All promised to come except a few who are not in Shoshan." "Ha! I can't wait to find out whether those couples back then have broken up or not. And how many singles have found their dates?" Jiang Fei said with excitement, obviously ignoring himself being a single for 18 years. The amicable Fatty Jiang could take a joke easily, so Lu Cheng loved to hang out with him and dared to speak freely. However, Fatty Jiang looked suspicious when he was absorbed in detective fictions. Lu Cheng used to take him as a cold-blooded killer, distorted by his hidden anger. Being generous or open-minded was just his mask. However, by checking his mental state on purpose, Lu Cheng found that he was merely an easygoing boy who let go of the anger quickly. Lu Cheng cleared his throat and said, "How many teachers do you invite?" "Just Old Wu and Mr. Xian. Other teachers are either unavailable or unwelcomed. For instance, Old Li." Jiang Fei answered with a smile. Old Li was the math teacher whom Lu Cheng and Yan Zhika had been complaining about. As the director of Academic Affairs Office, Old Li terrified all the students. Both Old Wu and Mr. Xian had been their head teachers. One taught Chinese while the other taught chemistry. Ha! Old Wu is a fan of martial arts. He talked about martial arts with us every time he patrolled in class. Lu Cheng looked forward to seeing his head teacher in senior year. At this moment, waitress brought them easily toasted skewers that were dressed with chopped scallions. Despite his craving for food, Lu Cheng took a photo first by his cell phone. Instead of sending it to Yan Zhika immediately, he waited for the right moment and showed to her in batches. "Done?" Fatty Jiang asked with a smile. "All done. Let's eat." Lu Cheng freely grabbed a streaky skewer. Meat used in Old Lu barbecue was seasoned beforehand in secret recipe for the best flavor. So tasty was the meat that Lu Cheng finished one skewer with 2 or 3 bites. Later, tastes left in mouth made him crave for more, especially in this middle night. His favorite were skewers with a little fat. The fat was roasted to make the meat more gravy, but not greasy. With the sizzling oil and the delicious aroma, he could wolf down one after one without a stop. After appeasing his hunger by eating a dozen or so, Lu Cheng finally started to talk. He had a great chat with Jiang Fei over fun stuff and gossips during high school and college. When they finished their first round, the second round came in time, which required longer cooking time, like chicken wings, wing tips, and ribs. The specialty of Old Lu barbecue was grilled eggplant already placed in 2 baking trays. Eggplant grilled by Old Lu tasted differently, and there was a world of difference between Old Lu's eggplant and grilled eggplant in Songcheng and Yanling. Instead of using mashed garlic as seasonings, Old Lu fried his special dressings and crisp peas in hot oil over high heat. Then this special-made sauce was poured on grilled eggplant to let the flavor permeate. In doing so, grilled eggplant tasted like fish, but retained their own flavor. Everybody loved Old Lu's eggplant and seemed incapable of getting over this delish snack. In Lu Cheng's heart, grilled eggplant was the king in the barbecue business, which he preferred more than meat. Even Yan Zheka, who was currently in the southern region, missed this delicious dish. Meanwhile, people who enjoyed a daily tipple couldn't get enough of the crisp peas in dressings. When this specialty was served, Lu Cheng adjusted the color balance of his cell and soon took a photo, which looked quite appetizing. Along with a number of photos taken before, he sent all to Yan Zheka at once. "I am so satisfied." Lu Cheng sent the message to show off. Yan Zheka immediately sent a throwing dog emoji and said, "Our friendship has ended like this dead dog." Lu Cheng curved his lip, revealed a smile, and quickly typed a reply. Jiang Fei picked up some eggplant and put them into his mouth. Then he looked at Lu Cheng with a mischievous smile and said, "Cheng, look at you. You are picking up a hot chick. Once you get the girl introduced to us, I want to know who she is that makes you so into her. Actually, you knew her and we have talked about her just now." Lu Cheng secretly teased. He put down his cell while dipping some eggplant into the gravy and said, "Sure, if I can make it happen." When grilled eggplant was brought to mouth by chopsticks, Lu Cheng was deeply touched by this flavor he had been longing for. Meanwhile, his chopsticks moved faster. Jiang Fei picked up a cup of herbal tea and said with a smile, "Wish you a great success. If I have my dream girl one day, I might consult with you." "Ah, right. Does my sister-in-law have any besties? I get dibs on them." "Don't forget. Sister-in-law." "Good call." Lu Cheng gave a silent praise and started to tease him after a pause. "You have to lose weight first." Jiang Fei rolled his eyes, so as to give him a supercilious look, meanwhile asked for more details like a paparazzi. "How do you meet? Is the girl your classmate from college?" "Nope. We met in Songcheng University Martial Arts Club." Lu Cheng told no lies, yet not being entirely truthful. "It was actually you who took me to Class 3 to check out beauties where I met Yan Zheka for the first time." Lu Cheng planned not to share any information until he succeeded in dating with Yan Zheka. Otherwise, it would be too awkward since they went to the same high school and shared the same social circle. More importantly, he believed that Yan Zheka did not like people gossip behind her back. "Holy crap! That's why you have been arduously practicing your martial arts." Lu Cheng suddenly came to the realization, as if solving a problem that he dared not ask. "Never judge a book by its cover, now I finally get it. Cheng, I never thought you would go great length just not to be a single." They talked and laughed while eating eggplant and wingtips. Finally came their last dish, grilled fish. The fish was baked in a similar way to eggplant. Somehow it tasted no better than eggplant in Lu Cheng's heart. They ordered more upon finishing the grilled fish. Jiang Fei was astonished at Lu Cheng's appetite and asked worriedly, "Cheng, will I eat so much if I start to exercise? Then how can I lose weight with such a big appetite? Do you see me get fat?" Lu Cheng took out his wallet and asked for their bill. He felt powerful and energetic again after the meal, as though he was thrown back to life, and his symptoms of coldness were relieved as well. "Nope." Jiang took a careful look of Lu Cheng. "Then it is all good. Don't be afraid." Lu Cheng looked confident. When old Lu brought their bill, Jiang Fei also took out his wallet and said, Cheng, let me pay the check. I am the one who should treat you with a nice welcome dinner. How could I let you pay?" "Ha! I recently participated in a martial arts competition and made some extra cash. You don't have to feel sorry for this." Lu Cheng answered with pride. Jiang Fei looked at him, shocked. "You made some money in a martial arts competition? How long have you been practicing?" "I see. This competition was exclusive to pupils, and you came there to bully them." "Get lost." Lu Cheng paid the check with a simple reply. "The bill for this meal is less than 500 yuan. Despite each skewer carried less weight than that of other places, and the difference was big, it was still a good deal. Seeing Lu Chang being deep-pocketed for real, Zhang Fei just let him take the check. He rubbed his belly and said, "How about going for a walk in this neighborhood? It's good for digestion." Well, living in Shoshan was indeed a bargain. We could never afford so many skewers and grilled fish in Guangnan with over 400 yuan. Lu Chang nodded and seriously asked the boss about their opening date after the New Year. Old Lu Barbecue would close for the New Year the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing the barbecue reopen on the 8th day of the first lunar month, Lu Chang looked satisfied with both hands in his pocket. He had already booked a small vacuum machine and a thermal container online, and the delivery date would be after the New Year. Being rich was awesome. In this cold, windy night, two of them walked in the alley for better digestion and continued to chat over all kinds of stuff. They subconsciously went in the opposite direction to the bar street. When they turned a corner, in front of them was the back street with all road lights off. They saw vaguely with weak lights from surrounding households. "Let's turn back. Who knows what we will encounter in such darkness?" Zhang Fei buttoned his down jacket and said. Lu Chang was about to respond. Suddenly he saw several people appear in front of them. One is running desperately, the other three hold 3 blazing knives chasing right after him. The sound of steps got noisy in this cold and dark alley. Holy crap! The mobs are killing. Let's hide somewhere. Don't be dragged into this mess. Zhang Fei was shivering with fear. Lu Chang also didn't want to get in trouble, so he drew back with Zhang Fei, standing sideways in darkness. Right at this moment, the one who has been running stepped into a place where lights shone on his face. Wang Su. It was Wang Su. The target of these killers was Wang Su. Lu Chang was of sharp observation and immediately recognized that desperate bleeding man. It was his childhood friend who he had just met before dinner in their community. Figures flashed in the darkness and this backstreet reminded people of a movie set. Since Lu Chang participated in actual combats, he developed a habit of making quick decisions. Once he recognized Wang Su, he was ready to save him without a second thought. In other days he would act exactly like Zhang Fei, timid and jittery. Even the one hounded by mobs was his childhood friend who used to watch his back. He still dared not take another look. He was incapable of handling this situation, and being reckless would only cause more trouble and get his family involved in this mess. At best, he could call the police for them. However, the situation had changed now. With experience gained in the Warrior Sage Challenge tournament, he made a tremendous progress both in martial arts and mental state. Observant and assertive, Lu Chang had grown to be confident and calm. How could he stay out of the affair with this power and strength? He was not going to stand there and watch Wang Su get killed in front of him. For a fraction of a second, Lu Chang took down his down jacket and threw it to Zhang Fei. "Hide yourself," said Lu Chang in a quick and low voice. Zhang Fei was too shocked and frightened to give any responses. Upon seeing Lu Chang rushing out, he suddenly sensed the danger and was about to stop him. But being in a total mess, Zhang Fei was too afraid to speak out. How could Chang be so reckless? In front of him was 3 mobs with knives. What should I do? What should I do? When Zhang Fei was at a loss, Lu Chang carefully made a plan before the confrontation. He checked out his surroundings as well as the landscape to make sure there were no cameras. Although there were dim lights coming from households on both sides of the alley, he successfully hid among the darkness by lowering his weight while approaching in zigzag snake steps. He was experienced and calm since he had encountered many accidents in the ring. For instance, when he was hung between victory and defeat or when the Jindan, the golden elixir, failed to work normally. He had to take the consequence into the consideration if he decided to save Wang Su. Suppose he was caught by camera or remembered by reporters who came after, especially when he couldn't kill all to keep the secret, then it's very likely to get himself or his family in trouble. Lu Chang shifted his weight while moving in a weird snake footwork. With eyes fixed on the 3 upcoming opponents, Lu Chang made his way with particular caution. Despite that he had defeated a professional 9th pin, he never underestimated his enemies. In the body refining stage, there was an old saying that even a martial expert couldn't take a kitchen knife. In front of him were 3 mobs with knives, and he was very likely to get hurt since he had just recovered from the boomerang effect of the Jindan, the golden elixir, so he had to be careful. It was no longer a challenge tournament. In the ring, referees might protect fighters from many dangers, such as explosive forces and close attacks, yet accidents still happened. In actual combats, people got hurt or killed by knives or guns for real. If Lu Chang stood back, none of these would be his concern. But once involved, he must try his utmost to take one down as soon as possible. In this way, the match would be easier with 2 versus 2 on each side. The night was dark without any moonlight or starlight. Wang Su and other 3 mobs were busy running and failed to notice Lu Chang was approaching. In the darkest part of the backstreet, Lu Chang suddenly sped up in less than 10 meters away and came to Wang Su from his left side in big strides, with eyes fixed on the first mob's knife. Wang Su was still running, but he felt a ghost running past him. Upon seeing Lu Chang rushing toward him, the first mob dared not take him slightly. He, with a knife in his right hand, grinned and chopped at Lu Chang ruthlessly. At this very moment, a flash of lightning struck in his mind, starting a prairie fire in the dark. Lu Chang transformed a downward hot flow from his spine into a burst of strength, thus pushing his speed to the ultimate level like an arrow. The mob mistakenly measured his speed and the distance. Instantly, Lu Chang came near the first mob, warding off the attack with both hands rising to engage his knife-holding wrist. In such a close range, the long knife was no longer helpful. The minute Lu Chang engaged mob's wrists, he twisted his waist and tightened leg muscles to launch a knee kick, which was directly hit at mob's stomach. Bang! Came a dull noise. The one who got punched glared with a runny nose and watery eyes. As the mob was about to fall on the ground because of exhaustion, Lu caught him with one hand, meanwhile broke his machete-holding wrist by twisting another hand. Just round 1, he had already defeated one hatchet man. Upon seeing what Lu Chang had done, the other hatchet man nearby shrank his pupils and brandished a knife direct at him. Instead of chasing Wang Su, the third mob changed his target as well. In no rush, Lu Chang straightened his back and pulled strength from hand. By pushing the guy he was holding to the second hatchet man beside him, Lu Chang successfully got his enemy distracted. Then he slid to the left side and stood ready to hit vital parts. To save his companions, the third hatchet man slashed at Lu Chang without hesitation. All of a sudden, Lu Chang moved his spine as if a dragon breaking through all kinds of barriers. He abruptly shifted his weight and pulled his body back by adjusting muscles. Then, with a round footwork, he made his way to the rear side of the third hatchet man in an opposite direction. With this impressive footwork, people might mistakenly believe the rumor of ghost in this dim alley. After changing his positions, Lu Chang lowered his weight into a steady stance. In his mind, snow-covered mountains started to collapse and white streams rolled down formidably. By virtue of this force, he lifted his right arm and violently launched a downward attack. Pang! Lu Chang's fists accurately landed at the third mob's shoulder. With a crunching noise, the mob's right shoulder started to collapse. As painful as he cried, he threw the machete and writhed on the ground with his left hand on the right shoulder. Mighty mega avalanche! Now Lu Chang had taken down 2 enemies, and the only one left was freaked out. Without looking at his opponent being tall or short, fat or thin, the third hatchet man gave up saving his buddies and decided to flee the scene while brandishing a machete crazily in the air. Smart guys know all the ins and outs. Lu Chang pretended to chase after the mob by making noises of footsteps, which scared the shit out of him. Like a rabbit shot by an arrow, the mob feared to look back and instantly ran to the other side of the backstreet, soon fading into the darkness. Hearing the scream, Wang Su stopped, looking shocked and puzzled. He turned back only to find that 3 mobs who had been after him were either on the ground or flee the scene. The dark alley became silent again. Who is that? Wang Su asked subconsciously. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei, who had been hidden in a dark corner, was also stunned by what he had just seen. Did he see a Superman just now? No way. How come Chang became a Superman? The screen of his cell reflected dim light in the darkness as he was about to call the police. But now there was no need for that. Lu Chang returned to the place with some lights on. 2 hatchet men were still humming on the ground. Lu Chang checked at them in case of any violent counterattacks. Meanwhile, he signaled Wang Su to stay quiet. Wang Su saw a vague figure walking toward him. Bewildered as he was, he forgot all the cuts and pains in his back. Like being in a bizarre dream, Wang Su thought him was being stabbed and everything was his fantasy before the deathbed. How is it, Cheng? Lu Cheng was not one of the powerless, yet definitely a good student who dared not and would not fight. Being stronger and braver, Wang Su always counted Lu Cheng as a nerd. However, it was exactly Cheng who had taken care of 3 knife-holding hatchet men between several breaths. Let alone these men were of amateur 6th or 7th pin, highly valued by their boss. Was that a dream? I even agreed to teach him a few moves so he could make some progress in martial arts. Wang Su thought. The pain soon made him stay conscious. Wang Su, directed by Lu Cheng's hand gestures, hurried to the other alley. Lu Cheng ran back to their original spot and dragged the already stunned Zhang Fei out of the alley immediately. The dim backstreet was silent again, with 2 figures curling up on the ground and groaning painfully. Lu Cheng met Wang Su outside 2 allies, and he instructed Zhang Fei to hide at a distance, as he did not want to get his innocent best buddy in high school involved in this affair. Do you have a shelter? Lu Cheng asked outspokenly. Wang Su covered his wounds with clothes inside and said in a trance, Yep, I can go there to handle my wound. Go ahead. I will leave you alone and we will talk about it later, Lu Cheng said in a firm tone, making himself clear that he wanted nothing to do with these mobs or mafias. What happened before was him trying to save a friend. Wang Su nodded with a sigh and said, If I could settle all the problems, I will talk to you soon. Upon finishing the line, he stepped up his pace and disappeared into the night on the other end of the alley. Lu Cheng shook his head behind Wang Su with mixed feelings and left this dangerous place in a hurry. When they were back to the neighborhood where Old Lu Barbecue was located, Zhang Fei was still badly shaken, peeking at him from time to time in the car. Feel free to check on me and stop peeking. Lu Cheng put on his down jacket and said in anger, You know the person who got hunted by mobs? Zhang Fei asked in a gentle and casual way. Yep, he is my childhood friend. Lu Cheng kept his reply simple, without giving further information. Of course, Zhang Fei did not care about his answer and continued to ask with eyes wide open. Cheng, when did you become a Superman? I remembered our last match and I crushed you with my weight. For physical training, martial arts were taught in PE classes during high school, and they competed with each other for fun. Have I already told you that I joined Songchang University Martial Arts Club and kept my practice every single day? Lu Cheng had his chin up and said, Just drive, so we can go home earlier. Zhang Fei started the car with doubtful mutterings. I thought you went to the martial arts club for girls, and how long have you been there? A couple of months? When 2 goals are set, I aim to achieve both, Lu Cheng said causally. He felt rather low because of Wang Su, and right now he was in no mood to brag about participating in the Warrior Sage Challenge tournament or engaging with several professional 9th pin masters. Before starting the car, Zhang Fei gave another careful look of Lu Cheng in the dim light of the car. His best friend in high school looked tired, with body growing leaner and face being more chiseled from brows to chins. He pinched his lips with an air of calmness and confidence, and his look made people unconsciously follow his arrangements. Cheng, you seem to be more mature. Zhang Fei failed to find the right word to describe how he felt about Lu Cheng currently. He had said this before over their barbecue, and the meaning carried in this line was completely different. Lu Cheng smiled and said, Wish you meant well. Of course I mean well, Zhang Fei answered without a hesitation, and his strangeness that came with shock and fear already fading away completely. He turned the steering wheel while clicking his tongue. You were so different since the last time I met you at the end of August. If you aren't as man-show as ever, I would have thought I met a stranger who looked almost like you. We would be good friends if you could shut your mouth upon finishing your first line. Lu Cheng let out a laughing abuse. Man-show? Cheap mouth? Was it? Looking straight ahead, Zhang Fei grew more and more excited. Cheng, how did you pull this off? It hasn't even been 6 months yet. How did you become so powerful all of a sudden? I saw you take out 3 knife-wielding gangsters in just a few moves just now. I was focused on schoolwork previously, and I didn't realize I had a gift for meditation. Also, Songqing Martial Arts Club hired a good coach in an attempt to restore its former glory this year. Due to these 2 advantages, I had made substantial progress in martial arts. However, it's only at the beginning that a tremendous improvement like this would occur. The more I practice, the harder it would be for me to improve. Lu Chang explained in a way that was easily understood by Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei was not a die-hard martial arts fan, and he had no direct impression on amateur rankings beyond the professional martial arts competition. That was why Zhang Fei could not determine Lu Chang's approximate level right now. He knew that Lu Chang was very strong, but exactly how far the extent of his strength reached. Therefore, he said with a smile, "Oh, I see. I wonder why I never noticed your potential. Brother Lu, Master Chang. You simply must help me if I get bullied one day. Come on, we are friends, aren't we? Just give me the signal and I would bring an army to save you." Lu Chang made a joke. Zhang Fei continued to drive steadily, but his tone had gotten even more excited. "Changzi, tomorrow, can you teach me some moves when we exercise tomorrow morning? Can I be cool for a bit too?" "Sure. As long as you can calm your heart and handle the stance." Lu Chang nodded slightly. The still stance was the true fundamental of martial arts. Then came the moving stance, also known as the so-called routine exercise. The final step would be the moves applied in actual combat, such as 24 blizzard strikes. Zhang Fei excitedly said, "Don't worry, I'm a forgetful guy. I can definitely calm down." "I highly doubt it," Lu Chang muttered to himself. Fatty Zhang was easily distracted and loves to daydream. None of these met the requirements to achieve the concealment of spirit and qi. While chatting, the car had arrived at the destination and stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood. Lu Chang unbuckled his seatbelt and said, "Sleep early. I'd pretend this never happened if you can't get up tomorrow morning." "Don't worry. It's not like I never woke up this early before and worked hard for success during my last year in high school," Zhang Fei said proudly and added, "Right, Chang, your secret is safe with me." I saw nothing just now." Lu Chang let out a laugh and stood outside the car door, looking down on Fatty Zhang. Well, if you haven't reminded me, I would have forgotten that you're a big mouth." He returned home, and his room was as cold and quiet as ever. Lu Chang went through his experience of saving a life in his head and confirmed that he missed out on no details. As long as Wang Su kept quiet about this, there was no way the other party could find him. It was only then he completely settled down. He busied himself for a moment, splitting the laundry to those that needed to be done by hand and those that needed to be thrown into the washing machine. Upon finishing all chores, he logged into his email and checked if Master had sent any information or videos on big or small hand wrap. No new emails? Then I will mainly do recovery exercises tomorrow. Lying on the couch, Lu Chang chatted with Yen Zhika over the phone, waiting for his laundry to finish. When the time was just over 9 p.m., and he was about to hang his laundry, he heard footsteps that had been deliberately lightened coming up from the 4th floor to the 5th floor. Lu Chang inclined his ears and naturally entered into the condensation stance. He remained calm and arrived at the front door once he confirmed that the person walking over was alone. When he confirmed that the sound of footsteps had ended in front of his door, Lu Chang abruptly opened the door in a surprising fashion. Outside the door was Wang Su in an army green overcoat. His face was pale and his eyes were full of shock. He looked like he hadn't made up his mind on whether he should knock on Lu Chang's door. "Have you treated your wounds already? How's it going?" Lu Chang signaled him to come inside first. Wang Su carefully let himself in and answered while closing the door. "I found someone to deal with it. It's no big deal. Tonight's mess could be considered settled for now." He was carrying a bottle of hard liquor made in Ningxue County, which was an exclusive local specialty in Xioshan. Those well-to-do people all enjoyed getting some original proof spirits from the Ningxue winery, claiming that their spirits were sufficiently mellow, spicy, and tasty. "I knew you have quitted drinking, so this bottle of authentic original proof spirit here is for me." Wang Su familiarly opened the cabinet where Lu Cheng's father put his wine cups and took out 2 wine cups. Lu Cheng asked in surprise and amusement as he watched him washing the cups and pouring wine for himself. "You're injured, you know? Why you are still drinking? No drink, no talk. Just take it as me using alcohol to disinfect my wounds." Wang Su sat down and chuckled. "That's not how you disinfect wounds, okay?" Lu Cheng let out a laughing abuse. Silence followed after the laughter. It seemed like no one was ready to talk first. Wang Su took a sip from his cup and broke this awkward silence with a sigh. "Cheng, I'm not sure how I can thank you for saving me tonight. If it wasn't for you, my parents would have no choice but to pour this bottle of wine before my grave. I haven't thanked you too for watching my back in the old times. Now that I have mastered some martial arts, how could I possibly watch you die in front of me?" Lu Cheng said frankly and sincerely. "Back then." Lu Cheng let out a soft laugh. "Honestly speaking, I was pretty simple back then. Firstly, I thought about our friendship since childhood. And secondly, I did not want to see a kid from our factory get bullied by outsiders." As memories of the past flashed through his mind, Lu Cheng took a deep breath and took the initiative. "Brother Su, you can't go on like this." Wang Su looked up and blurted out, "It was that damn third Jian who started the trouble tonight. He hired a professional 9th pin expert from the provincial capital and surprise attacked our bar. Lu almost got killed. We were lucky that Brother Biao and Brother Wei who were bold and fierce enough to keep the expert busy. However, they outnumbered us so we could only escape. These mobs who came chasing after me are machete men led by 3rd Jian. Every one of them is an amateur 6th pin or amateur 7th pin. Normally I could handle one of them, but against 3 I had no option but to run. Chengzi, I didn't know that you're so powerful now. I can't believe you took them out in just a few moves." Lu Cheng shook his head and said, "I only succeeded because it was an ambush, but that's not the point I'm trying to make here. Brother Su, ignore the fact that my skills are limited. Even if I can save you once, I can't save you a lifetime. Are you truly planning to walk this path to the end?" Wang Su fell quiet upon hearing this, and it took him a while before he finally smiled bitterly and said, "It's not like I don't understand what you're saying. I've seen plenty after hanging around in the underworld for several years. I have seen the most successful bosses whitewash their history, and I've also witnessed people with few achievements fighting day after day. Even the best martial arts experts can slip up, and a single mistake could mean replacement by a new face. Some of the members of the first gang I was together with had their hands cut off, and some ended up dead on the commercial street. Of course I was terrified by their endings even though I'm just a rash young boy. So, I desperately went to martial arts clubs to train in martial arts while attempting to quit from the gang. I also saved up some money so I could open a small business in the future. But things don't go as you wish once you were in this circle. If my old boss summoned me for a fight, should I go or refuse? What would happen if I said no to him? I could not refuse even if I were to consider this purely from a friendship standpoint. Even when Lu Cheng was in junior high school, which was also the messiest period of his life, he never came into contact with these affairs. A stifling silence enveloped him after he listened to Wang Su. After pondering for a moment, he opened his mouth and spoke in a steady tone. "Brother Su, have you ever thought about getting out of this circle?" "Getting out?" Wang Su looked at him in puzzlement. Lu Cheng said with a level tone, "I went to Songqing to study, and I've even visited Yanling on my way back home. Both places are almost completely disconnected from Shoshan. The world is big and wonderful, with so many opportunities and potential. Why should you confine yourself to Shoshan? If you find yourself incapable of breaking the bonds you made here, and that the circumstances are out of your control, why don't you give yourself a chance and increase your knowledge and experience? Give it 3 to 5 years, and come back when they've almost forgotten about you." Wang Su was startled by his words, and it took him a while before he took a sip and said, "Chang, your student side hasn't completely left you yet. Now I'm just glad I haven't made it to the level of Li's confidant yet. Otherwise, suppose I get involved in some of his affairs and witness several secrets. Do you think I could just walk away as I wish? Moreover, what can I do once I get out? Labor work? I saw a few people in the neighborhood working at other provinces doing poorer than even I am. What's the point of a life like that? Didn't you want to open a small business? Lu Chang could guess that Wang Su's life must have been rather comfortable. According to that hedonistic son at the front table, a hatchetman gangster like Wang Su would not need to worry about liquor or cigarettes, women or money. When they walked on the streets, the common people would not even dare to look straight at them. I will think about it. Wang Su looked down and refilled his cup. Suddenly, Lu Chang felt a tinge of emotion while looking at him. They had the extremely similar family background, but had led completely different lives because they made a different choice during junior high school. He had studied hard and got accepted by the #1 middle school. Later on, he passed his exams and entered Songcheng University. His daily life normally consisted of bright and clean classrooms inside a beautiful and clean school. Students came from all over the country, and they talked about games, movies, novels, teachers, girls, school courses, and future careers. While there was pressure, few of them got in touch with the bottom level of society. They were used to living in a world where lights prevailed over darkness, and hope over despair. Meanwhile, Wang Su lived a life of debauchery, and fear for his life every time there was a fight. He wasn't sure if he could wake up peacefully every time he drank himself to sleep. He might have good times, but his entire body of life was painted in gray-dark colors. If he could not climb up to become a boss and successfully whitewash his history, sooner or later the darkness would swallow him. It was a life where despair prevailed over dawn. Education could change one's fate, and so could martial arts. Lu Chang felt certain about this phrase more than ever before. He changed the topic and said, "Brother Su, you told no one about my involvement, did you?" Wang Su took another sip of wine and said, "Don't worry. I know you are a goody-two-shoes student, and I won't get you in trouble. Lu asked me about this earlier, and I covered it up by telling him that I ran into a friend from the martial art club and escaped death because of it." "Alright, how do you practice martial arts? How did you become so impressive all of a sudden?" "I happen to have a gift that I didn't realize because I wasn't training in martial arts back then. Then, a former physical invulnerability mighty one became my coach, which is why I was barely able to keep up with the pace of a normal person." Lu Chang emphasized Geezer Sher's existence on purpose. After witnessing Wang Su's daily life, Lu Chang dared not be careless despite being confident about their friendship. He dispelled all of Wang Su's desires and extravagant hopes by bringing up the reputation of a physical invulnerability mighty one. Wang Su obviously trembled at his words. He forced a smile to his face and said, "No wonder. You have an impressive coach. Chengzi, can you teach me a few moves? So I will be more prepared before quitting the gang. The foundation of my martial arts is the still stance and meditation. Why don't you try and see if you can achieve concealment of spirit and qi?" Lu Chang walked him through the martial rhyme and outlined a few key points. Wang Su knew that all powerful martial arts were built upon a foundation of solemn silence. He voiced no questions and listened quietly until the end before saying, "I will practice what you have taught me and come back to you and ask you if I have any questions. I'll leave this bottle of wine for Uncle Lu." As he watched him leaving the room and closing the door, Lu Chang let out a sudden sigh. He felt as if they were in two distinctive worlds now. He had no confidence that Wang Su could enter into a meditative state at all. How could a man who indulged himself in fantasy and luxury possibly enter a meditative state? Life truly was a pot of all sort of circumstances. After leaving his clothes outside to air, Lu Chang locked the door from the inside and came back to his room. Lying down on the bed with his head in a spin, he felt an impulse to pour out his feelings. Lu Chang took out the cell phone and sent a message to Yenjuka. Something happened after the barbecue. Lu Chang tried to describe in a normal tone his relations with Wang Su, what he felt when seeing Wang Su being chased and how his state of mind changed after a serious conversation with him. Yenjuka tried not to interrupt Lu Chang and just asked some brief questions during his account. She started to express her opinion after hearing his complete story. "Chung, I told you that everyone had their own path to take, and it was not necessarily the education at school or the martial arts. I said it to you, and you managed to defeat the opponent of professional ninth pin in merely 4 months. Well, I have no face before you now. She sent an emoji with one drawing circles in a corner. Lu Cheng's mood was lightened a little bit by her joke, and he chuckled. I thought you were right, and I never expected to reach professional rank so soon. Don't interrupt me. Don't you want to listen to me? Yan Zhiku replied with a vicious emoji. Well, you are the interrupter, Lu Cheng thought. He surely dared not say it out. Please continue, Coach Yan. He sent a smirk. Everyone has his destiny. We aren't the almighty God or supernatural being. It's marvelous if one could change his confidant's mind. But for others, you can't make decision for them or force them to change their outlook on life. Do your part and leave the rest to God. Yizhika answered without any emoji. Lu Cheng left a sigh. I see it, but I still feel powerless and depressed. Good friends we were and distinct worlds we are in. I can do nothing but to watch. Cheng, the overwhelming majority of people are selfish. I'm selfish too. I draw circles with myself as the center to classify people from the intimate to the estranged. In the innermost circle are my parents and close relatives, who are surely more precious to me than my close friends. Friends fall into two categories, the ones for life and the ones for some stage of your life. As for the latter, the relations between you and them are similar to that between two intersecting lines. You converge at some point and then diverge forever because of different philosophies of life, choices, characters, favorable or unfavorable turns in life. Miss rather than meet. Wang Su is the latter. Yan Zhika sent a long message. It was the first time that Lu Cheng saw a serious Yan Zhika elaborate on her philosophy. Her impression on him seemed to be more vivid. What about your future mate? He subconsciously asked the question. Yan Zhika sent a squint. I won't tell you. Are you listening to me carefully? Yes, I am. Please continue, Coach Yan. Lu Cheng stifled his smile and said. Lu Cheng's mood mended a lot after cracking gags with Yan Zhika. A friend for life treasures something that you also hold dear. It's quite obvious that Wang Su isn't the one. Are you willing to give up your study and get caught in scuffles of gangs? Are you willing to cause trouble to yourself and your family? Yan Zhika asked. I don't want to be disturbed by him. Lu Cheng thought it over and said. Yan Zhika sent a nodding emoji. As you said, you are in the distinct world now. If he continues to act willfully, the gap between you two will be wider. He is an episode in your life. It's just a matter of time for your friendship to come to an end. You have tried to help him wholeheartedly. What you should do now is to reconcile yourself to the regret for him and let it go. My grandparents have many disciples who become police officers, soldiers, professional warriors, merchants, as well as evildoers in not a few number. Warriors break the rules with violence. My grandpa and grandma were dejected, sleepless and enraged. Yet, they have straightened it out that it's enough for them to do their possible to stop and save them. Don't yearn for the acme of perfection but for a clear conscience in your life. Lu Cheng quietly read the messages, lost in thoughts. After a long pause, he took a deep breath. Got it. I shouldn't feel any guilt about him. As a freshman, I saved his life and reasoned him out of gangs with sincerity. I have done my possible. It's time to let it go. Good. You are worthy to be taught. Yan Zhika replied, a proud emoji pushing up glasses. You did very well today, saving Wang Su without causing trouble. I used to dream of my deeds of heroism after my reaching high martial arts attainments. Yet I worried that I would break the rules with violence and ran into the following trouble. You gave me vivid instruction in how I could put my dream into practice. Lu Cheng felt a little bit proud and pleased. He sent an evil smile. Thanks to Coach Yan's instructions. You teach by yen and deed. You are teacher yen, and bring up outstanding student. Poof! You are increasingly proficient in Chinese. Yan Zhika sent a stunned dog emoji. The funny chatting put Lu Cheng in a good mood. The characteristic smile unknowingly crawled on his face. They talked happily until 10 p.m. when Lu Cheng reluctantly stopped to take a shower and go to bed on time. As Lu Cheng came back to the bed, he found that Kai Zoming had finally got home, logged in QQ and replied his messages. A secret? You are not a girl. I have no interest in your secret, unless it's your dark past. Kai Zongming sent a devilish emoji with a waving forefinger, indicating a no. Lu Cheng replied Yenjika first. He did not care about whether Kai Zongming had interest or not. I went to Yenling on my way home and participated in the Phoenix Cup Warrior Sage Candidate Challenge Tournament. You can guess my rank of position. Holy crap! You went far this time. How stupid you are that you told me the name of the tournament and asked me to guess your rank. I'll know everything with a click on Google. Kai Zongming sat at his computer desk with fingers typing on the keyboard, making fun of Lu Cheng out of habit. Lu Cheng sneered loud and murmured to himself. That's what I want. I know you so well. My rank that you find on the internet will surely be much more shocking than that I tell you. Kai Zongming opened the browser, clicked into the official website and directly started to read the news. The final, Jiang Lan versus Wang Yi, the professional 8th pin vs the professional 9th pin. The third place match, Huang Zhenzhong versus Bai Song, the professional 8th pin vs the professional 9th pin. Lu Cheng shook at the mouth when reading the news. He immediately sent a message to Lu Cheng. Damn! You fooled a wise man. There's no way I can find a rookie's position in a ranking of names of such a high-level tournament. Haha. Scroll further. Lu Cheng did not say more, expecting little Ming to find it by himself. Kai Zongming stared at the screen with suspicion and flicked through the pages. Suddenly, he found a piece of news. Number 656 Lu Cheng quit the quarterfinal on account of physical exhaustion. The quarterfinal? He clicked on the news, suspecting it was a fighter with the same name with Lu Cheng. No rank, an undergraduate of the Songcheng University, defeated the fighter of the professional 9th pin. After a while, Kai Zongming read the last phrase out and called Lu Cheng with no hesitation. Cheng, you ask someone to make the fake website for you? Kai Zongming blurted out once the phone was connected. Lu Cheng proudly smiled. Holy shit, you aren't Yen Zhika. Do you think I would bother to make a fake website to cheat you? I think your IQ doesn't deserve the high-end trick. It's not very long since you defeated your brother Wu of the martial arts club by your specialty of long-distance running. You have jumped from the amateur 9th pin to the professional 9th pin. Kai Zongming said with astonishment. Lu Cheng tried to explain in an easy tone. Not very long? 3 months. Okay? I've learned 24 blizzard strikes, built up my strength and speed, improved my coordination, as well as done many pair exercises and watched plenty of matches of the martial arts club. The first a few of opponents were relatively weak. I achieved mastery of the 24 blizzard strikes, the listening skill and the mercurial balance through the combats with them. I lucked out and got into top 8. Kai Zongming remained silent for a while before responding to Lu Cheng's story. Cheng, are you showing off? Yes, I am. Lu Cheng laughed. Wanna beat me? Can you beat me? Damn. Kai Zongming found him brusque but amusing. Never meet people so devilish like you, Lu Cheng. Wait and see. I'm gonna join the special training of the martial arts club next semester. With my talent and Geezer Sher's instruction, I'll catch up with you in no time. You show off. Perfectly satisfied with Kai Zongming's response, Lu Cheng got ready to go to sleep. Before hanging up the phone, he said, You can find my fight videos on the official website. Watch them with reverence. Before Kai Zongming replied to his arrogant words, Lu Cheng hung up the phone and went to say goodnight to Yenjika on QQ. Yenjika got to know Lu Cheng's training at 5:30 a.m. every day in their chatting during the tournament. She felt admiration for him and recognized his rapid progress. After a moment of blankness with the phone in hand, Kai Zongming found the videos and started to watch. His mouth dropped open increasingly wider. After finishing all videos, he murmured to himself as if flapdoodle. Is that Cheng? A dozen of me can't beat him. Has he been possessed by the devil? Of course, being possessed only happens in novels. At 5 a.m. the next day, Lu Cheng got up on time. He put on his martial arts suit, took the phone and keys and jogged to Zhangfei's home as the elementary warming-up exercise for martial arts training. It was dark outside with no glimmering of light. The street lamps shed pale yellow light on the quiet road, setting off the surrounding desolation. Lu Chang took regular breaths and jogged in the chill of the early dawn, exhaling white puff into the air. He gave Zhang Fei a ring to confirm that he had got up. Lu Chang finished a moving stance, including the skills and divided movements, when he saw Zhang Fei walk out of the entrance of the community. He was shivering with cold in his deformed martial arts suit because of his fat. Lu Chang kept from laughter and said, "Let's jog first to warm up." "Okay," Zhang Fei said with excitement. He had been looking forward to today's training after yesterday's incident. "Which way, Chang?" Lu Chang had mapped out their directions. He pointed at the way on the left side. "We are gonna run to Sanli Pavilion and do training in People's Park." Sanli Pavilion? People's Park. Zhang Fei opened his mouth widely with a pale face. "Kill me. It's at least 10 kilometers. Zhang Fei was too fat and weak to run 10 kilometers without any break for the first training. Lu Chang had adjusted the training method for him to run the same distance. Lu Chang allowed Zhang Fei to take a break by walking slowly when he had reached his limit, while he himself took the opportunity to practice the yin-yang stance or the condensation stance in order to train on his physical coordination and boost his mental concentration. They ran for more than an hour with halts from time to time to reach the People's Park of Sanli Pavilion. Zhang Fei had to wipe the pouring sweat from his forehead now and then to keep his eyes from being covered. If it weren't for Lu Chang setting an example for him to follow, he would have given up. The training is superhuman. It was dawn when they arrived. People were on their way to work, and the breakfast stalls near the park were stirring. Quite a contrary scene to the dark, cold and quiet one that Lu Chang had experienced. It was what the world should look like. Zhang Fei was so exhausted that his eyes were bloodshot. It took a while for him to recover after gulping down the 2 bottles of water that he bought from a small shop nearby. He looked at Lu Chang as if looking at a monster. "Chang, you don't need to catch your breath? I was dead tired even though we took breaks." "This distance." Lu Chang gave Zhang Fei a contemptuous gaze. "I run a maximum distance of more than 20 kilometers as morning exercise. Why not go for a marathon?" Zhang Fei blurted out. Lu Chang responded in a joking tone. "I don't mean to brag, but I can make them all call me Dad. My endurance talent has awakened since I started martial arts training. You can call me a freak in this regard." "No wonder. I follow a freak example." Zhang Fei seemed to freeze with deep regret, and he kept silent for a long while before he turned around to Lu Chang. "Let's begin our martial arts training. I have to learn something as being abducted here. Hope I can lose my weight through the training. Hope I can learn a thing or two to attract girls." Lu Chang positioned his suit and pointed at the entrance of the park. "Let's look for a quiet place for your meditation." "Okay." Zhang Fei had instantly recovered from exhaustion. They entered the park and saw a lively scene of people doing their morning exercise in the shade, beside the lawn or by the riverside. Elderly people with white hair were practicing Tai Chi, some vigorous people were doing pair exercise, and others were stretching their bodies to practice martial arts moves. Holy cow! There are so many people doing morning exercise in Shoshan. Zhang Fei was shocked in the early morning sunlight. It was the first time for him to come to People's Park at 7 a.m. "Let's go inside." Lu Chang looked around for a quiet place. Walking down the path along the artificial lake, they found the environment became quieter and quieter. People doing training here were obviously more professional in martial arts. Some had coaches to instruct, some were exercising with partners, and others were practicing alone. The rattle of exploding force could be heard from time to time. "I didn't know there were so many warriors in Shoshan until we came here," Lu Chang observed. "It was just one of the parks suitable for training." "Yes, they seem really something." Zhang Fei craned his neck to look. Lu Chang patted Zhang Fei's shoulder. "Don't look at them in this way. It will start a feud if you watch the fighters' training or movement without permission in the martial arts world." Geezer Sher had specifically warned Lu Chang about this rule in the martial arts world, to keep him from causing trouble from a young man's burning curiosity. Yet fighters would not care about a few glimpses from ordinary people just passing by. Zhang Fei withdrew his eyes and said with a tinge of emotion, "It's said that all martial arts stadiums and gyms are closed for the break. I think their members are all coming here for exercise. The training places can be closed for business, but personal practice must continue. The used key is always bright. Lu Chang said in Geezer Sher's tone. They must be disciples of masters from martial arts schools or clubs. As they talked, they arrived at the other side of the artificial lake. While he was looking for a quiet place, Zhang Fei suddenly pointed at a group of people before them. Qin Rue. Qin Rue, the classmate of the amateur rank at senior high school. Lu Chang looked ahead, following the direction of Zhang Fei's finger. Among the exercisers in white-edged blue suits was a young man, over 1.9 meters tall, with eyebrow slits, a high-bridged nose and coarse hair. It was indeed Qin Rue. Qin Ryu was always sitting in the last row of the classroom because of his height. It was said that he joined the Gushin Martial Arts School as a third-year student at junior high school and gained some fame across the grade after integrating with a group of similar students from other classes. He expected nothing less than a certificate of graduation from junior high school, even as his academic performance got worse and worse. Qin Rue noticed someone pointing in their direction and heard the voice of Zhang Fei. He said something to his partners and came up. Fatty Zhang. You're fatter. Qin Rue was surprised for a second and then made fun of Zhang Fei in a friendly manner. Zhang Fei sighed with his palms facing up. That's why I'm here now. Do you remember him? How can I forget him? Lu Chang. I used to copy his homework. Qin Rue smiled at Lu Chang. I heard you went to Songcheng University. Well done. You look more vigorous now. Lu Chang smiled. It sounds as if I was dispirited. Never thought I would meet you here. I've done morning training here for over half a year. You two have come here for the first time. Qin Rue was pretty happy to see old classmates. There is a fair chance meeting some classmates in different places. Lu Chang seemed to just come to a realization, especially in the classrooms for the returning students at number 1 senior high school. For over half a year? Lu Chang asked without thinking. Qin Rue casually said, It's extra training. I do my regular training at night because I have to study during the day. Why do you have extra training? For the ranking event after the Spring Festival. Zhang Fei asked out of curiosity. Qin Rue seemed excited. For the preliminaries, rather than the ranking event. Preliminaries. Both Lu Chang and Zhang Fei knew what that meant. It was the entrance to the professional martial arts world. Yes, preliminaries. Shoshan is well known in the province. Yet there are no forces or teams of professional martial arts. It puts our city in an unfavorable situation in some cases. Actually, we have professional fighters, even fighters of Danchi stage, but they have no interest in teaming up. The status quo is that the professional fighters in Shoshan are either walking into their sunset of life or joining other teams outside Shoshan. Qin Rue talked unceasingly. For the older professional fighters not reaching physical invulnerability, they could bear to take part in matches occasionally, but not the tryouts year in year out. Apparently, it was a better choice for them to work as referees, instruct some disciples, be guests for some events, or join the police force. Zhang Fei became interested and asked, Someone organized it? The moneybags sponsored it. Qin Rue nodded his head. Not someone. The government granted a subsidy to set up a martial arts fund, employed experts to manage and organize it, and selected excellent fighters from all martial arts clubs and family sects in Shoshan to team up for preliminaries. The government made a decade project for the force of Shoshan to enter the third tier of the professional martial arts world. He laughed to himself and continued sharing. Wherever there are human beings, there is intrigue and calculation. The insiders all want to play the leading role in advancing the project. The manager of the fund plans to let the force which does best in the first-year preliminaries exercise leadership in the following years. When the leading force is decided, the manager will invite back a local fighter of the professional 9th pin or 8th pin to act as the chief member in order to get the lost knowledge of the martial arts rewarded for the winners of the preliminaries as soon as possible. You're one of the forces? Lu Chang smiled. Qin Rue made a thumbs-up sign. You got it. Gushin, Liheng and Fuguang Martial Arts School are in the same boat. So are Mingwei and Shifeng Martial Arts School, as well as some family sections. These are my great senior brothers and sisters. He pointed at the fighters in white-edged blue suits who were doing routine exercise in a slow manner. Lu Chang had a look at them and continued chatting for a while before saying goodbye to Qin Rui and looking for a quiet place to train. Chang, what do you think of their level of martial arts? Zhang Fei asked out of curiosity when they got to a grove far away from the training fighters. Lu Chang smiled. They were just exercising moving stances. How can I see their level? I don't have piercing eyes. But I guess they must have at least reached the amateur first pin or second pin since they have confidence in winning the preliminaries. It was the entrance of the professional martial arts world. The participant's strength would not be far away from the level of the professional ninth pin. Otherwise, they were just inviting humiliation. The amateur first pin or second pin. They're great, Zhang Fei said. Qin Rui reached the amateur fourth pin in the second half of the semester as a third-year student at senior high school. In Zhang Fei's memory, he was awe-inspiring in the martial arts circle of schools then, not to mention the fighters of the amateur first pin or second pin. Zhang Fei looked at Lu Chang and asked out of curiosity, "How about you, Chang?" "I haven't participated in the ranking event. My estimate is about the same as them," Lu Chang answered with modesty, knowing he defeated the fighter of the professional ninth pin by both self-strength and good luck. About the same? Zhang Fei was shocked. He came to know Lu Chang was good at martial arts yesterday. But he never expected so much of his pal. Lu Chang had the strength to take part in the preliminaries for professional fighters on behalf of Shoshan. "You couldn't beat me half a year ago." Lu Chang did some warming up. "Let's start." Zhang Fei became excited at the thought of his superb friend. He immediately stood at attention with stomach in and chest out posture. Yes. Lu Chang taught Zhang Fei how to meditate and explained the essence of the concealment of spirit and qi. He then let Zhang Fei practice by himself while he exercising yin-yang stance and condensation stance. After finishing the solemn silence, Lu Chang opened his eyes and started to practice the moving stance, including the skills and divided movements. The exercise would help him build up muscles and adapt to force launching techniques as well as improve his physical fitness. Lu Chang preferred exercising his muscles in the strength training gymnasium of the martial arts club, which was equipped with professional fitness facilities. As for the skills and divided movements, he chose to focus on improving physique and force launching techniques. He looked at Zhang Fei after finishing the moving stance. He noticed his eyes move and laughed. "Can't hold on? Tired and fretful?" "Yes, the solemn silence is rather boring. I can't see any progress." Zhang Fei immediately opened his eyes. Lu Chang listened to him telling his feelings and shared some experience of his own. "It takes at least half a year to cross the threshold of meditation, except for the real geniuses. You don't need to be anxious. Everything is going fine." "It just takes half a year?" Zhang Fei's focus was obviously different from Lu Cheng's. Lu Cheng's lips twitched. Most people lose their confidence after half a year of fruitless practice. Of course, there are people with more perseverance who can keep it up. A mighty fighter of physical invulnerability, for example, is said to spend 3 years grasping the meditation. "Well, follow me for the moving stance." Lu Chang taught Zhang Fei what he had just practiced. He had a better understanding when explaining the difficulties to Zhang Fei. Teaching benefits teacher and student alike. When Zhang Fei was barely able to practice the moving stance, Lu Chang started to exercise martial arts moves. Single whip, blast punch, thump and leg attack, tearing the air and starting the wind. Zhang Fei was clearly astonished with his eyes open wide. Even though he did not know much about the martial arts, he could feel the violence and craziness of every move. He was unable to bear even a single attack. Zhang Fei became more diligent in the move stance training after recovering from the shock. At last, Lu Chang asked Zhang Fei to attempt to meditate again while he was thinking about how to combine the power of blaze with martial arts. Although the flame was pretty pale, it might play a deciding role at a critical moment. The grove was wreathed in the early morning mist. Lu Chang glanced at Zhang Fei, who was practicing the standing stance with his eyes closed. He rubbed his thumb and forefinger, sparking a small orange flame flickering in the bleak breeze. Pang! His arm shook with tight muscles and lashed out as if a whip, rending the air and sending out the sound of wind. And then the flame died out. The flame was blown out by the airflow. The flame is too tiny and weak to keep steady. I have to integrate it into the attack to take the enemy unawares. Lu Chang confirmed a previous guess. He named his power of blaze lighter. This was not just for fun. They shared the same characteristic. A physical move was indispensable to accelerate the internal force streaming to spark the flame, just like a flicking move necessary to catch the light. Lu Chang usually rubbed his fingers to spark the flame, which was obviously inappropriate in actual combat. It would be helpless unless fighting conditions were very favorable for him. After thinking for a while, Lu Chang intended to combine the force launching of normal attack with the sparking of flame. He made a slight adjustment, raised his right arm, and twisted his waist to launch a downward cut with fist. The flame burnt, covering the front surface of his fist, but went out during the downward cut because of the airflow. Lu Chang embarrassedly scratched his head and glanced at Zhang Fei again. He breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Zhang Fei was concentrating on his practice and did not notice the dead flame. It was a shame to show the semi-finished skill before anyone. Lu Chang pondered over it, analyzing the causes of his failure. He noticed that the force was generally launched when the fist was ready to strike out. That is to say, the flame was sparked at the very beginning of throwing the punch. The problem was that the flame was still too weak to endure the blow of the airflow from the opposite direction for a long while. Launch the force when the fist is very close to the opponent. That's the abrupt explosive force? It should work to combine it with the flame. Lu Chang thought it over. He shook his arm and stroked it out as if a spear. It was until he launched the abrupt explosive force that he tried to speed up the streaming heat flow within his body. Pang! A flame burnt with a sharp crack, covering the surface of his fist to hit the target. Although the flame wavered and then quickly died out, Lu Chang grinned with pleasure. The goal was basically obtained. The weak flame would not do harm to the opponent or ignite his clothes. Yet, it would still hurt and rattle the opponent to burn him with it in the very nick of time. The opponent's fault was exactly the fighter's opportunity. There was chance for him to defeat the opponents of the professional ninth pin again if he could manipulate the power of blaze well. However, the flame should be used as a last resort, because his opponents would be alert to the technique once it gave them a beating. Lu Chang formed some idea about how to strengthen the power of blaze after pondering over it for more than one day. That was to improve his physique. He did not have the physique for the burn force released from the Jindan currently, which almost killed him last time. Things would be going differently if his physique was as magnificent as that of a fighter of the professional ninth pin or Danchi stage. When he was able to bear the boomerang of the Jindan, he could attempt to absorb its ice force and burn force. The process of solving the hidden trouble while improving his physique was surely dangerous. He had to be very cautious not to draw forth exceeding force. It was a matter of life and death. Bringing himself from thoughts back to the exercise, Lu Chang practiced the 24 blizzard strikes several times, attempting to integrate the power of blaze into the abrupt explosive force. When basically grasping the skill, he looked at Zhang Fei and smiled. "How's the practice?" he said. "Can you feel the concealment of spirit and qi?" Zhang Fei opened his eyes and said with a devastated crying face, "Not yet." However, he soon pretended to be angry. "It's all your fault. You made such noise. How can I meditate?" An old monk is able to meditate while the newlywed is entering the bridal chamber next to him. Lu Chang teased. "Let's have breakfast and then go home. You've reached your utmost limit today." Zhang Fei breathed a sigh of relief. "Will it take great perseverance for me to get up tomorrow because of sore muscles?" Lu Chang smiled. "You'll feel sore in a while, not tomorrow morning. It'll be fine after practicing for a few days when you adapt to the training rhythm." When they passed by the place where the disciples of the Gushan martial arts school were training, Qin Rue suddenly called out loud, "Fatty Zhang! Lu Chang!" They stopped, seeing Qin Rue trotting along with a big smile. "Could you do me a favor?" "For what? What can two poor schoolboys do for you?" Zhang Fei was quick-witted, so it was impossible to make him borrow money. Qin Rui said with a gentle smile. Not a big deal. You are helping to organize the class reunion? Fatty Zhang. Yes, so? Both Zhang Fei and Lu Chang were confused about what exactly Qin Rui would request of them. Qin Rui pointed at the members of the Gushan Martial Arts School. The disciples of the Mingwei Martial Arts School gave us a letter of challenge just now. They want to learn from each other and gain combat experience, so as not to lose the face of Shoshan in the preliminaries. They set the time the day after tomorrow and we set the place. I suggested the north courtyard of the conference villa of the spring scenery field in view of the class reunion that day. Could you ask the monitor to organize our classmates to come to cheer for us? Zhang Fei suddenly understood his intention. You want to push yourself forward before the classmates? A little bit. Qin Rui smiled awkwardly. I mainly want to advertise our team participating in the preliminaries next year. The manager of the foundation would decide the winner according to the candidate's popularity if our scores are close. Be reassured, please. The match is in the north courtyard. We won't disturb the reunion in the south courtyard. There was a martial arts stadium in the north courtyard of the conference villa of the spring scenery field, while some recreation facilities in the south courtyard. Zhang Fei got a rough idea of Qin Rui's intention. He did not give his promise directly. I'll tell the monitor about your request, but I can't guarantee she'll agree to it. Anyway, who will care about the monitor after graduation? I suggest that you invite the classmates to watch your match then. I guess there must be many willing to watch the match and cheer for you. The monitor was Cho Hailin, the organizer of the class reunion. Right? Mr. Wu will be there that day. As a crazy fan of martial arts, he will definitely want to see it. Since the head teacher takes the lead, there must be many classmates following him to cheer for you, Lu Chang added. Lu Chang identified with Qin Rui's desire for the cheering and applause. He gained his desire of hearing the audience cheering his name in the Warrior Sage Challenge tournament. Moreover, he received an extra gift. The first come on, from Yenjika won much cheering and applause. It seemed that Qin Rui wanted to reach out to touch them, but he managed to resist the impulse and smiled. Okay, I'll come to invite our classmates to watch the match. Well, there's a mistake. I'm already in the reunion and don't need to come to it. I'll be there. After that funny line, Qin Ryu said goodbye to both Lu Chang and Zhang Fei and trotted back to the training team. Looking at Qin Rui's back, Zhang Fei murmured to himself, "What a narcissist. Not that bad. It's natural for anyone to do so," Lu Chang said in favor of Qin Rui. After a few steps, Zhang Fei turned around and joked along. "Chang, how about you jumping on the ring and beating all opponents? The one in the limelight will be you. Your strength is not weaker than theirs, right?" "Am I crazy?" Lu Chang said with a sneer. "Why do I meddle in their match? Their target is the preliminaries while mine is the National University Martial Arts competitions. One does not interfere with the other's business, just like the well water does not intrude into the river water." Lu Chang and Zhang Fei chatted and laughed walking out of the park. They had braised pork noodles and other snacks at a breakfast stall. "How will we get back?" Zhang Fei asked as he wiped his mouth. Lu Chang answered with a smirk. "We'll run back." The face of Zhang Fei immediately turned pale. "Brother Chang." "No, Master Chang. It'll kill me to run another 10 kilometers. Don't be such a coward. I'm only kidding." Lu Chang took out of his phone and booked a car online. Zhang Fei sighed in relief. "I have to believe what you are saying. When you told me we were running to the People's Park of Sanli Pavilion, I believed you were joking." Well, the truth was. Back home, Lu Chang refreshed himself with a shower and felt that his cold, which was caused by the boomerang, had gone completely. He turned on the computer, logged into QQ, and checked his email box to see whether Geezer Shur had sent him the videos and other materials. Apparently, Geezer Shur did not get up early without training his disciple. Lu Chang did not seem to care. He clicked on Yenjika's profile and sent a muscle emoji. "I feel powerful and energetic again after the morning exercise." Yenjika sent him a laughter emoji with its mouth covered by its hands. "You're not Lu Daiyu anymore. Disappointed. By the way, Coach Yen, I want to seek some advice from you. Lu Chang sent a pair of piercing eyes. Say it. My good mood now is your chance. Yan Zhika sent an emoji of a curling finger. Lu Chang replied a smirk. You know that I got the prize of 15,000 renminbi. Apart from treating you to a nice dinner and a trip in Songcheng, I'd like to give a present to my mom and dad respectively. It's the first present I bought for them with the money earned by myself. Some advice for the present. Lu Chang tried to involve Yan Zhika in his private affairs to promote their intimacy. Of course, he indeed did not have any idea of what to buy for his parents. Yan Zhika sent a stunned dog emoji. I never see your parents and have no idea what their hobbies are. How can I give you constructive advice? You'd better offer some choices and then I'll give you some suggestions. Lu Chang thought for a while. How about clothes? Not bad. Yan Zhika sent a pondering emoji with its hands crossed under its chin. There is a problem. Do you know your parents' size? XL or XXL? Their waistline. Lu Chang seemed frozen and sent an ellipsis. I do know. So, the daughter is more considerate than the son. Yan Zhika sent back an emoji sighing with its palms facing up. Hehe, I want to have a daughter too. Lu Chang followed. They chatted for a while on the topic of son and daughter before they continued to discuss the presents for Lu Chang's parents. Lu Chang asked, how about asking my parents directly? No surprise at all. Are they at home? You can have a look at their wardrobe to see what kind of clothes they need. Of course, the presents are not necessarily very expensive, being overcoats and the like. You have to budget the use of your prize. When your martial arts level reaches the Danchi stage, you'll need to spend a small fortune on the tonic medicine. Yan Zhika advised Lu Chang with a righteous-looking emoji. Coach Yan is right. Lu Chang answered with excitement. He came to the master bedroom and opened the wardrobe. How long has the jacket been worn by Dad? I remember it was there when I was a pupil. His woolen sweater had many pills, and some parts were nearly worn out. Mom's thermal underwear looked very old. How long had it been worn? Lu Chang looked at their clothes one by one, which he had never paid attention to before. He always thought that his parents' old clothes would be replaced by new ones after their living conditions got better, just like his had. The truth was, as he saw, that they lived a very frugal existence, which involved just buying themselves a few suits of clothing for social activities. Yet, they were willing to spend every single coin on their son. Most clothes in their wardrobe had been worn for many years. They grudgingly bought new clothes for themselves only if the old ones could not be sewn up again. Lu Chang took a deep breath while his eyes turned red. He settled down, feeling sorry for his mom and dad. Lu Chang kept the size and other information in mind and came back to his room. He sent a message to Yan Zhika. I want to buy my dad a woolen sweater and my mom 2 suits of thermal underwear. After receiving the information of size, Yan Zhika selected several styles for him. I think these are good. You can make a choice and buy one in the local store. It might be a little bit more expensive than buying it online. Anyway, you're newly rich. I've to mention that the express delivery will resume work after the Spring Festival. How sad it is. Yan Zhika went for her martial arts training after dealing with Lu Chang's request. Lu Chang played an online game for a while. Suddenly, he heard the door open and heard a familiar cough. Mom and Dad came back. Chang? Lu Chang's mother shouted, just as she opened the door. Lu Chang quickly put the mouse down and walked out. He said in a surprised and delighted tone, You guys came back so early. Early? Not really. If your father hadn't been slacking off, I would be cooking already. Lu Chang's mother replied while changing her shoes. Lu Chang's father wore glasses with gold rims, had stubborn hair that refused to be straightened out, and a face that looked pale white after shaving. He smiled bitterly. Your mother is always in a hurry. After getting up in the morning, she was anxious to come back before we even had breakfast. I said, What's the point? We haven't eaten breakfast, and it's not time to make lunch yet. Why the rush? Yes, you're always right. Lu Chang's mother shot a glare at him and said, So you mean that I don't need to go grocery shopping? Aren't you worried about your son? Chang is an adult now. He has hands, feet, money, and a cell phone. What's there to be worried about? Lu Cheng's father changed into his slippers and slowly walked into the living room, his hands clutching his thermos. He wore a black overcoat, stood about 1.70 meters, and was slightly shorter than Lu Cheng. His figure was thin, and his face showed signs of adversity. He didn't have many wrinkles, but his cheeks were already sagging slightly. Seeing his parents squabble, like they always do, made Lu Cheng feel his heart reverberate with warmth. He chuckled. I went out to exercise and ate breakfast with Jiang Fei. Exercise. Lu Cheng's mother glared at him and said in doubt. Cheng, you used to sleep in until noon during the holiday. When have you changed? She wore a red, fitted, down jacket, and had even purposely coiled up her hair because she was attending a wedding. She had obvious crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, and she had put on a little weight, but she looked to be in good spirits, and her complexion was fantastic. What's wrong with exercise? Health is wealth. As an intellectual, Lu Cheng's father had always felt obliged to give his opinion. You talk too much. I'm speaking with my son. Lu Cheng's mother glared down at him once again. Lu Cheng restrained his laughter and said, Haven't I told you? I joined the university's martial arts club. I'm used to getting up early and doing exercise every day now. Martial arts club? You shouldn't fight with others and get yourself hurt. Lu Cheng's mother jawed. Now I must go grocery shopping and prepare a delicious meal for you. You seem to have lost a lot of weight. Obviously, you didn't eat well in the university. Lu Cheng replied at a loss. Not true. I have actually gained almost 15 pounds. Look at your face. Is there any sign of getting fat? Lu Cheng's mother asked in disbelief. Knowing that actions speak louder than words, Lu Cheng took out the electronic scale, took off his coat and stood on it. Is this scale broken? Run out of power? How did you put on 15 pounds? Looking at the number, Lu Cheng's mother asked with surprise. Lu Cheng laughed and pointed at his arm. The added weight is in the muscles. Although I'm not fat, my muscles grow robust. This is due to the martial arts training. I can eat 2.5 times what a senior year in high school can. Mom, you'll need to prepare more food later. He was light in weight before, but now, with his increased capacity for eating and strengthening his muscles, Lu Cheng was at the normal weight of a fighter. However, in Geezershur's words, he should be heavier to have enough strength for fighting. Robust is good, Lu Cheng's mother said with a smile. You can go to the marketplace with me tomorrow and pick stuff up for me. New Year's is coming, we'll hoard some food. Otherwise, it will be difficult to buy it during New Year's time. Before Lu Cheng replied, she rushed into the kitchen and took the draggable trolley, then changed her shoes, pulled open the door, and left. Unscrewing the thermos cup, Lu Cheng's father took a sip of strong tea and said while shaking his head, Your mom has been an impetuous person all her life. That's okay. Lu Cheng walked to the couch beside his father and sat down. She always goes on about your stubborn temperament too. Putting the thermos cup on the tea table, Lu Cheng's father sat down and asked, How are you doing in school? He had already heard the answers from Lu Cheng's mother about these questions, but felt he would seem indifferent if he didn't even mention it. Hearing his father's words, Lu Cheng laughed and said, I was wondering whether you would ask this cliché, and you finally asked. Lu Cheng's father was stunned and suddenly sighed. Cheng, you have become more cheerful after half a year in the university. Dad, was I austere or introverted before? Lu Cheng asked in doubt. Lu Cheng's father replied with a smile. I don't mean that you were austere before. I just think you're more cheerful now. In the old days, you just answered the questions one by one. But now, look at you, you take the initiative. Lu Cheng's father said humorously, like the actor's lines in the short play. Lu Cheng laughed and subconsciously replied, It might be that there is a lot less pressure in school, and my roommates are all friendly and easy to get along with. So, I have become more cheerful. More accurately, it was that he had become more talkative. Thanks to little Ming. Practicing martial arts uplifted his spirit. Chasing Yenjika exercised his speech, and squabbling with little Ming improved his sense of humor. These were all indisputable facts, which to the others made him seem comfortable, leisurely, and dynamic. The ancients often spoke about good teachers and helpful friends. And Lu Cheng's change must be the result of good friends. And he would benefit from this throughout his whole lifetime. As the saying goes, the fox changes his skin but not his habits. However, human nature became fixed through a slow process. Lu Cheng himself was just now shaping up and was still undergoing changes. Therefore, he would still be affected by his surroundings. It was lucky for him to have good friends, good masters, and to have met a nice girl. Of course, even though his nature had become fixed, he might change after going through misfortune or adversity. It's good for you to be the way you are now. Lu Cheng's father nodded his head and said, but you should still devote yourself to your studies even if there isn't much pressure. The efforts you invest now will forge your ability in the future. The newly hired college students in our factory indeed know nothing. Don't listen to the bullshit that you can just relax and have fun after entering the university. Or else, you'll end up regretting it. Before, Lu Cheng had always been impatient with these teachings. But now, not at all his usual self, he said, that's true. I have 3 roommates who are enthusiastic in school. Every time I see them, I feel meek and push myself to work harder. He found his father was gazing upon the Ningshui hard liquor. So he explained, it's the original proof spirits that Wang Su brought. He drank 2 cups himself. Old Wang's boy, Lu Cheng's father muttered. Don't get too close to him. It's a pity that, because of his son, old Wang has to suffer in his old age after a rough life. Dad, I understand. I'll avoid contact with these hoodlums. Lu Cheng had come to his decision calmly through his chatting with Yan Zhika. It's good for you to get to this point. I made friends with several well-known bosses in Shoshan. Although they look polite and friendly and speak sensibly in business, they must have employees that would kill and fight for them. Otherwise, why would anyone be polite and friendly to them? Every boss just strives to get to the top, through killing and fighting. When they have no money and no relationships, they must be incredibly cruel to keep their people in check. Lu Cheng's father couldn't help but have these strong feelings. He had helplessly watched the transformation of young workers into hoodlums, some of which even got addicted to drugs and brought instability to the community. Lu Cheng nodded his head and said, anyway, I don't like to be exposed to these dark things. Wasn't it much better for a man to live in the sunshine? I hope that old Wang's boy could have a change of heart in a few years. Lu Cheng's father sighed. As one grows older, he shouldn't dare to risk his life killing and fighting without a good reason. If he hasn't yet ascended to a higher position, he should fade out from the game gradually. Of course, that's assuming he hasn't been involved in some serious crimes and is still alive at that time. Lu Cheng was about to reply when his father added, do you still remember old Han's son? Yeah, I remember. What happened to him? Lu Cheng asked in surprise. Old Han's son was a legend of the community and the senior of Wang Su and others. He was talented in martial arts and got close to the professional level. Leading a group of youth workers from the factory, he pioneered a world of his own among the gangs in Shoshan. But several years earlier, he killed 3 men fighting for a mine and the situation got violent. Displeasing so many people, he ran away and lay low for years. Lu Cheng's father sighed. After hiding himself for several years, he thought his case was forgotten. So he came back alone in November but was blocked on the national highway. In the police's words, he made a last-ditch fight and was shot on the spot. Shot on the spot? Lu Cheng gasped. He used to listen to the kidnapping case from Kai Zongming, and he didn't have any feelings when he heard the gangster was shot to death. But now it was different because the dead person was his acquaintance who lived next door. And he was just shot on the spot? I hope that Wang Su could get away from this fate. He made a wish. Instead of continuing this depressing topic, Lu Cheng's father turned the TV on. As he watched, he talked with Lu Cheng about his life in the university until Lu Cheng's mother got back from grocery shopping. Then he took a drink of strong tea and went into the kitchen to help with cleaning vegetables and cutting meat. A few moments later, Lu Cheng smelled a pervasive fragrance coming from the quick-fried eel, which was his favorite. Unconsciously, he swallowed some saliva, feeling that he could eat an entire bowl of rice with just that smell. His appetite was cultivated from childhood. No matter how delicious the food outside was, he would feel that it was no better than the food eaten at home. Surely, there must be some truth that his parents were skilled cooks, and not just cooking casually. Lu Chang made a clean sweep of the dishes on the eating table. His mother felt delighted that her cooking was appreciated and started to talk about family matters, like having the New Year's banquet at Grandpa's, how much lucky money to prepare for the younger kids, and the cousin who suffered setbacks managing the restaurant and went back to work. While drinking original proof spirits, Lu Cheng's father once in a while interjected a remark. Under the intimate atmosphere, Lu Chang felt content about the food, from his stomach to his heart. He decided that he would mention the martial arts practice and competition when he gave presents to his parents. In the afternoon, he chatted with his mother for a while first, then he made an appointment with Chang Chili and went out to buy presents. Chang, I want to confess my love for the monitor during this party. Chang Chili dropped this bombshell message inside the water club as soon as they met each other, which left Lu Chang in shock for a while. When did you fall in love with Chiu Hailin? I have never heard about it from you, Lu Chang asked crossly. Don't you remember that I had once been the seatmate with her for one semester? Since then we got to know each other quite well, Chang Chili said with a lowering voice. With his short hair divided in a ratio of 30-70. He wore a pair of thick black-rimmed glasses in half-frames. There were several pimples on his head and acne at the corner of his mouth due to excessive internal heat. Though he looked very introverted, he would surprise you when you got along with him for a long time. When talking about something he found interesting, he would become an incontinent talker. Lu Chang recovered from the shock and said in a gossiping tone, I had been wondering why you frequently talked with the monitor at that time. So you've had a crush on her since then? Ha, ha! How does she treat you? Or how familiar have you two become now? In Lu Cheng's impression, their monitor Chiu Hailin looked dignified and was quite capable of organizing. The only thing worthy of mentioning was her old-fashioned hairstyle and glasses. As the playboy Tao Xiaofei, who sat in front of him in high school, had said, see through the appearance to perceive the essence. The monitor has good facial features and skin, but she looks like the head teacher due to her ant-type hairstyle and the middle school teacher-type glass. One might mistake her for the head teacher. Thinking of her hairstyle, Lu Chang was unable to restrain himself from disclosing funny things about Chiu Hailin. Although he was not familiar with Chiu Hailin, he couldn't help staring at her forehead when each time he talked with her or met her. She just leisurely exposed her high-lined forehead without covering it with her hair, making one feel the impulse to knock at her forehead. After a careful thought, Chang Chili said, we never have awkward silence during our chats, and there's always something to talk about. Dumbfounded, Lu Chang replied, so you intend to confess your feeling for her just like this? Why not? Chang Chili felt at a loss. Feeling that Chang Chili was muddle-headed just like he was several months ago, Lu Chang said sincerely, the monitor went to university in the capital while you were in the provincial capital. How did you two get in touch with each other in usual time? QQ, of course, Chang Chili answered in a natural tone. How often did you chat with each other? How long was each talk? Lu Chang asked in an orderly manner. Thinking for a while, Chang Chili answered, every 2 or 3 days. We could chat for 1 or 2 hours when we were in full spate. The right answer should be chatting all day, every day. Lu Chang couldn't help but say, with his hands covering his forehead. Is there any sign that the monitor shows affinity with you? Or is there any romantic involvement? Lost in thought, Chang Chili answered after a long time. That doesn't hinder me expressing my feelings for her. I do it because I like her, not vice versa. Heaving a sigh and recalling the words of Casanova, Kai Zongming, Lu Chang said, Chang, love confession isn't just like this. He reorganized the teachings of Little Ming and told Chang Chili in an understandable way. Chang Chili was struck dumb with astonishment, as if he had entered the door to a new world. Hearing this, Chang Chili went absent-minded for a while and then said in a worshipping tone, Chang, if it weren't for you, I'd have screwed this up. It's clear to me now that one shouldn't express his feelings for a girl directly. Oh, where did you learn this? I remember that you didn't get into a relationship in high school. Have you become suddenly enlightened in university? He nearly stretched out his hands to hold and shake Lu Chang. Drunk in his worshipping sight, Lu Chang felt the delight of being a teacher, and said with a laugh, I'm chasing a girl, so I learn from others and have summarized my own experience. No wonder, Chang Chili said in surprise. You didn't mention that you were chasing after a girl. Lu Chang replied with a hollow laugh. I intend to leave it in suspense before I make it, for the fear that it would be awkward if I fail. Ha ha. Introduce her to us at that time. Chang Chili joked in the same way Zhang Fei did. It would surprise you when I introduce her to you. Lu Chang got lost in daydreaming for a while and continued to chit-chat with Chang Chili. They talked freely about funny things they had encountered in school respectively. However, unlike what he did for the girl he fell in love with, he wouldn't bother to talk about all matters, whether important or trivial, to crude men like Zhang Fei and Chang Chili. After talking and laughing to past 4 o'clock, Chang Chili went back home to keep a company with his relatives. Lu Chang, taking his phone, came to a local business center under the instruction of Yen Zhika. He found the 2 physical stores and bought 2 ladies' autumn clothes and 1 knitted sweater directly. Yen Zhika murmured at his unthoughtfulness. You nearly drive me mad. I can't believe you pay for them directly without even asking whether there is any activity, scraping up of orders, or discounts. Lu Chang answered in a weak tone. The price seems reasonable. Yen Zhika said with a dazing emoji. Well, that's what Chang would do, very manly. What a spendthrift. Returning back home, Lu Chang walked through the living room with great care to avoid his mother, who was cooking. He hid the presents in his room with an expectation to surprise his parents on New Year's Eve. Just then, he received an email from Geezer Shur containing videos and detailed data about big or small hand wrap. Watching them while discussing them with Yen Zhika, he reached to a theoretical grasp about the big or small hand wrap. Frankly speaking, the big or small hand wrap was about catch and reverse catch and would achieve a fantastic effect with listening skill in close battle. Compared with other fighting skills which might cause serious injuries or even deaths, the big or small hand wrap was a good choice for street fighting. Among the attached data, Lu Chang found the illustration about joints were fascinating. Before long, the day came for the get-together of high school classmates. Lu Chang and Zhang Fei went back home respectively after exercise. They took a shower, changed their clothes, got into the taxi and headed toward the rendezvous. Coach Yen, I'm about to meet Du Liu today. Do you have any suggestion on how to bully him? For he had taken your dear friend sitting behind you as his girlfriend. Sitting in the car and watching the scenery on both sides, Lu Chang sent the message to Yen Zhika with a cheeky grin. Yen Zhika replied with a proud emoji wearing sunglasses. Just throw him on the ground. Under the gaze of assembled company. Others may misinterpret this as my unrequited love for Song Li. Lu Chang replied with a dumbstruck emoji. Just a joke. Yen Zhika said with a stretching hands emoji. You can ask him about his love affair with Song Li by inference and pay attention to his answers. I must guard a pass for my friend. Chang, I hereby entrust this important intelligence duty to you, and wish that you won't fail my expectation. Haha, you may rest assured, and I'll finish my duty, answered Lu Chang with a bright smile. After he arrived at the rendezvous, he saw Fatty Jiang, as the assistant organizer of the get-together, had already got there. In Lu Chang's eyes, Fatty Jiang could be described with the saying, he has aching waist, back, and legs, but he could climb to the 5th floor with one breath. His weight-reducing plan hadn't had much effect yet, but Fatty Jiang looked more energetic and was talking with the monitor Cho Hailin and the others right now. Right beside them standing Chang Chili, who had changed a suit of new clothes to look clean with high spirits, and broke in with few words now and then. Unconsciously, Lu Chang threw a glance at Cho Hailin's forehead by force of habit. With her big forehead still exposed, Cho Hailin looked totally different and was almost a beauty, for her hair was more fashionable, and her eyeglasses changed to invisible ones. Smiling, he walked toward Cho Hailin to greet her. Chang, you have changed a lot, and I nearly can't recognize you. Cho Hailin said this with a smile. Lu Chang laughed. Speaking of changes, I can't compare with you. Look at your desk mate. He is trembling with surprise and doesn't dare to speak. Imitating Kai Zhongming, Lu Chang tried to connect Chang Chili with Qiu Hailin to create the atmosphere for him. Brother, I've done my best to help you. Amidst the laughter of their classmates, Chang Chili was abashed while Qiu Hailin said with her mouth covered, "Look at the imposing manner you're talking. You really have changed. By the way, do you still remember you desk mate?" She pointed at the girl who was wearing a light blue cotton-padded jacket. The girl was called Chao Lele, desk mate of Lu Chang during his first year and second year in senior high school. With a small nose, small eyes, and small mouth, Chao Lele looked comely, and she was also the one Lu Chang and Yen Jika talked of at the topic of menstruation. Looking at Chao Lele, Lu Chang unconsciously recalled the topic and his sudden recollection at that time. He couldn't help but laugh out. Nodding his head, he said, "How could I forget? Classmate Lele was almost half an English teacher to me." Seeing his whimsical expression, Chao Lele said in surprise, "Lu Chang, what's wrong with you?" "Oh, nothing at all. I was just thinking of other things." Lu Chang would never talk about that topic foolishly. More and more classmates arrived. Qin Rui came to greet and discuss with Zhang Fei and Qiu Hailin in whispers. Tao Xiaofei, the dandyish classmate sitting in front of Lu Chang, also reached here, driving his BMW 7 Series. He exchanged pleasantries with Lu Chang, larding with dirty topics. Old Wu and teacher Xian showed up their face. A skinny middle-aged man, Old Wu wore a pair of big glasses, which nearly covered half of his face, and showed no sign of enthusiasm for martial arts. While teacher Xian, a delicate and exquisite lady, had become their head teacher 2 years later after her graduation, and handed the responsibility of a head teacher to Old Wu for her lack of experience during their 3rd year in senior high school. Du Liu arrived later. Since dating a girlfriend, he became exquisite in his dressing. Wearing a black coat, he looked vigorous in short hair with his height of 1.80 meters. His eyebrow was dense and black as always, for which he was given the name Crayon Shinchan. Dragging Zhang Fei, Lu Chang murmured to him, "Fatty Zhang, we shall cooperate with each other later. I want to make Du Liu confess his love affair with Song Li." Zhang Fei laughed and said, "Chang, I didn't realize until now you are a bigger gossip than me. Is it necessary to go that deep? Have you got feelings for Song Li?" "I'm doing a favor for someone else," Lu Chang answered briefly. "Who?" Zhang Fei asked in confusion and bewilderment. Lu Chang laughed. "Of course, it's Song Li's bestie Yen Jika." "Jesus!" With his mouth widely open, Zhang Fei breathed in a northwest wind. Immersed in shock for quite a long while, he said to Lu Chang with his thumb up, "Chang, you surprise me. You have got Yen Jika's number." At this time, almost all the classmates arrived. Fatty Zhang couldn't have said more before he organized them to board on the traveling bus. The assembly point was over 10 kilometers from the 9 curves of Shoshan, and it was still a long way from the 9 curves to the conference villa of Spring Scenery Field, which required climbing up the mountain. But actually, except for Lu Chang, who had enough physical strength, no one else would like to walk to the destination from the 9 curves. Qiu Hailin ordered a bus to get everyone to the conference villa. Anyone who was fond of climbing mountain could himself climb it during their free time. The fee for the get-together, 200 yuan each one, was collected online earlier. The overcharge would be returned while the shortage would be paid by Tao Xiaofei. Getting on the bus, Lu Chang sat straightforwardly beside Du Liu, which shocked him for a while because he was not very familiar with Lu Chang. At that time, Qiu Hailin counted the number on the spot. Clapping her hands, she said in the front, "Except Tao Xiaofei and several other people who are driving to there, everyone is present. Please be quiet for a while. Qin Rui has something to tell us." Standing beside Qiu Hailin, Qin Rui said smilingly with his hands in a salute gesture, "I'm about to fight at a martial arts competition at the North Garden of the conference villa today. It concerns the preliminaries after the new year. Your appearance will be sincerely appreciated. At this moment, I wish you guys a happy new year in advance. Coming by such a joyful thing was hard." The classmates got agitated with barracking first then shouts next, and expressed their willingness to watch the competition. The site became bustling with noise and excitement for a while. Actually speaking, Lu Cheng was also very interested in it, because he was eager to know about the level of martial arts circle at his hometown.